Hello everyone and welcome back to GameSpot's final day here at E3 2015. I cannot believe it's day 3 already. I mean, technically it's like day 5, I guess.
I think 17 is my running total. Just stretches on and on.
Joining me today on the couch is Chris Waters. Hello.
Hi, Lucy.
How you doing?
Oh, I'm hanging in there. It's going really well. I actually got to play video games yesterday at E3.
What?
Can you imagine? Normally, I mean, this gig, the hosting stage is probably the best at E3 because people come up and we get to talk to all these creators about their games. They bring the demo to us. We just don't get to play. So I got to play some
I've
yesterday.
only played Star Fox. That's because it's there.
It is.
I ran over.
Looming over us, piercing us with his emerald green eyes.
Yeah, beautiful.
Fox.
So that's the only game I played. But what you've actually played video games?
Yeah, I went to Ubisoft's booth yesterday, and I came away feeling very stressed because I played The Division and I played For Honor, both of which they have set up so you can play multiplayer. And so in The Division, they had that demo at the press conference where at the end they went rogue, and then was it Brian? Ryan.
Yeah.
It's going down in history as the guy.
That guy. Everybody knows Orion.
So we didn't end up having a Ryan on our team, but we did end up having this really tense we had the thing we had our loot we were trying to extract. They had the loot we were trying to extract. We did wiped each other's teams, but it was kind of neat. The environment was really good for getting to flank around the other teams.
Yeah.
But then of course they're trying to flank you. We were not successful.
Oh.
But neither was the other team.
Oh, so that's good. That's fine.
Yeah.
Which platform are you playing it on? Was it a PC plugged in or a...
I was playing it with an Xbox controller. Was it? It was an yes. It's an Xbox One controller.
That would make sense because it was on Xbox's stage.
Yeah. I don't remember what the box it was tied up to.
What's in the box?
They usually have them. They usually have them locked away. And especially if it was an Xbox One, so you don't breathe on the button and it turns off or something that. Look at it sideways.
So what else? You played For Honor as well.
I was so I had Jason Vanderberg, the guy who was during the press conference, super fired up.
Did you feel your beard just growing?
Yeah, I was trying to channel the beard, and also the long hair. That's a key part that people tend to overlook.
Yeah.
But having a mane is really key.
Yeah.
Or at least the main mentality. So I got in there and chopped hella dudes up and got into some pretty vicious battles. A lot of the time, it's sort of, people weren't really blocking a lot early on.
I see what gets me is this guy's holding his sword the wrong way around.
That was weird. I didn't notice if I did that. My character, she was pretty badass. She had this porcelain mask looking thing that was really creepy.
The creepy porcelain mask, put people off.
Yeah. That's what I was hoping for.
Yeah.
The mental game. But yeah, there was really interesting sort of team dynamics in terms of just ganging up on people is super powerful, obviously, but then trying to evade them long enough for your buddies to come, and just this really tense match where we were sort of in overtime, back and forthing it. Each team was on the ropes multiple times, but we came out victorious.
Yes.
And I got to catapult some fools.
What they really should have led with that in the press conference.
Hey, yo, you could catapult fooled. Also, there's sword fighting.
It's kind of like sword fights or whatever, but catapult. What else have you, because you're taking over hosting duties after me.
Yes.
I've got the stint this morning, and then you've got some kind of amazing guests.
I'm excited for.
Not that mine aren't. Mine are also great.
What do you have? Let's
I've got
start off.
Lego Dimensions, Xenoblade Chronicles X,
Is that
Plants vs.
Xenoblade
Zombies.
is in Lego Dimensions and Plants vs. Zombies are in there? Because
Imagine.
they're bringing in so many different
Skylanders
things.
and Amiibo are cross-compatible now.
I was pretty impressed when I saw that.
Yeah. I have Batman. I've got Sefton Hill talking about some Arkham Knight.
That dude talks a good game and also makes a good game.
Yeah. And Rod Ferguson.
Gears Viking.
Gears Viking.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Ask him about what the new planet is. Because I think it's a new planet. There were 2 moons. They probably won't tell you about it.
No moon. Anyway, who have you got?
And then, later today, I'm really excited because Palmer Luckey is coming on stage, the founder
Mr. Millionaire?
Yeah, the founder of Oculus.
Mr. Billionaire.
Yeah, I think that's a B, not an M.
That's,
This guy, hopefully he'll bring by some of the Oculus Touch so I can touch it. But yeah, really excited to talk to him about, because VR is, it's coming, right? There are tons of things in the works, but it still hasn't. I feel like it still hasn't hit E3 and in a huge way. Like there are places you can do VR stuff, but in terms of like the consumer-facing VR thing, that's kind of a next year thing. Seems like
next year it'll be the pods in stores.
Yeah.
Try it out now.
Because that's like, how else are you gonna sell it?
Yeah.
I
think that's why maybe Sony have said they're pushing Morpheus, and certainly on the dev side, they're really pushing it.
Yeah.
But it's a very difficult thing to show on a stage at a press conference.
Absolutely. Because ultimately, the person is watching it on a two-dimensional screen.
Yeah.
It's kind of the whole point.
But I mean, that's kind of where HoloLens has the upper there, because, you know, you can magically make your camera see it.
See it just on your table and like, oh, what's up? Looking at my Minecraft city.
Like, oh, raise up, zoom in.
I'm going to get skewered for saying Minecraft City, aren't I?
Minecraft City?
Yeah.
It was a settlement.
Yeah, it's more of a town, more of a burg, maybe.
A hamlet.
That's better.
Yeah. So you've got Palmer Lucky. How lucky are you? That was awful. I'm so sorry.
I'll let you have that one, Lucy. But only you. Anyone else who tries to say that to me today. Not.
What if Palmer tries to say it?
I mean, it's his own last name.
Yeah.
And you are able to pun on your own last name. That's just your right as the holder of that name, of course. Yeah, we've got that one coming on. And then also we're going to check out Shadow of the Beast.
Oh, so apparently the guy who is the developer of Shadow of the Beast, Rob, who is in the UK office, went to a PlayStation event and he got to see the game and he spoke to the man I think you're speaking with, and apparently he's just the loveliest, like most genuine, really excited guy because he was working on this game in secret for a couple of years.
Yeah.
And now he can finally talk about it, so I'm excited for you for that because the game looks really nice.
Yeah, it's fun when when the guest is also the attraction, right? And we've got some great guests on the show floor. On the show here, like between you, me, and Danny, it's been just like a killer lineup.
Yeah,
and
oh my
it's
God.
been really fun.
I still need to catch Danny's interview with Tony Hawk because, oh my God, we had Tony Hawk on that couch, like right where you're sitting.
He was sitting here?
Yeah.
The Birdman himself?
Yeah.
I don't know if there were any ollies done, though. This stage is not really ollieable, is like if I had to critique.
I think if you
the
could
coverage
jump
in
up on
one
one
way.
side, down the other.
Certainly, if there was someone who could do it,
It would be him.
Tony Hawk. Yeah.
So are you going to try and see any of the games on the show floor when we're done?
I have an appointment to play some Halo later on today. I was talking with two guys from 343 Industries on Tuesday.
Yeah.
They're describing Warzone to me as this kind of mix of like big team battle and firefight, Spartan Ops.
It's you versus aliens,
and
you versus other players, you versus everything.
Yeah, and I'm really excited to see how it comes together. Rob Handlery, one of our video producers, was talking my ear off about it 2 nights ago because he got to play it and he really loved it.
He also saw the Halo HoloLens demonstration. He was telling me about that. He said, like, they wake you up like they do at the start of the game, where it's, you know, wake up, Chief, like, look around. And he was saying it was amazing.
If I can see HoloLens at the show floor, I am going to be really stoked.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so they've got that's what the HoloLens thing looks like.
Yep.
I haven't actually seen the thing you put on your face except for, I guess, that guy in the press conference.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. You got your objectives popping up and everything.
That's real cool.
Cool.
Well, Chris, thank you so much for joining me. You'll be back on stage a little bit later on.
I will.
Make sure you don't go anywhere because we have, this plethora of games coming right up. welcome back to GameSpot's coverage of E3 2015. I'm Lucy James, joined here by Garth from Firaxis Games, here to talk a little bit about XCOM 2.
Yes, we are here to talk about XCOM 2.
So you're excited to kind of show it off here at the show?
I am. I'm very excited. The team has been working incredibly hard, so it's always very cool to be in the glitz and glamour and show off what the team's been doing.
And you have a really awesome statue that I noticed on the 2K booth.
Yeah, that statue is incredibly satisfying. That actually is based off of one of the first concept pieces that we did for the game when we were in pre-production, when the creative team was sort of looking for an emotional inspiration for what the tone of the world is going to be. So it's awesome to see it come to life.
Are you guys going to try and take it home? I mean, I don't know how it fit in the car, but
I have a spot for it right outside in front of Sid Meier's office. It's just going to be looming outside of the studio.
So let's talk a little bit about XCOM 2. That's why we're here. 20 years have gone past. A lot of stuff's gone down.
Yes, stuff has gone down. That's one way to put it. And I'm actually really excited about our story. It has a little bit of a twist.
Yeah.
Where we sort of looked at the player experience. We think that's the most important thing rather than a linear story that's written. And a lot of our players lost in Enemy Unknown. The first time they played, they
I can
failed.
relate to that.
You can relate to that. Did you lose?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it happens. I lost too. Don't worry about it.
That's okay. That makes me feel better.
Didn't launch enough satellites. It happens. And so we thought that's actually a pretty cool kernel to grasp onto, that what if XCOM lost? The aliens would have occupied Earth, and then 20 years into the future, that really gives us an awesome stage where the odds are more stacked against you to rebuild XCOM as a resistance force.
Yeah. So kind of from the ashes, sort of rising.
That's right. You're the underdog. You're the rebels. You're the good rebels, but you are the underdog, and you have to rise up from the darkness and rebuild this organization.
So naturally, you're taking control. You are the commander again.
That's right. Well, you know, you are still obviously in control of XCOM, but you have to find out what happened to the commander.
Oh, of course. So where's our base going to be then? I guess nowhere's really safe. In an alien-occupied world.
Right. So you now have a mobile flying base. Since you are a resistance organization on the run.
So kind of Avengers-y.
A little bit Avengers-y, except you know what? XCOM had it first. If you go back to the UFO defense, that is an homage to the ship that you could build in the original XCOM.
Yeah.
So that other big company that's a little bit bigger than us,
I've never heard of them.
They need to get their thing straight. But yeah, you're now on the run. You're rebuilding a resistance. And that's why you need a mobile base.
Yes. Okay, so let's talk a little bit, because you guys have added, obviously, a ton more new classes, fighters. Let's talk a little bit about that. We can see some gameplay in action here.
Totally. Are people seeing what we're talking about here?
Yes, so this is the screen that people can see.
So this is what you're seeing right now. There's a few new classes in here, and when you load into a mission in XCOM, you're now the tables are turned. You are now invading the alien-occupied cities, so they don't know you're there. You're actually under concealment. That's where you see that little screen shader around the border. And unlike Enemy Unknown, you can now get the jump on the enemy and pull off ambushes. There's really, really cool new classes that are evolutions from Enemy Unknown.
Yeah.
You have the Ranger. You're going to see in a little bit, she has some tricks up her sleeve if she wants to get up close and personal. And you have another new class, such as the Specialist. You might notice that little floating robot in the bottom right corner.
Yes.
That goes along with her. And that gremlin can do really, really cool stuff, such as hacking.
Oh, wow. So did we just see that I'm sort of half distracted by the crowds of people literally running in right now?
The crowds are all flocking to see XCOM 2. Thank you. Come see it. So this is the Advent. The Advent is the front for the alien occupiers. They're upholding order. The civilians that you saw in that previous shot, they're coming to these cities. They're humans. They're coming to these cities. They feel like the aliens are their saviors. They've cured disease. Everything is great in the cities. And now it's up to XCOM to reveal the truth.
Yeah, to kind of, the wool's been pulled over the Earth's eyes.
That's right. That's
Things
exactly
aren't all
right.
as they seem.
That's right. And in this moment right here, XCOM's about to take off the gloves and throw the first blow.
Oh, okay.
We're setting up a double ambush shot. We're going to move the Ranger into position. And you'll see here, she's taking her target. They're not alerted. They don't know that XCOM is there. And you can pull off these really cool maneuvers.
Bam.
Take off the first unit. Since you set up Overwatch on your other two targets, this seamless scenario can play out. And this allows you to get the jump on the enemy before they even know you're there.
So is this a kind of feature that was requested by fans, or is it just something that you guys wanted to put in?
You know, we were really happy with core XCOM combat. We didn't want to lose that. After you go through these concealment situations, you're still going to have classic cover-based system, the 2-action system, lots of soldier abilities to play with and alien abilities to counter. But because we were in this sort of resistance-focused world, we wanted to have a layer built on top of that foundation that could be a new mechanic for the fans to play with. And it also addresses some fan feedback. It allows you to get the jump on the aliens before they have their scamper.
Yeah. So the game features procedurally generated levels.
Yes, I am really glad you asked
really
about that,
awesome.
Lucy.
Yeah.
That's actually one of my favorite features. It was probably the most, the highest core pillar for design.
Yeah.
To get that holy grail of how can we ensure you will never see the same layout twice, and the team has pulled it off. On XCOM Enemy Unknown, we had players that played hundreds of hours, and they would eventually tell us, I'm starting to see the same maps twice. We now have a system that ensures that doesn't happen.
Wow.
I think you'll like this alien.
Aha! Wow. It's kind of like, oh wow. So I mean, I assume she can just.
She can do that.
What?
And she can do that.
I assume you guys had a lot more fun designing.
We did. We put our designers in these nightmare incubators, and they wake up and say, I want the most terrifying thing to happen.
They gave them a lot of cheese before bedtime.
That's right. That's right. And getting yanked out of cover is probably the scariest.
Oh,
I'm sorry. That was our ranger, yeah. So because you're a resistance, they're now pulling together any resources they can find, and a machete sword can be one of them. So they have to get really close and personal to take out some of these aliens. Yeah. And the aliens are really, really tough and dangerous, as you saw with the Viper. These abilities that they do are very, very, very scary.
Yeah, we can just see here grenade. Taking out the car as well, a lot of collateral damage.
And there was 3 troopers on there. That's like the classic moment where XCOM moment where you're like, I must take these guys out all at once. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I was just about to ask, is the other procedurally generated levels difficult to implement?
Oh, yes. It was a challenge, but we came up with a really cool system. It's really a mix of the lessons that we learned in Enemy Unknown. You still see really beautiful maps like this. Mm-hmm. A lot of elements are still handcrafted by our designers and artists. But we have a system where things can patch in. If you can imagine like a patchwork quilt, you have the quilt itself, and then the patches can change on that quilt. So you have these different segments that are really interesting.
So a big thing in the in Enemy Unknown was that you'd kind of camp a lot.
Yes.
You'd find high ground, you'd find a solid bit of cover, and you would just try and pick off the people.
Maybe that's how you play it.
Well, it didn't end well for me, so
that's
we can see how.
It's a smart tactic, yes.
But in XCOM 2, it seems like the environment's more easily destructible, kind of forcing you to get out and get moving.
Yeah, I mean, the environments are very brittle. It's dependent on what type of weaponry you have. The enemies we're facing here have advanced weaponry, so the cover will go away a lot faster. And actually, when you have your firefights in buildings now, with XCOM 2, if you throw an explosive device or do something really strong, the floor can actually get taken out from underneath you, which is very different than Enemy Unknown. You'll see your soldiers fall down, and so you always want to be aware of that when you're on height.
Yeah, for sure. What did we just see there? We just saw, a whole thing just get...
You actually just saw an example of our mission objectives, and we also changed the way that the goal of combat works in XCOM. We still love the idea of killing all the aliens, and that is always a primary objective. But you have a secondary objective that pushes the resistance forward.
Right.
And that's procedural. It can change. It's not scripted like Enemy Unknown. So you may do something like blow up a monument, like you're seeing in this situation, or you may recover intel for the resistance or hack a workstation. Speaking of hacking, you just saw what the specialist does.
Yeah.
You can send out the gremlin. We've now taken over an enemy unit, which is a turret, and we're turning the tables on the advent and taking them out with their own weaponry.
They didn't even see it coming. So I assume in this kind of scenario where aliens taken over, they kind of want to keep us oppressed. Resources are going to be hard to come by, and obviously resource gathering is a huge part of XCOM. So how is that going to play out? Are we just going to be scrabbling?
Yeah, that's the magical thing. That's why I love XCOM so much, because what you're seeing is just one half of the game.
Yeah.
We talked about the mobile base. There's obviously going to be an amazing strategy layer on top of that we're not talking too much about right now, but there will be resource gathering.
So with Enemy Within, you kind of got introduced to, wow, this guy.
Yeah, that's actually a girl, but yes, that is a crazy new monster. That's the evolved Berserker.
Yes.
And like Enemy Unknown, she's way bigger now. You do not want to let her get close to you, which you'll see in a minute why.
Oh, all right. We're going to keep an eye on that. I was just going to ask about the, so we kind of had the mech suits and the augmentation in Enemy Within.
Yes.
Is that going to make a return?
You'll have to see. This is really a clean slate. And again, XCOM has some resources that are tougher to get by. So we're really starting fresh with XCOM 2. That is why you don't want to let get the Berserker next to you. So she's been taken out, and this is a really cool new feature of X2. There's permadeath. I think you told me a little bit before you had your units that you could lose.
Bad experiences with that.
Now you can pick up those units you love, put them over your shoulder, and take them off the battlefield.
Oh, that's great. Was that as a response to too many people tweeting that they lost their, they made their significant other in the game and then kind of lost them?
Yeah, it might be a false solution because they can still die, but now you're just taking their bodies off the battlefield. And mechanically, it's interesting because you don't, as a freebie, get their gear. That could have been really valuable. You now have to make a decision of, I'm going to put my gun down and put him or her over my shoulder and get out of dodge.
Yeah. I mean, what? So obviously you've got quite. Oh wow, is he going to try and take out the helicopter?
Oh, she's going to try.
Oof. Wonderful. So I mean, you have a very strong community, a lot of fans.
Oh my gosh.
What kind of things that they've requested have you put in? I mean, multiplayer is obviously.
Yeah.
A big thing that your fans love.
Yeah. We have multiplayer, and the cool new change with multiplayer is we're going to have procedural maps.
Yes.
When you have these one-on-one matches with your dream squad. Yeah, the community is everything to us. It is so important to hear what they have to say, and it's nice. Design. We're still very design-driven. That's gameplay first, player experience first. But to hear what the community is saying, and take a look at that, things like procedural maps is a great win-win.
Yeah.
The community was telling us we want more maps. We want more maps, and we said, all right, we're going to build you a system where you will never have maps exhausted. You won't see the same layout twice, and we're hoping they really like that.
So obviously XCOM is a franchise that has a lot of legacy on PC.
Yes.
I'm going to ask the question. I'm so sorry.
What question is that? I don't know what's coming.
Is it going to come to consoles?
We are for Axis. When we looked at what we wanted to do, we wanted to stay laser focused on our platform that we have a strong pedigree on.
Yeah.
And this allowed the team to make the best game possible on that platform. And then when you look at things like modding, we really want to provide this robust modding suite for the community, again, to make new worlds, to do partial modifications, total conversions. They're going to have Unreal Editor access. We're going to support through Steam Workshop. We think there's a really strong future there to build even more modding, and XCOM 2 is a great systemic game to do that with.
Well, especially now that games like Fallout 4 are going to support modding on consoles. Is that a kind of avenue?
That sounds like some dark magic that I can't wait to see how they pull that off.
I have no idea how that is going to work.
I don't know yet, but that's interesting.
You know what? I'm sure they've thought it through.
Yes.
Garth, thank you so much for joining me. Guys, make sure you don't go anywhere because we've got so many more games coming up on the GameSpot stage here at E3 2015. I'm sad. It's the last day. I can't believe it, but don't go anywhere. Welcome back to GameSpot's coverage of E3 2015. It's day 3, and I'm really excited about this next one. We've got Mark here from TT Games, and we've got John from WB Games showing us LEGO Dimensions. Guys, thank you so much for joining me.
My pleasure.
What have you put on my lovely clean table? You put some stuff on it.
Yeah, we put actual Lego minifigs. And
Oh,
these are all
amazing.
part of the gaming experience. So these are all real, genuine Lego figs that interact with the game. So as John's playing through now, anyone you want can just be popped onto the toy pad once the cutscene's obviously finished.
Yes.
And drop down into the game.
Oh. So we just put Marty McFly on, and we can just see. Oh, Homer between a rock and a hard place. I think like the thing for me is that I couldn't really imagine a world where a big company like Warner Brothers is able to get all of this stuff together and make it work for everyone. And Lego as well. It's just sort of like all these amazing brands coexisting in the same place because we're so used to everyone having their own thing.
Yeah.
And now everyone's together.
Yeah, so it's kind of the cool thing. When you take these franchises and we put the Lego sheen on them, it's just a bit more fun and people seem more able to accept that, even though it's, as you said, absolutely insane.
Yeah.
And you sort of saw it a little bit in the Lego movie.
Yeah.
But now we're just taking it to the next level and just throwing things in from all across popular culture.
So let's talk a little bit about, so this is the toy pad.
The toy pads, yeah. So this is our new technology. It was designed from the ground up.
Yeah.
So our creative director, John Burton, he started thinking about this whole idea about 8 years ago.
Wow.
And he's waited for the technology to finally get to a place where the vision of all the designers and him could come together. So this was done from the ground up, so you can have 7 characters at once.
And so that just means that within the game you can just swap between any of one.
Yeah, any you want. So you can have any character, any vehicle, any gadget, all 7 of them in any level at any time. There's just no rules and no boundaries. The way we thought about it was, you know, if you have a toy box at home as a kid,
Yeah.
you don't keep them all separate.
No.
You mix them all up and you play, and you end up with a Barbie with an Action Man top on.
Yeah.
You know, it's just how it is. So why shouldn't you be able to do that in the game? And that's how we've gone forward with this.
So I see Gandalf's kind of got top billing. What is that his position kind of special compared to everyone else, or is it just to
He's
look
a wizard.
real good?
No. So the centre bit on the toy pad. So one of the cool things we've got here is the vehicles. Now, when you buy your starter pack, you get a Batmobile, which is really cool. It's bricks, you build it. But as you progress through the game, you get to rebuild it 2 other times. And the bricks are all in that set. So you'll be shown digital build instructions. You just keep building and rebuilding and trying again and again and again.
How do you mean by building? Is it like when you smash a puzzle in a Lego game and you hold down the action button, it builds, or are you talking about like when it was in Lego Hobbit and you had to select the right pieces
I'm
and build it
talking
that
about
way?
taking the toy.
Oh
this
my
toy,
God, actually building.
Yeah, breaking it into little pieces again and rebuilding it into a brand new toy and putting that into the game.
That's amazing. I was stuck in like a virtual space.
Oh yeah.
But it's like, it is still an actual toy.
Yeah, so that's the cool thing. We're trying to blur the lines between digital and physical. So your Batmobile upgrades the next time to the Bat Blaster.
Yes.
And that is the exact same bricks in that were in that. So there's no change.
Okay.
And then it goes again, and you continue to upgrade and find new ways and new exciting ways to play.
So let's talk a bit about the level that you're showing off today. It's Aperture Science.
Lego Aperture Science.
Lego Aperture Science.
It's another one of those things. I mean, Valve are kind of the masters of storytelling in video games.
Yeah.
Everyone knows that. And it's kind of a privilege for them to let us dive into that world and do anything. So the first time you see a Lego GLaDOS come down from the ceiling and start interacting with people, or maybe get misled by Wheatley,
Yep.
it's an exciting as a gamer and a fan. It's really a cool place to be.
I mean, so you mentioned earlier that the original voice actors are back, which is, again, another amazing thing.
Yeah.
So what was it like kind of writing for that?
Well, luckily, we have got such talented writers there who really sometimes you just think, yeah, you should be writing scripts for, the big guys. Well, we'll keep you here. That's fine. We'll lock you to the desk and you just keep going. And it's really cool. And you see the cutscenes they've done for the first time. You go, that's really funny. You can watch it again and again. It's just going, it's like a comedy show.
Yeah.
So it's really good to see. And like things like the portal level you can see here, that's actually in the starter set. So although you can purchase like a Lego shell,
Oh, she's even got a little portal gun.
Which is, she has a Lego portal gun.
Yeah.
You won't need to get her to be able to experience Lego Portal. It's like 9 levels and a boss fight, 9 sections and a boss fight, all based around Portal. It's a huge experience just in the starter pack.
I mean, is it not kind of difficult to have to write? I mean, you're writing your own game, your own story, you have to have that, but you also have to make it authentic to the original IP.
Yep. It helps that we're all geeks. And we've all played Portal through more times than we can count. It's the same with all the films. I mean, you can't count how many times we've watched some of these movies. You can skip around the office to the sounds of The Wizard of Oz every day, literally jaunting down our Lego brick road.
Yeah.
It's really cool. We kind of throw ourselves in so far into these universes that we make it as special as we can.
Oh, sorry, I'm just watching Shell here place portals, and it's adorable Lego portals.
Exactly. The idea is, if you're a fan of Portal,
yeah,
you will love this game. If you're a fan of Lego games, you'll love the game. We're trying to provide something for everybody.
Because you can see like the puzzles, like it's the typical Lego puzzles, but it's like a completely new twist on it.
Yeah.
So let's talk a little bit about some of the other IPs and stuff. So I mean, on the table here we've got Scooby-Doo, we've got The Wizard of Oz, Back to the Future, Lord of the Rings, Batman, Lego Movie. How do you choose?
Wow, that's a good question. Usually choosing is just a case of, that's a cool film.
Yeah.
Let's have a play around with that one. Does it work? Yeah. I mean, it's like Ghostbusters. You kind of think, would that work as Lego? Let's find out. Yeah, it works. Great. There we go. And it's funny, it's humorous. And we've grown up watching these films.
Yeah.
One of the things we found when we was doing like Lego Lord of the Rings, we was offering an entry point to kids into this world, this huge pop culture franchise. And now we thought, okay, let's take that to the next level. There's all these films, like Wizard of Oz is a really old film now, but it still resonates with the older generation. Let's bring the kids in as well. Let's bring them and they're asking questions. It's really a good place to be in.
It's kind of nice because also for older players who know and appreciate the IP, it's kind of like hitting the nostalgia for them, but providing, as you said, like a really good entry point for younger gamers.
Yeah. So now when a kid goes into a store and says, Mum, Dad, can I have the latest Lego game? The mum and dad can look at what's on offer and go, yeah, but you've got to get the Ghostbusters level pack.
You need to get the Wizard of Oz. That's my favorite movie.
Yes, exactly.
So who are we swapping in now?
Now we're putting in Wildstyle from the Lego movie.
Oh, wonderful. So, I mean, are there not restrictions on? So obviously, some characters are going to be able to do things that others can't.
Every character has their own ability.
Yeah.
Of course, that's what we need, something that makes them special. But every character, vehicle, and gadget will go anywhere. You can drop them in at any time, in any place. There's nothing to stop you. There's no rules or barriers. There shouldn't be. It's playing with toys.
Yeah, it's playing with toys.
And of course, as with all, you can play with your friends, like any Lego game before, co-op play. It's just fun for all the family. The only thing is, I don't envy the people who are going to argue about which character's which. So, Shell may lose a head a few times, but that's cool because they're actual minifigs. Just pop it back on.
Oh, wow. I'm sorry. I'm just sort of like in a Portal nostalgia fest here. Because
cool.
Is there any restriction on what you can't do with it?
No. Valve and all our IP holders across the board, they've kind of seen what we're about, they've seen our previous games, and they know we're going to treat the brand with such authenticity and love.
Yeah.
They're just like, show us what you're going to do, go and have fun with it. I mean, that's what it's all about, fun at the end of the day. And if kids, adults, and everyone enjoys it, then I think everyone's happy.
So how does the game kind of work? Is it this sort of hub world kind of thing we're used to from Lego Batman 3? Or from Lego Lord of the Rings, for example, we have the map and you can select the world. How do we get from, say, the Portal world to another?
So we have like an overworld called the planet Vorton, and that's where our heroes jump through for the first time. So we have a new bad guy called Lord Vortek. He's trying to reshape the universe in his image, pretty lofty. And so as the heroes are pulled through into that vortex, they find a brand new Lego gateway, which will be displayed on the screen, and from there they can jump off into all these zany different adventures. So they may jump into a Doctor Who level, or they may jump into a Simpsons level, or a Scooby-Doo level. You just don't know. And again, that's all part of the starter pack.
So, I mean, personally, which is your favourite of the packs?
I get shouted at because I say it too much, but it's Doctor Who.
Doctor Who.
I'm British, so it's sort of
it's
ingrained
heritage.
in us.
It's the British.
Exactly,
thing.
it's our humour. So the first time you see a Lego Peter Capaldi jump out onto the screen with his Lego Sonic screwdriver, it's just like all your Christmases come as one. And then he starts arguing with a Lego Batman. What's not to love?
So we touched on Lego Batman there. Is it going to be the Lego Batman, or is it going to be the Lego movie Batman?
Well, worlds are colliding, so why not have both?
Oh,
but I don't want to spoil too much.
Yeah.
You'll have to get the game to find out.
If Will Arnett's in it,
yeah,
I'm just going to cry. I love that guy. So let's talk a little bit about the puzzles. So we're trying to get the evil Lord Vortex, who's trying to shape the world in his image. I mean, what a guy. How have all our heroes kind of they just found the common ground and they are all banding together to stop him?
So when he decided he wanted to shape the world in his image, he started opening these rifts, all different worlds across the board. And as he opened these rifts, some of the heroes' friends were accidentally pulled into them. So he opened one in Gotham City, and poor Robin was just whisked away.
Oh.
Batman went after him, and then they find themselves in Barad-dûr with Frodo being lost. And then they find themselves in Cloud Cuckoo Land with Metalbeard going missing. So it's all, okay, well, we need to get our friends back. Let's team up here and see what we can do about it.
So what's happening right now? That's the incineration. Wait, you're not going to incinerate more companion cubes, are you?
We may. Listen, if you love the games, you're going to find something that references it in here.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing that I always love about LEGO games is that when you guys delve into an IP, you really, really delve into an IP. Whether it's by having obscure characters or just references. And I think a lot of it's great now that it's voiced. So imagine that adds a lot more scope for jokes as well.
Oh, yeah. The cool thing is, I mean, you touched on it, like having these characters that no one's heard of for years, and there's just like a single line in a Wikipedia entry somewhere. It's like, yes, we have to have that one in the game just for the one fanboy in the back of the booth. And that's cool because, as I said, we're all geeks and we love this stuff. And putting it all together and getting to play in these amazing sandboxes is just so exciting.
So if I took, for example, my Gandalf to a friend's house, are there any attributes that would be on my Gandalf, or is it just taking the character?
So the character will just be the character, so he comes with all his abilities as standard. But the vehicles, if you upgrade your vehicle, that can go over to your friend's house. So you could go over to your friends and show off that you've got a mighty Bat Blaster and he's not. And then it's like, well, I'm not telling you how I did that. You have to find out for yourself.
Yeah, lazy.
Yeah,
figure it out.
Learn it for yourself.
So what comes in the starter pack?
So the starter pack is Batman, Gandalf, Wildstyle, a Batmobile, the Gateway, the toy pad, and of course a standard TT game. You know, you're going to play through a story in the starter pack which is completely comparable to everything we've done before. There's no scrimping on content, there's a lot in there. By getting the additional characters and expansion packs, you can keep going and going and going, and it becomes something that's going to take a while.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously, the kind of comparisons that are going to be made to Disney Infinity and Skylanders. With Disney Infinity, it was like you have the discs, like to add extra things into the game. How are you guys going to add extra toy sets and things in? Is it just going to be downloadable content, or is it going to be...
So later on, most of it will come as a download, so we put on the boxes, internet required, because we do want to keep this as a long-term proposition. We don't just want you to buy this and then buy another one next year and then buy another one the year after. We want this to be like a console under your TV that sticks with you for the long haul and keep going and going and going and see what new things we can do and new surprises. So one day you may turn on your console and something radically different's happen. Who knows?
Yeah, so I mean, I assume you've been playtesting this loads. Have you given it, what are the kids' reactions to it?
Well, I don't know if it's just too much sugar, but it seems like they're pretty hyper. We have kids coming to the office, playing the game, and usually it's just like, is that Scooby-Doo? And then it's like, well, yeah, and then they just run around breaking things up. It's really weird because kids play games completely different to adults.
Yeah.
So like, if we show an adult the Wizard of Oz, they just walk straight down the yellow brick road. It's like, oh, this is really cool. Where kids, they're just like, yeah, I'm going to jump in Benny's spaceship and fly all over the place and shoot all the flying monkeys. And it's great because the game caters for any way you want to play it.
Yeah. I mean, that's the way I kind of play Lego games. Oh, we've got Scooby-Doo in here now. Is that sorry, just the animation. It just reminds me of the cartoon.
That's part of what we do.
Yeah, it's just sort of an amazing way of encapsulating and finding the core of the character and just displaying it on the screen. Because the way I usually play is that I will just destroy everything. So I feel I kind of play more like a kid than like an adult who will just go for the goal.
Yeah.
How do you prefer to play?
I'm the same. I just like to break every little thing in the level. See, I like to try and get my brick multipliers before I get to the end. So, like, you can get all the cool stuff a lot quicker. But, you know, we cater for everyone, and it's cool that everyone plays in a different way.
Another thing that LEGO games are well known for is collectibles.
Oh, yeah.
How many minifigs? What are we collecting this time around?
Oh, you're collecting mini kits, you're collecting studs, upgrades to the vehicles, gold bricks. I mean, yeah, the count is endless. Trust me, you're going to be constantly finding new things for years to come.
So in the original LEGO Marvel, we were hunting for like Stan Lee. Are there going to be missing famous faces that we should be looking out for?
Maybe.
Maybe. Oh.
Maybe there'll be some which reference the different brands we have in there. I don't know. You'll have to play the game to find out.
When can we get our hands on it, and for which platforms?
It's the end of September this year, and it'll be major platforms: PS3, PS4, Xbox One, 360, and Wii U.
Wonderful. Thank you guys so much for joining me. That's LEGO Dimensions out later this year. Make sure you don't go anywhere. More awesome games coming right up. It's the last day of E3, but don't have no fear because we have got some awesome games coming on today's show. Joining me again is Ali Rapp from Nintendo Treehouse. Ali, what are you showing us today?
Xenoblade Chronicles X.
Xenoblade Chronicles X. So this game came out in Japan in April?
Yeah, it's already out.
And we are finally getting it here in the West later this year.
Yeah, December 4th of this year.
4th.
Yep. And we'll actually be seeing some of the English text in this build as well. So the final game will have English text, English voices, but you know we're still working on that.
I mean that's the thing, like it's not as easy as just releasing it.
Right. Yeah,
translation is kind of a lengthy process.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, it's such a massive game. It's huge. So what happened is, just as kind of like a recap on the story, is you you start out on Earth. Well, you know the game doesn't start out on Earth, but the story starts out on Earth, and there are warring aliens who are fighting over Earth's planet, basically. And Earth is about to be destroyed, and so humanity's trying to escape on these big arcs, these big ships. And one of the ships is called the White Whale. And the White Whale ends up crashing over an alien planet as it flies away. And the city of New Los Angeles, which we'll see in a second, is kind of the city that was on the Ark.
Yeah.
And when the Ark crashed, the city, you know, is mostly intact.
It was salvageable.
Right. And so a lot of people that are living there are still living there now on this alien planet. But the rest of the White Whale is strewn across the rest of this planet.
So it broke up, I guess, on entry into the planet.
Yeah, basically. And so your job, you're part of what's called Blade, the organization Blade. And as part of Blade, it's your job to go out and search for basically these pieces of the White Whale that have, you know, broken off and been strewn about all over the planet, and to save any of the resources that you can, as well as the people who may have been in like different pods.
Yeah.
And that's actually what you are, is when you start out the game, Elma, the character with the white hair, she finds you in a pod, and that's kind of where your journey starts. And so you're off, you're salvaging materials, and what we did right now is we accepted a heart-to-heart quest. And the heart-to-heart quests are basically, you are able to kind of see character backstory.
Yeah.
You have opportunities to build relationships with the party characters, in your party. And so that's what we're going on right now. And right now, we're just supposed to collect 3 parts of the white whale on the North Point shore in Primordia. So we're going to go do that. But right now, we're seeing a little bit of New LA, New Los Angeles.
Yeah.
So that's
it looks kind of different to regular Los Angeles.
Quite a bit different.
We are there now,
Looks
and I
a little
can
bit
confirm
cleaner.
that it does not look like that. Maybe in like 20 years.
I wonder if the water's any better. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love you, LA.
You're the best, LA. We love you.
So we're seeing New LA right now, and then we're gonna travel to an area in Primordia to do this quest.
Yep.
And so there are I think it's like 5 continents in this planet.
And they're all huge.
Yeah, they're massive. They're all super different too. Primordia is kind of like this foresty, you've got some water areas, mountainous areas. But yeah, the different continents all look dramatically different too, and each continent also has like different wildlife, different flora, different fauna, different items to collect. So you're really gonna wanna explore. And what makes that easy is, at some point in the game, you get what's called a skell.
Yeah.
And a skell is basically a massive, customizable robot that you can then pilot.
It's kind of like a transformer. Like
Kind
I've
of
seen
like
these
having
things
your
in
own
action.
transformer. Yeah, actually, it can travel along the ground and fly as well.
That's amazing.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
I mean, what we're seeing here is that you're following the nav ball to try and find.
Yeah. We're using the nav ball. So the nav ball is something. It's basically an unlimited resource thing that you can send out to use to see what direction you should head into your objective.
It's taking off at quite a pace.
Right. And what's important about the nav ball is you don't need to use it if you're like, I'm gonna find this on my own in this massive continent of 5 on this planet. That's all up to you. But if you're kind of interested in this quest in particular and you don't want to get sidetracked by any of the other, tons and tons of quests in the game, you can use the nav ball to direct you where you need to go.
How else can we see the environment? I mean, because it's beautiful. It's a vast expanse.
Yeah.
Is there another way of seeing it all?
So actually we can. Sarah, can we see kind of like that hover mode? Do we remember how to do that? I know we can. There we go.
There we go.
All right. So here we're seeing basically this really, really high up view of the land. It makes us able to see, like, can I travel out there? Oh, I see land masses. Oh, maybe I can swim out there. Basically, whatever you can see, you can get to.
Yeah.
As long as you have the means to do it. Sometimes you'll need a skill. Sometimes, you might need, there might be too strong enemies to go there yet. But generally, if you can see it, you can go there. So it's just like this massive, massive, massive experience.
So is this the first bit of the white whale that we're collecting right now?
Yeah, we're collecting some pieces of the white whale, and then we're going to see a cutscene where this character Doug shows up, and Doug can be part of your party.
Oh, okay.
And Doug is like, oh no, we're getting this, message from Irina, who's another kind of big character in the game, and she's in trouble, so we're going to go off in search of her as soon as we collect these pieces of the white whale.
Oh. Nailed it. 2 out of 3.
So right now we've got 3 characters, well, 4 with us. We've got the protagonist, who is your customizable avatar. And so, of course, you can be a dude or a lady. Tons of customization options. Like, it's not just like hair color, it's like multiple hair colors. And it's not just like eye color, it's like, okay, what do you want the outer part of the eye to be? What do you want the inner part of the eye to be?
Oh, wow.
So lots of cool options. And then we've also got Elma, who's the one with the white hair. Lynn, the smaller one. And then Tatsu. That's his Japanese name. He's like the little potato-looking guy.
I was gonna ask about him. What kind of alien race is he? Because he.
I can't remember what they're called, but I believe they may have been in Xenoblade Chronicles. I can't remember. I'm one of those people, actually. I'm really interested in Xenoblade Chronicles X because I'm one of those people who missed the original.
Yeah, me too.
On the Wii. And it just got like fantastic reviews. People loved it, and we released it on the new Nintendo 3DS XL a little bit ago. And I just, we were preparing for E3.
Yeah.
I was playing Majora's Mask 3D, so like I just haven't gotten around to it. And so I'm really actually super excited about Xenoblade Chronicles X because what's cool about it is if you're a fan of the Xenoblade Chronicles game, you're gonna love this. Like, there's so much of that kind of element, like all the elements that you love return, and tons of new stuff as well. But if you didn't play that, it's not like it's like a direct sequel. You had to play the first one to enjoy. Right, it's super accessible. It's from a story standpoint. You don't need to have like learned the art system in the first game to get the art system in this one. It'll teach you. So definitely, if this is your first time jumping into a Xenoblade Chronicles game, don't feel like, oh, I need to go back and play the 100 hours of the original Xenoblade Chronicles to enjoy this one.
So let's talk a little bit about combat as well, because I assume it's an alien planet. They're not just going to give up resources willingly. Who are we going to be coming up against?
So for the most part right now, we're battling creatures. And so some creatures are aggressive. And you can tell that based on the, whether they have like that red icon next to like their name, their the level that they're at. So these creatures up here, they're gone.
Yes.
Those creatures are aggressive because they have that little red icon. Some creatures aren't, but of course you can still attack them. So those are your one of your big sets of enemies. You do battle other enemies in the game, but that's a little bit further into the main story, so we won't want to spoil it.
You mentioned that like some areas, maybe they're not accessible, but it's it's difficult to get to them if you're not the high enough level.
Yeah. So some areas might be hard to get to, like if you don't have a skill. Some areas there might be like a level 50 enemy and you're only level 5.
Yeah.
Well, if the level 50 enemy is guarding that like one pass into that mountain or something, probably not going to want to go there until you're able to take out that enemy. And so you can even see that there's enemies just traveling around this area of Primordia that are all different kinds of levels. You see level 12, level 14, I think I saw level 31. Yeah, level 31 over there. What level are we? I can't remember. I think we're like level 14 or so. So we're actually going to go take on a boss.
Yeah,
that's about
let's do it.
the same level as we are. So if you played the original Xenoblade Chronicles, you're familiar with what's called the art system.
Yeah.
So there's the arts palette, and we'll see that pop up on the lower part of the screen in just a sec. That returns. Obviously, there's tons of new like abilities, new arts, new things to learn. And there's also what's called a battle cry.
Yeah.
And so what happens is while we're battling, it'll show basically like, oh, press B in the middle of the screen, and you'll also see the little arts, the little circles on the bottom of your screen glow. And if you manage to press that appropriate button at that right time, you initiate what's called a battle cry. And a battle cry is basically you or your teammates are saying like, oh, the enemy is weak, we should move in for melee attack. Or, oh, I need healing, so do this. And so what you do is when you press it in time, you'll then get a boost to something that you did. So say it's a melee attack, you might have a more efficient melee attack.
Yeah.
Say that it's, I need healing, you might do that. And what's also cool is when you are successful with those battle cries, you might heal in addition. So like it might be an attack that you do, but you get extra health as you're doing it. So it's a good way to heal during the battle.
So I assume, we're taking on the boss right now.
Yep.
So we get to see
our first cutscene
in action.
And so it's daytime right now, and what's really cool about this tunnel here is there's these little like bug enemies.
Yeah.
And during the daytime, those bug enemies are not aggressive, but at night they are. And so this day-night cycle, as well as the weather cycle, actually impacts like what happens during battle.
It's also, I mean, like, I typically always associate the Wii U with like, great platformers, solid Nintendo, but games that kind of are, in levels.
Mm-hmm.
This is just sort of really open.
Yeah,
really open.
Really open. And so in a lot of ways, I think that like if you were interested in, the Zelda game that is coming out next year, and you're like, man, I'd really love to really invest some time in a big game this winter, try out Xenoblade Chronicles X because it's got a lot of like, it just is really big. And what's really cool about it is that if you're like, oh, I'm really into this game, it looks really cool, I don't have 200 hours to put into it, you might just have 20 or you might have 40. That's cool too. It's basically as deep as you want it to be. So we're actually seeing the arts palette right now on the bottom part of the screen.
Yeah.
You can see icons that are glowing. That's your teammates are calling out for a battle cry. Those are basically kind of like the different abilities that you can do during battle.
Yeah. So what are we gonna do now? We have a couple minutes left. Let's try and take this guy out.
Yep. And Sarah, I believe in her. She's gonna be awesome.
She's doing really well so far. Oh.
Oh no!
Oh.
Oh no!
Oh man.
That's okay.
That's okay.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have been able to do it either. So we spoke about this earlier, but when is the game out?
December 4th. of this
December
year.
4th
So
on
just
Wii
a
U.
few more months. It's going to be great. Like I said, it's massive, and it's just like it's a beautiful game. And if you played the original Xenoblade Chronicles, you know that the environments alone make the game worth it. It's so gorgeous to explore. There's so much different flora and fauna that they've got in the game. It's just going to be a great experience.
Is there any special Wii U gamepad functionality?
Actually, there is. So on the gamepad, one of the things that you can do while you're exploring is you can see this kind of grid-like map of what the map looks like, and those are called segments. And on the segments, you see things like where named enemies might be, which are more powerful. Usually, they're part of a quest. You can see like areas to mine for resources. You can see like, oh, I've kind of initiated a quest here but haven't finished it. Oh, I should go to that segment to do that. So the gamepad is really, really great for just like keeping track of all the different things that you have to keep track of in a game as massive as this one.
Oh, we're back.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right,
Let's see
Sarah.
how this goes. No pressure at all.
Yeah, no pressure. All right. So we're trying to rescue one of the characters, Irina, right now.
Oh, okay. So how do the party members behave during battles? Do they just kind of go at it their own way? Or do you directly control them?
So they, for the most part, will do their own thing. But one of the good ways to, kind of encourage kind of a melding of, strategy is with that battle cry.
Yeah.
So like you can, it gets really, really, really detailed in the menu. But you can basically like, if this, I'll do a battle cry, you should do this.
Yeah.
And so you can basically customize like what kinds of things initiate battle cries, what kinds of things happen when you do battle cry and they respond.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of working together. And of course, you also get a lot of that relationship building that you had in the original Xenoblade Chronicles, where when you do heart-to-heart quests, oh, good job, Sarah!
Oh,
When you
There
do
we go.
heart-to-heart quests, you build relationships with your party members. It impacts the story, it impacts battles. So all of that is just like wrapped up in this huge, awesome, really detailed system.
Well, I'm really glad. What a great place to finish the demo as well.
Yeah.
Defeated the boss well done, Sarah. Ali, thank you so much for joining me
Thanks
again.
for having us.
But guys, make sure you don't go anywhere. I'm losing my words.
Whatever.
It's day 3. Make sure you don't go anywhere. More awesome games coming right up. Welcome back to the illustrious GameSpot stage here at E3 2015. I'm joined by the one and only Greg Miller.
Hey, how are you?
Hi, wow.
I'm very loud, so I'll hold
mean-
the microphone more like this to match your loudness.
Then again, I'm really quiet.
Yeah, I know. That's
I
why
know.
it's always. Well, now they're
Oh,
adjusting.
now-
They're riding the levels, everybody. And if you saw me on Danny's stream yesterday, I got good news. Or you can tell me, I'm not sweating through my pits yet, am
Nope, you're good. You're good.
I? E3's getting cooler, everybody. Last day.
Maybe
Not
they
so
saw
hot.
it and just
Now,
knocked the aircon
Now they
up.
did the same thing. Lucy James Games is not my Twitter handle.
Yeah, but
Why
it
are
is
you trying
mine,
to
guys.
sync my social following, GameSpot?
Because you've got like
At Game Over Greggy, everybody.
no.
KindaFunny.com.
You've got enough followers.
Go to Kinda Funny
sir.
Vids on Twitter. That's where all the
All right.
cool
Speaking of kind of funny.
Yeah.
How is your stage going? Because I can like you guys always look like you're having the best fun, and
Well,
I'm
yeah,
just sort
you,
of sat here.
You are the only stage doing work. Your stage over here, you guys are like, oh, show me your game. How many players does it have? This. Ours is like, hey, Cisco, let's be stupid. Hey, who wants to dance with Teddy? Today we have Brandon Routh coming through. Of course.
You have my favorite Evil X.
Yes, your favorite Evil X, your favorite Adam on Arrow, your favorite Superman from Superman Returns.
That's amazing.
Then why not? We'll bring Devin Sawa in. Let's talk about idle hands. And he's going to eat a hot pepper and review something for Hot Pepper Gaming.
Yes.
So, I mean, like, you're doing God's work over here. You're doing the video game journalism we need. I'm over there talking to Sefton Hill about Batman. Just like, hey, what was it like making? And he's like, can we show the game? Do you want me to play it? I'm like, no. I don't want to spoil. Just talk to me about this is a podcast.
Sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I prefer not to hear about any of these things. How are you? So how's it going over here for you, though?
It's going really well. I'm having a lot of fun. As you said, like I'm seeing the demos. I just nerded out over Lego Dimensions.
Now you didn't you didn't get to see it. They came off and went back, and I ran over and stopped them to dig through the box to see them. They didn't have Superman or the Ghostbusters. They keep teasing.
No, they didn't. But they did have Gandalf.
Yep.
Who is
I picked up Marty McFly.
Oh yeah. Who can? That was amazing. Like he was just trashing stuff with his guitar.
Right.
As
Marty would.
Of course.
Yeah.
It's that new sound we've been looking for.
That's an awesome reference.
I know,
job.
right? I've been thinking about that for like the last.
You're fully prepped for Back to the Future references. I like that a lot. So here's my question then for you. What's the best thing you've seen? Now I hate that question
because you're on stage.
It's that trite E3 question. But this year I've literally seen zero things except Uncharted. So I need to know what I need to start saying is really good.
First of all, damn you. Because I had Kurt on the stage yesterday and he was like, "Oh my God, go check out the extended one because you have seen nothing."
I saw the extended. I did a live reenactment on the floor over there.
I did.
It's amazing. Amazing.
I'm so excited.
That was my big thing after the Sony conference is that, I know a lot about PlayStation. And so I was like, it was a great conference. I thought the Uncharted demo was a bit weak. Not because it didn't look good or was amazing. It was just the fact that their PSX demo was so good. And
I think the PSX demo as well, it was sort of, this is all the new stuff.
Yeah.
And it's a bit gritty.
Yep.
This is the return to form of the Uncharted that we know.
Yep.
But that's the thing, because they're not talking about story or anything really. It's more like, this is the new stuff, just wait.
Right.
And then.
But it's like where the demo ended at PlayStation's conference, I was like, all right, that's good. If they would have just knocked out, give them another 10 minutes to go the rest of the way.
Yeah.
Because after that is when it gets crazy and Nate's getting dragged through the mud and it's taking on. He's climbing up, he's shooting, and you have that humor and these great moments and this giant action and the new camera angles, and it's just like,
I'm going to sneak in.
Do it.
Greg, thank you so much for joining me.
My pleasure.
Don't forget, you can catch out Greg and the rest of the guys on the Kind of Funny cross GameSpot stage.
And remember, that's not my Twitter handle. It's GameOverGreggy or kindoffunny.com. I'm a
at
struggling
Lucy James Games.
I'm a
at
struggling
James
indie and need your support.
Thank you. I will see you.
Yeah, they fixed it. We won one.
Guys. All right, guys, don't go anywhere. We've got some more awesome demos coming right up. See you in a bit. Hey there guys, welcome back to the GameSpot Stage E3 2015. I am joined by Dirk from Ubisoft Blue Byte.
Hello.
Hi, we're going to be talking about, you too, we're going to be talking about Anno 2205.
That's right.
So we saw it at the Ubisoft press conference the other day.
Yeah.
What was the reaction like?
Oh, we were super excited to be here at E3 and to present our new city builder to the international public. And yes, it was a very good reaction afterwards. We took a look and we were really proud of what we saw.
Twitter feed just going mad.
Yeah, absolutely.
So let's talk a little bit about Anno, the series. I mean, it's taken us through history.
Yes.
And then we had 2070 that took us a little bit into a scary global warming infused future.
Yes, you're right. It was a big change for the series because, as you said, they were all in historical settings before, and it was the first time that we went into the future. But this topic with warming and the more critical stuff, that's over now with the newest installment of our future vision. This is more about exploration again, which is the core of the series. So it's a more positive approach. We will go to the moon and conquer moon.
So yes, we're going even further into the future. And
absolutely.
now, not only is space travel viable, but building space colonies.
Yes, yes, that's true. So we will start on Earth as usual, but then we will go beyond Earth and we will make our colonies on Moon to make life on Earth better. So that's a real
so
difference.
So we can see on here. So what are we looking at here?
Yeah, so what you see here, this is the space part. It's fully upgraded, so you see there's a space elevator already going up and there's some energy being transmitted from Moon to Earth. So this is really, there's already has been a lot of progress here in the game. So when you start, this is like a small building site and you have to build this up, supported with all the infrastructure and supported with a big city and a lot of people. I mean, it's a big spaceport, a lot of people working here.
Yeah.
So you have to earn your way up to the Moon. So it's quite a task the players are up to.
I mean, so why did you design it that way? Why couldn't we just be dropped on the Moon?
Yeah, well, we did a lot of research. Obviously, there's a reason. I mean, we've been there in the 60s, and we are not back on the Moon right now. So, and so we asked the scientists and the people at universities, so, well, what do you think of, when could it happen? And they say, yeah, it will take some time because getting us up there is really expensive.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of interesting resources for us to get from Moon, but we have no way to harvest them right now.
Yeah.
So we moved another 135 years to the future. So this is the time when we can make it happen. And the players will have to build these cities that you see to set up the necessary infrastructure. So everything you see here, this is really just built by the players. This is just a save game somebody from our team played up. It took him maybe a few days to build this. So yeah, this time you can build really big, impressive cities on Earth and then later huge colonies on Moon. So it's all about the players' freedom. And you can see landscapes also have an impressive size, so players can really do everything they wish.
So, I mean, let's start from the very beginning then, I suppose. I want to make a city. How do I do it?
You want to make what?
I want to make a city. I mean, like, it's obviously, it's city management, city building game.
Yes.
There's resource management to deal with, you know, satisfaction,
it's
jobs.
in its core, it's a city builder, but it's also, there's more to it. There's a lot of features linked to the city building. So what you can see here, there's a huge economic aspect to the game. So you have to set up the necessary infrastructure to support your people, because this game is really about caring about your people that live in your city. So they have needs, and you have to set up the infrastructure and to give them everything they need, so they are happy and they will pay you more money, and you can set up bigger operations. So that's like the basic gameplay circle.
Are there going to be factions?
Yes, there will be factions, but this is part of one of the new features. They are not part of one gameplay session because this was too complex in the last game for a lot of players. So there are still more factions, but they are separated in different game worlds. So you have like the Moon people living in the Luna colonies. So there's miners, officers, stuff like that. And on Earth, you have like the normal people living on Earth, and they are supported from the Moon guys, stuff like that. Yeah.
Awesome. So let's talk a little bit about life on the Moon.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, it's going to be very different. I remember reading that because the Moon, you know, it's susceptible to asteroids and things.
Yes,
there's going to be debris flying around. How do we save our precious Moon city?
Yes, that's really different. So what you see here, like this nice Earth cities, this is something on Moon is totally different. There's no really big metropolises up there. There's colonies. So in a little while we will see a Moon colony. So you'll be able to see that it's a more hostile environment up there.
Yeah.
So it's really about protecting what you build there. So Anno is a protective game. So you really build up something and you have to care for it. On Earth, it's easier. On Moon, it's more difficult. As you said, there's no atmosphere on Moon, so everything that drops on the surface has a big impact and destroys everything you built there. So you have to set up shield generators, for example, to protect everything you built. And then also your people will suffer from radiation and stuff like that, so you have to build up a medical center and support them and stuff like that. So we did a lot of research on this. What you can see here is this is the moment when in the game the player will be able to leave Earth behind and find his way up to the Moon. So this is a a big moment for the player. And then you see here, these are like different worlds you can enter. So there's a strategy map, and you see they are all combined. So they're all running at the same time, and you can choose between them any way you want. So you can leave behind one game world and go into another one. For example, switch between Earth and Moon. And there's no loading screen or something. You can just, while the other session is loading, you can continue to play the game on a strategic level, set up your routes, or take a look at your goods and do all of this meta game. And so the game becomes more and more complex while you play it. It starts very easy, but then for the advanced gamers, it's really a complex strategic game. And here we are then on the moon. And you see there's a spaceport on Moon 2. This one is also nearly fully upgraded. But you see the moon is really different environment. No animals, no wildlife.
Harsh.
Yes, it's more mystical. It has a totally different approach from the look and feel. Also, politics become rough up there because people really want their share of the moon. So you, as a new corporation being up there, you are really not welcome by them. So the competition gets rough up there. And here you see one of these moon colonies. They are built inside the craters because the craters on the moon, they are the more protected areas.
Yeah.
So this is all we did a lot of research. And on the sides of the craters, you see there's a lot of mining going on. So that's why we are up there to mine the moon.
I mean, so let's talk a little bit about what we're mining. I mean, because it has to be something special if we're going to go all the way up there for
absolutely. That's what we were asking the scientists. Well, why should we go up there? And they said, oh, there's some interesting things to be found on the moon. The first one is the helium-3. It's an isotope where we can create energy from fusion energy. That could be something in the future to solve our energy problems back on Earth. So that's something the players will be able to do. And also on the moon, there's a mineral layer called creep below the moon dust. And you will be able, with giant harvesters, to harvest the moon surface and to get your hands on the creep. So that's stuff the players can do, and then in the end they will become self-sufficient, as you can see here with these biospheres. So in the beginning you will be getting up everything onto the moon, and it's very expensive to support your miners up there. But later they will be able to become self-sufficient and then send back all the precious stuff down to Earth. So that's a huge part of the game, to become self-sufficient on moon.
So I'm interested. So this is my moon city. Things are going fine. What's happening on Earth? Is that in kind of suspended, or is it everything's ticking along?
You don't suspend Earth. It's still your home planet. Of course, they are connected. So in the end, you will be able to set up a little moon tourism. So one of the side stories of this big campaign that is the main narrative of the game, you will be able to set up a moon hotel for the upper class. So they want to visit the moon. And to see, well, I've been there, in the moon hotel. So players can do this. But here you see, these are like the creep harvesters mining the moon surface. Getting all the stuff done, so it's more a moody, a more mystical place. But you don't abandon Earth. Of course, what you see here, these fusion reactors, they bring back the energy, for example, down to Earth via microtransmitters. So it's there to support Earth. And then if you have the support from Moon, you can build like really big cities back on Earth with thousands of buildings, with millions of inhabitants.
So it's a real symbiotic relationship.
Yes, absolutely. So they are connected. And that's the principle of this game. So all these different game worlds, they are connected by the player, and he can set his focus wherever he wants. So he can focus on building really big moon colonies, or he says, no, I like them only to support Earth and build big metropolises on Earth. It's all up to the players. This is really a sandbox game with narrative elements, but the player is the king. His freedom is the most important thing here.
So you mentioned a narrative. Are you going to be going into any details about that?
Yeah, we will go into details later on that, but there is a main narrative in the game, even though it's a sandbox game. So you're starting as the underdog corporation, being called to a Luna licensing program. So you take part in that to get a license to be able to go up to Moon. And as I said, once you're up there, the competition gets real hard, and there's even some evil guys showing up, and you will be able to save the world, of course, in the end, but I will talk about that later, because there's still some way to go until November 3rd, when this game is going to be released this year.
Wonderful. Dirk, thank you so much for joining me. Cannot wait to play later this year.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Guys, make sure you stay tuned here on the GameSpot stage. We've got more awesome games coming up here from E3 2015. Welcome back to GameSpot Stage here at E3 2015. I am joined by the guys from Platinum Games who are here to show Transformers Devastation. Hi there, could you introduce yourselves please for the stream?
Absolutely. So I'm Robert Conke, producer at Activision. This is Kenji Saito. He is the director from Platinum Games. And this is Atsushi Kuroka, who is the producer from Platinum Games.
Welcome. I think that let's start with the surprise that nobody knew that you guys were working on a Transformers game. How did the game come about?
I think this is for Kuroka-san. So, TF はかなりのびっくりでした。それはどうやってもうこのゲームが作られるようになりました？
そうですね。最初はアクティビジョンさんの方からそういったオーダーがありまして、そういう依頼を受けたっていうところから始まってますけれども、今回も素晴らしいタイトルのお仕事というかテーマをいただいて、我々の力を十分発揮できるようなIP も与えていただいて非常に感謝してます。
So it originally came from actually Activision. So we work with Hasbro and we've done many a Transformers game. And we threw it their way and said, Transformers, what do you guys got? And they had some really cool ideas, and we ended up working with them on it. And they said they were super stoked to be able to work on such a cool brand. So
you guys were Transformers fans. What is it like to work on such a well-established and famous franchise?
Sure. じゃあトランスフォーマーズのファンとしてトランスフォーマーズのゲームが作れるっていうことで、どんな気分ですか？
そうですね。僕はやっぱり子供の頃から、トランスフォーマーが好きで、自分もおもちゃで遊んだ世代でアニメも見てた。やっぱりそういう作品に関われるっていうのは、とてもそうですね。楽しみながら作っていると同時に、ちょっとみんなのもう分かっているところもあるので、ちょっとプレッシャーも感じます。
So he said it's kind of a mix of pressure and a lot of fun. So he's been playing with Transformers since he was a kid, right? It was right in his generation, so it meant a whole lot for him to be able to do it. But he does feel like there's a lot of expectation riding around it, so there's pressure there.
So let's talk about there's a wider sort of legacy and canon when it comes to Transformers because you've got the old cartoons, you've got the comics, you've got the new gritty movies.
Sure.
Where are we pulling from for Transformers Devastation?
Sure. So I can answer that one. So we've been pulling from a multitude of places actually. So the key places that we're pulling from are the IDW comic book series. They did a Generation 1 reboot that started in 2005. The Generations toy line from Hasbro, as well as, of course, the original TV show. All these kind of put together into one modern package to kind of pay homage to the rich history of Transformers.
For sure. And I mean the visuals as well, because it kind of retains the comic book look and the cartoon look, but it also has sort of cell shading as well.
Exactly.
Was that a deliberate decision?
It was. Yes, that's exactly what they were going for. And if you want, they can
Yeah.
talk about it all day if you want.
Yeah, please.
So, やはりコミックブックスとアニメに近い見た目じゃないですか。それがやはり狙いだったのでしょうかっていう。
そうですね。一番最初セルシェーディングでトランスフォーマーを作ってみないかと、アクティビジョンさんの方から依頼を受けたんですけど、セルシェーディングでやるならもう絶対にこの見た目じゃないと僕は許せないっていうふうに思ったんで、もうこの見た目で絶対行こうと。
So when Activision first brought it to them, we said, hey, we kind of like to see what you guys can do with cell shading, and they said, if we want to use cell shading, it has to look like this, right? Like this is the only way he could imagine it going. So
let's talk a little bit about the combat. We can see here that's the thing with Transformers.
Absolutely.
How are we able to use that in combat and to get around the city?
So there's actually three key ways that I guess you could say four. There's four key ways that transformation is being used. So one is the way that you often see it in a lot of games. It's used for mobility to get around. But there are three unique ways that are in this game that you've never really seen before. So one is you can use it to connect combos. So when you'll see the character fighting and there'll be little blue sparkle, whenever that happens, it's an opportunity to use what we're calling a vehicle attack. You turn into a vehicle, you jump after them, and you can continue your combo. If you're good, you can do that multiple times in a row and actually chain super long, super crazy combos. The other way is actually used defensively, so you can use transformation to dodge attacks. If you hold the button, you'll actually turn into a vehicle after you dodge. And then the last one is what we're calling rush attacks, where if you build up maximum speed as your if you build up maximum speed as a vehicle, and then you attack, you unleash a really, really powerful combo. So
not only within the wider Transformers lore, I guess, and universe, where other inspirations have you drawn from? Especially when it comes to gameplay. I mean, because there's so many ways you can tackle a Transformers game. But I mean, Timur, who went to see the game yesterday, said that there was a little bit that reminded him of Bayonetta, because if you dodge correctly, you can get like witch time.
Yep.
And it's like, time slows. Was that a conscious decision?
Yeah. 今回はフォーカスがあるんじゃないですか。
はい。
ベヨネットに結構似てると思うんですけど、それを作った時の感想を教えていただけませんか。
そうですね。ベヨネッタと似たようなというか、似てるというわけではなくて、今回の TF ではそのスローというところは、反撃攻撃のチャンスというところの目印として使っています。ベヨネッタに関してはそのゲームデザインとしてスローを組み込むことによっての、チャンスタイムになってるんで、そこは結構大きな違いになってます。
So you said there's a very large difference between the way that worked in Bayonetta and here. So here, it's really more about once you've done that dodge, it's an opportunity to do a counterattack that actually leads directly into a vehicle attack.
Yeah.
As opposed to Bayonetta, where it was more of a really big chance to land a bunch of combos. So while the base is the same, the actual in practice, it's much different. So
let's talk a little bit about the story then, because I imagine as Transformers fans, it's an amazing opportunity to be able to imprint your own legacy in there. Where did the idea come from?
So we are actually working with Andy Schmidt, who is a writer for the IDW comic series. He works prominently on All Hail Megatron, which was a really popular portion of that. And he's also worked with us on previous games, War for Cybertron, Fall of Cybertron, and Res of the Darkspark. So he's been an incredible asset, and we managed to it was actually a collaboration between all of us because we needed to match gameplay, but we also needed it to tell a cool story. And so we worked with these guys very closely and managed to get to where we are. But it is set in the Generations universe. And if you want, I can give you the summary.
Yeah, please.
Okay, so the overall summary is the Decepticons arrive on Earth, and it appears that Earth has been is being forcibly and violently transformed into a new Cybertron, and much to the expense of everyone living there. So it's pretty destructive, and so the Decepticons seem to know what's going on, and the Autobots don't really understand it yet. They end up finding this ship that's underground that seems to be the source of it, and the Decepticons get there first, and the Autobots have to stop them. So that's kind of what happens there.
And in terms of the famous metal faces, I suppose, that we're going to see in the game, so Bumblebee, Optimus Prime, who was the most fun to kind of play around with and inject life into?
Ooh, well, that's definitely a matter of opinion, but let's see what they say. 今回のゲームではいくつかのプレイアブルなキャラがいると思うんですけど、作るのが一番楽しかった方はどっちでしょうかっていう。
それ全員から答えて大丈夫なんですか？
You're talking about specifically about the playable characters, or you're talking about all the characters?
I mean, or at least, because there's amazing characters in there, and I imagine they're pulled from all over.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So.
Okay. じゃあやっぱりそのプレイアブルのキャラの
プレイアブルの中から5人からですね。やっぱり僕グリムロックプレイアブルとしては大好きなので、そのグリムロックを作るのがやっぱ楽しかったです。彼だけやっぱり恐竜になれるっていうちょっと特殊なところはあるので、それを生かしたゲームを作って考えていくというのがとても楽しかったです。
So his favorite design was actually Grimlock because he's a cool dinosaur, obviously, but he also is very unique in that he doesn't turn into a vehicle; he turns into a dinosaur, and that really changes things in the way that you approach the game. So just from a character standpoint, as well as a very different gameplay style standpoint, it was incredibly interesting for him.
Wonderful. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me. Best of luck with Transformers Devastation. When can we play it?
This fall this year.
Wonderful. So not long to wait at all.
No.
Guys, make sure you don't go anywhere. More awesome game demos coming right up here on the GameSpot stage.
With GameSpot Presents The Mix at E3 2015. I'm here with Sean from White Rabbit.
Absolutely, yes.
Hey, thanks for being here. And you're here to show us Death's Gambit. This game I've actually heard rumors about. You don't often see that, right? You always like maybe see a trailer or something, but I've actually heard developer rumors because people are so curious about your game that they're talking about it. So I'm really stoked to take a look at it. So let's get right into it. You tell me, I've been told this is kind of a people are saying this is kind of inspired by a Dark Souls feel. It's not an easy game. This is a tough game, but you tell me a little bit more about it.
Yeah, it's like definitely like this Castlevania-ish, Dark Souls-ish, Dark Shadow of the Colossus-ish game. If you look at our trailer, you'll see
all the really difficult games together. And you get Death's Gambit.
All the games with crazy boss fights in 2D. Make it into like this 2D like action RPG platformer. It does have like a lot of RPG elements. So you can see here right now. It's like pretty hack and slash.
You are a badass. Just destroyed those people.
But it also has heavy, slow weapons, right?
Okay.
It's all about timing your attacks. But yeah, it's all about exploring this non-linear world. You go find like what is the next boss you got to beat and get stronger, get gear. Whenever you fight a boss, you get gear, and depending how you beat him, you actually get different items.
Okay. Yeah, I can see right in the lower left here, you got a bow and a sword, but what's that below that?
So below that actually are some abilities. So in your kind of like toolkit is you have 2 weapon slots and ability slots. Yep, this guy's strong.
Oh my god.
Yes, so the ability slots on the bottom, you can equip them at a save point.
Okay.
And those you can find from the world. You can get that while killing bosses and for merchants as well.
Okay.
And so also one of our main mechanics really is when you die in this game, you...
Which might happen.
No?
Well,
hopefully not, so we can show the full demo. But yeah, the Phoenix feathers drop. So those are healing items.
Okay.
In the Souls games, you
right,
have
full
Estus
health
flasks.
Now. Yes, right.
But here it's Phoenix feathers,
okay.
and those are pretty much your only way to heal.
Okay.
So
is it in the system then where you can obtain more flasks, and when you do that, it's a huge deal, right?
Yeah,
because now you can travel farther.
Exactly. And it's an even bigger deal because the save points, at save points, you can actually choose to have less healing items for more damage.
Okay.
So it's kind of a risk-reward factor of, man, do I want to go with less heals or do I want, less heals for more damage.
That's
so when
pretty
you get,
cruel.
Well, actually, it's really good for some boss battles,
Right.
If you're like, actually, I think I can dodge everything, I just need more damage, let's go.
Okay. And it looks like you're going to have a wide range of enemies here. I mean, we've just started, and I've already seen probably like 6 or 7 new enemies. So you've like
no encounter is ever the same.
Okay.
Well, in the sense that like each like as you progress towards a boss, you will each see there's another unique enemy. We don't want the player to keep repeating the same models, the same like combat scenarios.
And how many different areas have you made in this game?
Well, the one that we're showing right now is Alduin. We haven't really revealed how many areas we've developed so far.
This is like a castle area, but is there different environments?
Oh yeah,
forests
yeah. There's pretty much all kinds of areas. There's this ice area called the Obsidian Plateau, as well as some, I will say, very surprising elements of, I will say, sci-fi that I can't really get into too much.
Yeah, there seems like there's going to be secrets living in the world.
It's not all medieval at all, for sure. And so as I was saying, the healing is real important because when you die, you have to go pick up your healing items. Yeah.
Okay, and now what can you divulge about the story at all? Like, what are we doing here?
Yeah, for sure. So the one thing that we really revealed is that it begins when your character is at the verge of his demise, kind of like right now. But he's at the verge of his death, and death himself comes to him. He offers him salvation in exchange for doing a mission for him.
Okay.
Which actually involves killing immortals, because death doesn't like immortals.
Right, he likes to kill. He wants people to die.
Yeah.
We all die.
He's just tired of these guys. They just don't want to die. So that is basically what we've revealed so far. And this is the journey of you completing Death's mission that he gave you.
Man, that guy's a beast.
Yeah. As you can see, I will mention that the person who's playing the demo has played this far many times. Like,
yeah,
everyone.
But he's not unscathed. Like, I think we're seeing a little bit of just how much difficulty can be in this game, and that's not to deter people, because difficulty is what makes you appreciate the game so much. I mean, anyone who is a fan of the Dark Souls series, like, that's what makes it so good, is when you actually do end up beating like the horse's chariot, is you're just like, yes, and you feel amazing about yourself, and then you quit and you go to sleep. Like, when I play games like these, I actually have calm down games that I play for half hour before I go to sleep, because I get so angry and excited that I can't actually like relax. So it seems like it's in that same vein. You've really done a good job at creating, you know, anxiety, but then also reward for that.
Welcome back to the GameSpot stage here at E3 2015. It's day 3, but that doesn't mean we've got a shortage of games to show. Oh no, we have got Batman Arkham Knight, and joining me on the couch here we've got Sefton Hill from Rocksteady Games. Hello, and Ian, who is the lead, sorry, what was your role? The lead designer and the game director. So, you know, the guys to talk about Batman Arkham Knight.
Anyway.
That's on your business card.
Yeah, that's right.
So guys, you brought a live gameplay demo for us so we can see the game in action.
Yeah.
Do we want to hop in?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's jump right in. We'll show you the size and spectacle of Gotham City right there.
It's pretty big.
This is running on PlayStation 4.
Yep.
And one of the big things we're going for is to create a world with all of the detail and richness and love that we had in the previous games on a much bigger scale than ever before. You can see, diving right in, you can see how much texture and life there is in the world.
Yeah.
It's a really big thing for us. Obviously, introducing the Batmobile as well is the other big key feature we're showing, and you'll all be playing in under a week. So you can see here, streets are really populated with thugs. The story is basically that scarecrows threaten the city with a chemical weapons attack, and it's part of a ploy from all of the supervillains working together to take down Batman. So they decided, following the death of Joker at the end of Arkham City.
Spoilers for Arkham City.
Sorry, spoiler. They totally spoiled the game.
I mean, if you haven't played it by now, first of all, what are you doing?
Exactly. Exactly. You deserved it if you hadn't played it
Yeah.
by now. Yeah, so the game follows those events, and following the events of Arkham City, you've got this period now where the supervillains are all, with the removal of Joker, that chaotic factor's gone, and they've decided if we're going to get rid of the Bat once and for all, we all need to work together. So this is a coordinated attack by all the different supervillains on Gotham City, which is why it's populated by all of these gangs that have moved in following the evacuation.
Yeah. So what are we going to be seeing today? So right now we've just seen a little bit of action, a little bit of gliding. But I understand you guys are going to be showing off something that we've never seen in Arkham Knight
Yeah,
before.
that's right. Yeah, we're going to show off one of the crime scenes that are around the city. So Ian's going to jump in the car. You can see anyone near the car gets blown away. This is the most wanted wheel, which is a really important part of the game because this is where you select what you want to do. One of the things that Cash has told you about is that there's a mysterious body in the city. So when you go to GCPD, you meet Aaron Cash, you meet Gordon, and they'll tell you about this mysterious body that the forensics team or the police discovered. They didn't have time to investigate. It was just really strange. So Batman's going to go and investigate this crime scene.
World's greatest detective has to do some grunt work.
Exactly, he needs to do some hardcore detective work. It's always been a big feature of the Arkham games, the detective side. So this is a bit of a murder mystery, if you like. There's these bodies planted around.
Oh, that was really nice, sort of like using the momentum of the Batmobile to sort of propel yourself forward there.
Yeah, that's a huge part of the game, is kind of mixing up the car and the gliding and perfecting those two skills together.
Yeah.
So here we have this body here.
Yeah.
Batman's talking back to Alfred. If you see, there's writing on the floor as well.
Oh, flawed.
It's
Okay.
a mysterious body that he finds. So Batman's going to investigate.
Let's check it out.
And the game is fairly dark, to be honest, because it's the culmination of all three games, because it's the kind of epic conclusion.
I mean, that's the thing about Batman is that, yes, he is a superhero, but really in the dark sense of the word, in that Gotham is not like the airy-fairy kind of, oh, you know, save me, save me. It's, you know, it's a cartoon, it's a comic, but it's dark.
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
you have to read, some of the comic books, especially, just get to really, really weird, dark, twisted places.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of our inspiration comes from there. So just while Ian's looking at this, as he's scanning around the body, he's looking for clues. You can see the scanner that he has can look through different layers. So he's looking through the material at the skin layer. Something strange about the ear, so Batman's going to scan that and identify what's wrong with that. Yeah. And what's happened here is he's found the body. All the distinguishing features of the body have been stripped off. So he's now looking for a way to identify who this is. You see on the left side of the screen, there's 2,000 matches for that ear deformity, for that specific ear deformity. And Ian's scanning around to find if there's any other elements of that body which are going to narrow down and allow Batman to sort of pinpoint who this is.
So we've gone through the skin level, and now we're sort of really going into the deep tissue here.
Yeah, that's deep tissue now. The muscle layer, the deep tissue layer, and then we can go one layer further than that as well and actually look to the bone. You can move between those three layers looking for clues.
Oh, so that guy swallowed a ring.
So he swallowed a ring, yeah, and that's part of his story. And you'll unravel the story of these victims throughout the city. And you're looking kind of for what interconnects them. There's a serial killer loose in Gotham.
So can I pick up this mission like at any point, or
Yeah,
is it
so-
just triggered by
yeah.
a certain story mission?
Yeah, so basically one of the great things about moving to, you know, next gen, I call it next gen, current gen now, is all of these things exist concurrently in the city. So anytime you want to go and investigate, you're going to come across things like this. And actually, if you listen carefully here, again, it's not something we talked about before, there's this really distinctive opera music playing. And as you're moving through the city, if you hear that opera music, that's a good indication that there's something around to find. And you'll kind of use that audio clue to track this down.
Yeah.
And actually, you would have seen on some of the trailers we released before, some of the gameplay trailers,
Yeah.
you would have heard as Batman was gliding around, if
bit
you
of
listen
opera.
carefully, a little bit of opera music kicked in, and that's a clue as to where some of the victims
A
are.
clue that
so-
something nefarious is going on.
Exactly, definitely. Yeah.
Just quickly, I mean, I forgot to ask this question earlier, but while they were going through that database, who are those people? Is that the development team, family and friends?
Could be.
Could be Gotham City residents. So where is the investigation taking us now?
So basically, we have a number of bodies around the city. Ian's going to have a look to see if we can find any others. But the great thing about the Batmobile is where it can go. So it's not like any other normal car. So we're going to investigate up here and see if we can jump across, even onto the roof of this train station. See, there's ramps around here.
Yeah.
And the great thing about the car is the way it's so maneuverable and different to any other vehicle you've played in any other game. You can
so
see
him switching into battle mode there to kind of really just get that turn.
Yeah, so if you look at how tight the movement is across here, battle mode allows you this really precise movement, smashes through objects, and allows you this very precise, specific movement throughout the city.
Yeah.
So it's something really different, and then you can go back instantly between battle mode and pursuit mode.
Yes, because it's just holding down the
LT
trigger.
at any time, yeah, LT, L2 at any time. See, there's loads of secrets around the city as well. So if you come up here, you bring the car up here. You need the car to blast through these walls. So lots of the secrets require you to use a bit of the car and a bit of Batman as well. And even the remote control in a Batman. So the remote control in the Batmobile allows you to use them as two separate entities to solve loads of these puzzles. We'll show you something else really cool here with the Batmobile.
So we just briefly saw there, Edward Nigma, obviously not one to be a bit lazy and just let other people cause trouble. He's leaving stuff around the city. He's got Riddler. He's got his Riddler racetracks as well.
Yeah.
Where he's just determined to get one over on Batman.
Yeah, we can show you a bit of the racetracks as well. If you want to see a really cool move here, actually, is that you attach the grapple to a building. You can actually drag the car up the side of the building. So again, I don't think that's something we've ever shown in a live demo
I don't think
before.
I've ever seen that. That's awesome.
It's a really cool feature that you have to sort of think about the car very differently to any other vehicle because it's so multi-purpose. Because it is the only vehicle you get to use, so we wanted to make it the best vehicle, I guess, in any game ever. That was like our challenge that we set ourselves. So,
so we're just gliding over the vast, like, how big is Gotham City now compared to, I guess, the annex of it that we saw in Arkham City?
Yeah, so Arkham City was big. Gotham City is at least five times the size of Arkham City. And while keeping that same density of detail and care and love in each square meter. So as you can see here, the richness of the level, it's something that could only be done PlayStation 4, Xbox One, it's something that can only be done on these new gen of consoles. You see everywhere we go, look at the textures on the ground, the richness. You mentioned about Riddler, we can even, as we're right here now, we can go in and have a look at what Riddler's got around for us. So we have he's basically challenged Batman to come to these different areas. In fact, actually with this one, if you come here early, and we were talking before about how everything exists in the city concurrently, if you discover this for yourself, and if you're watching this video, you'll get a good idea of watching us play, and you'll get a good idea of where to go. You can come here before Riddler's even ready for you.
Oh, brilliant.
And he'll give you a little chance to play this first track before he's even actually set up what are the big stakes for the day, which he explains all a little bit later. So.
All right, so we're just descending down into the sewers now.
Yeah, completely seamless. So everything in the game is seamless. There's not a single loading screen in the whole game from start to finish. And that's really important for us as well because we want the world to have that lovely, coherent, consistent feel. You know, and every time you hit a loading screen, it takes you out of that. It makes you remember you're playing a game. So.
I mean, there's no point in trying to be the Batman, I guess, if you're constantly pulled out to a screen.
And you remember that you're playing a game and getting loading hints and everything. So we pushed that even further than we've ever done before. Seamless streaming throughout the whole game.
So I feel like we're being lectured a little bit. Maybe Riddler's making fun of us. And now this is the racetrack.
Yeah, so these are Riddler's challenges, and some of them are more racetrack challenges, and some of them are puzzles where you have to hang the Batmobile. Well, I won't spoil them. Some of them are really intricate puzzles where you're using both. This is the very first one, so it's kind of an introduction. And you'll see how it develops and evolves as you race around as well. So Riddler's basically taunting you. He'll use any opportunity to try and taunt you.
To get in your head.
He's getting in your head all the time. And actually the Riddler story in the game, again, without giving too much away, is something that is really interesting where that goes. He has a bigger role than he's ever had before. And it's a lot more than just collecting the trophies. There's a whole arc that Riddler has.
Because he's always sort of been on the fringe, I guess.
Yeah,
not really directly causing chaos, but taking part in it. And now it seems like he's really getting into the fray.
Oh, yeah, he's getting his hands dirty this time. I mean, he's hell-bent on revenge. For those who played through to the end of Arkham City and actually got to the final denouement of Riddler's arc, you'll know that Riddler's really annoyed and really wants payback for what happened at the end of that game. So he's gone to a really extreme lengths to get his revenge.
I really wonder how he's funded all this. It seems like quite an over-enthusiastic way.
We do actually explain in the game partly how he even built these huge constructions. He's had a little mechanical help, it would be fair to say.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that's how he's built these crazy huge contraptions. And you can see, as Ian's playing through here, how the level's manipulating and changing as he races through. And every lap he does, it gets more and more difficult.
So what would happen if I were to fall off, if Ian were to fall off right now?
Yeah, so what happens if you do crash? Here we go, we'll show you.
Oh.
We do a very quick reset to get you back in. So we don't punish you, it's just, you lose a bit of time because it's all against the clock. But boom, you get to go again very quickly.
Yeah.
So it's an important thing. Look, we want to keep it generous. You know, big thing for us is making sure everyone gets to enjoy the game as well. Yeah. And then the more you play, obviously the harder it gets. And some of the later Richard challenges are really, really tough. Some of the toughest stuff we've ever done in the whole game.
So we see here we're on lap 3 of 3.
And it's
Things
getting
are getting
super
faster,
tough now. You can
furious.
see how quick you got to go through these things. You'll see the floor detonates below Ian here.
Oh,
so he needs to kind of ride over the top of the loop.
Oh my god. Doing remarkably well. You only died once, and that's because I told you to.
I know. He's played it once or twice before.
I imagine. I imagine.
So it helps when you've designed it. Oh, look, I gave you the big build-up.
So close. I feel like I jinxed that.
Yeah. So driving along the wall, switch in, and then the last big challenge to hit the last big ramp.
Yep.
Move the wall out of the way mid-air, so that wall, skip that out of the way, but then put the landing platform back in.
Perfect.
Boom. And
12 seconds to spare.
Yeah.
So you see, we've got more Wayne Tech points, upgradable trees. Let's talk a little bit more about that, because that's the great thing about Batman is that he has all these abilities, all these great gadgets, all these things that he can use in his arsenal to take down everybody in Gotham.
Yeah, so Ian's showing you a little bit of this here. This is the upgrade system, and you can upgrade the Batmobile weapons, combat, the Batsuit. There's a ton of upgrades in the game, more than we've ever done before.
Yeah.
And you can, if you go back to Batmobile, while you're here, some of the coolest ones, if you go one down into the Afterburner Recharge, you've also got the Eject one up. You don't quite have enough upgrade points for it, but the Eject is one I definitely recommend you get soon, because it allows you to fire Batman even higher up out the car and just glide and transition from being low down in the streets to high above the sky is great. And every mission you play, every most wanted mission you play, gives you upgrade points.
Yeah.
So if you're hunting down Scarecrow and you feel like you need a helping hand, if you feel like you want to upgrade the Batmobile or Batman, then go and do some of the most wanted missions, and you can quickly boost up Batman when you play through.
But it's not only the Scarecrow or Riddler that we have to worry about. There's a new adversary in town, and one that you guys actually came up with.
Yeah.
Let's talk a little bit about the Arkham Knight.
Yeah, so the Arkham Knight, it's a huge privilege for us to be able to create a new character in this universe. It's someone who we wanted to complement Scarecrow, because Scarecrow's the psychological threat. He wants to tear apart the myth of Batman and Batman's psyche, but to do that he needs some muscle. You know, he needs someone who can confront Batman as a physical opponent. So the Arkham Knight is that. He's someone who commands this huge militia force, this huge drone army, and the two of those team up together are what provides such a tough challenge for Batman. And it's kind of it's sort of strange in the sense that although it's our most epic game ever, it's by far the biggest game we've ever made, with the most content we've ever made. The story is our most personal story we've ever told. Like, this is an attack on everything it means to be Batman. They want to destroy the myth of Batman. So it's a very much a much more like Arkham City. We went for kind of an ensemble cast, and for this, it's a really focused, dedicated attack on everything it means to be the Batman. So it's, in a sense, an epic game, but there's quite a lot of the Arkham Asylum DNA in this game as well.
I mean, one of the things that we haven't really seen in Arkham Knight, and obviously the game's out in a couple of weeks, is the claustrophobic Predator room style gameplay. But you have got things like the fear takedown, so we know that those elements are definitely still in
they're in there, and it's one of the things that we kind of wanted the players to experience for themselves quite a lot, because they're so dynamic. Those things change every time you play, and that's actually something that the Arkham Knight really brings to the party, is that we have an adaptive AI system, and as you play those rooms, he studies the tactics you use. So if you're doing silent takedowns, he'll tell his guys to buddy up. If he sees you moving around in floor grates, he tells his guys to start mining the floor grates and searching in the floor grates. So if you use a tactic too much, he notices that and starts counteracting your tactics. So you have to kind of switch your tactics dynamically as you play. And one of the things we don't like, so the enemies are also more aggressive. They also have sentry guns they deploy. So if they detect that you're doing too many takedowns in an area, they'll deploy a sentry gun to block that off.
To try and make you switch things up. That reminds me of the excellent, I mean, it's one of my favorite boss fights ever, is of course the Mr. Freeze boss fight, and that you can't use the same thing twice.
Yeah.
And I believe I know what's going to happen here. This is an example of your dual play.
Yeah, that's right. So we have Nightwing here as well. So one of the big things is Catwoman, Nightwing, and Robin fighting alongside all three of those at different points of the story. Nightwing's working with you, taking down Penguin's weapon caches, so you get these great dual team moves. So boom.
Oh, there you go, take him out in midair.
Yeah, and when you do the dual team move, you switch between the characters as well. Yeah.
Was it nice to be able to like welcome these faces back again as playable characters?
Yeah, so this is the first time they've been fully integrated into the story as well. So previously what we've done is we've had them in challenge maps, but now seamlessly, as you saw here, Ian drops straight in through the skylight into this Penguin weapons cache, and immediately Nightwing joins in, and the two of them are fighting alongside. And you'll get that dynamic system of moving between them throughout the game, and it adds a new element. It's definitely still a Batman game.
Yes.
So like that's the key thing. It's all about Batman, and it's about the way Batman interacts with these other characters. But getting to play them and getting to feel like Batman working alongside them is a big part of being Batman, right?
Of course. Well, Stefan and Ian, thank you so much for bringing Arkham Knight onto the GameSpot stage. Cool. When is the game out? Because it's really soon.
Yeah, that's right. One of the great things is E3, you're normally waiting a year to play stuff, right? Well, this is out next Tuesday, June 23rd.
Wonderful. Thank you guys so much. Guys, make sure you stay tuned here at the GameSpot stage at E3. More awesome demos coming right up. Welcome back to the GameSpot stage here at E3 2015. I am joined by Justin and Kyle from PopCap, bringing us Plants vs. Zombies Garden Warfare 2. So guys, we just spoke a little bit about this before we started rolling, but the reveal on the Xbox stage in what has been one of the best E3s ever, how does that feel?
It's honestly amazing. I mean, it was great to be able to show our game on both stages. I think it's a testament to sort of where Garden Warfare has, grown to. I mean, when we started Garden Warfare 1, it was a small game. In fact, it was just going to be an Xbox Live Arcade game and, PlayStation Store game. And halfway through development, we were like, wow, this this is really something. Like, this is really fun. And so we're like, we should add more. So then, you know, it was just going to be competitive multiplayer. Then we added our co-op mode. We just kept adding features and features. And then that was Garden Warfare 1. You know, fast forward to today, and we have Garden Warfare 2. And as you can see, we're really throwing pretty much everything we have at this game.
So, I mean, it was a great surprise as, like, fans of Plants vs. Zombies, because you're taking a tower defense game and you're taking a shooting game and putting tower defense in it, you're taking a tower defense and putting shooting in it, but it works, and you're kind of in that amazing company where it's a shooter, but it's not something that's bloody and gory, and it's fun.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
You know, the Plants vs. Zombies franchise is built off its characters, great characters, and then this world is kind of evolving around it, and that's where the ton of fun is for us. So basically, we've started off with these characters and started bringing them to life, and they've evolved over time into and there's sort of a core pillars that we develop. You know, the game is based off of accessibility, humor, and depth. And when you put those pieces together, something like Garden Warfare comes out where you've got fans of us, shooter fans, that really like the depth of a shooter mechanic, but when you add in the accessibility pieces and the humor, it appeals to a really broad audience. And you're not there Twitch, oh my gosh, I died. It's okay when you get killed by a dancing sunflower. It's kind of funny. You laugh at it, and you're back out into the garden doing your next sort of thing.
I think that's the thing, is that all the characters, I mean, we can see here, they're funny to watch. They have their own personalities. They're just adorable. And even Zomboss himself is like, he's an adorable villain.
Yeah, we spend a lot of time on our character development. We go through multiple iterations. Every single one, we want to find that charm, that humor. I mean, humor is so important for this game. We want it to be a competitive, strategic, and deep game, but we also want it to make people laugh. So that's an interesting balance when you think about it. And one of the things that we were really excited about for this game is just the overall theme of the universe. So in Garden Warfare 2, the zombies have won. They won the war in Garden Warfare 1, and they've taken over. So now Dr. Zomboss and his zombie minions have basically converted, you know, the backyard that you know into Zomburbia. You know, that's his vision of the way the world should be.
And so which kind of like modes are we seeing return? Because I'm excited so we had Garden Ops, and now it's Graveyard.
Exactly. So we've got a couple of, you know, by putting the plants on attack, it's allowed us to do a couple of things. So we've got an all-new 24-player multiplayer mode that puts the plants on the attack as well, that we like to call Herbal Assault. And they're basically coming back and trying to take over Zomburbia. And then we've got sort of what we're seeing here and what we've demoed. And this is our 4-player zombie co-op mode that we call Graveyard Ops. And basically, it has the plants, and it's allowed us to invent the whole new, what we like to call the weed swarm. That was kind of where it started. What is this massive plants that they're always going to be facing off against? And you know, we're kind of out in our yard, and there's weeds coming through the cracks, and there's weeds coming through, and it just was like, that's the perfect sort of thing. Zomboss loves metal and building stuff, and the weeds are constantly growing out and taking it down, and then from there we could start building all these great big bosses. There's so many characters in the PvZ universe, and again, right here, the idea of the boss slot mechanic, you never know what's going on. Sometimes it's great, and then it's kind of like, well, jackpot, but it's jackpots means you're facing off a ton of Gigatorch woods.
Oh, wow, that tree just kind of grew out of the ground. When it comes to, you've got a bunch of new classes. Let's talk a little bit about the new guys we're going to be playing as, because I think another great thing that you're doing is stuff you've unlocked in the original game is coming. You'll be able to access it in Garden Warfare 2, is that correct?
Yeah, that's right. So any character that you've unlocked in Garden Warfare 1, you're going to be able to then transfer into Garden Warfare 2 if you want to. Some people just want to unlock them again. That's totally okay. Me, I'll take my army and move them forward. In addition to that, you know, we have the 6 brand new classes. We're creating brand new variants for all of the existing Garden Warfare 1 characters as well. So you're going to see crazy new versions of those characters. That's going to bring the total number of playable characters in Garden Warfare 2 to over 100 now.
Wow. How are you going to choose? Like,
we leave that up to you.
It's going to be sat in the menu screen for ages. So we have new classes as well. We saw on the Xbox stage a very suave-looking, like tangerine thing going on.
Yeah, it's
you want to talk
cool.
about these guys?
I mean, basically, by putting the zombies on a little bit more defense and the plants a little more offense, it allowed us to introduce new play styles into the game. And so you go from the imp and the mech, where the imp's the smallest, fast guy. He's really up to your knee. He can also sort of play with cover, but then he whips in and whips out, doing lots of stuff. But when he gets in trouble and gets to where he needs, he can call down his Z-mech and become the biggest and strongest character in the game and stomp on those plants and do all sorts of great stuff. And then we've got other characters, like we introduced Captain Deadbeard the Pirate, who's really the zombies' long-range specialist.
Yeah.
And so he's got a feature that we really like in Garden Warfare 2 is we're making the weapons a little bit more adaptive. So not only when you have his weapon normally and you pull the right trigger up close, we call it the scurvy scatter shot, and it takes stuff out close. But when you pull in that left trigger to zoom, his telescope comes out and it becomes a long-range sniper rifle and really gives him a lot of utility on the field. And then he's got his parrot pel that lets him fly around, drop in explosions. And then, yeah, he's got a couple of other crazy things from his well, every pirate has a trusty barrel, and he hops into his barrel when it gets in trouble.
Every pirate has a barrel.
Every pirate, that's what we've determined on our team. It's a known fact that every pirate has a barrel. But you're in there, you don't take any damage, or you take reduced damage, you're safe, and then you basically pull the trigger, light the fuse, and boom, into a crowd you go. Justin's got a few other tricks he likes to do with that barrel.
Oh, yes. And then we've got the superhero character. And then on the plant side, we've got Citron, who you were referring to. So he's actually a bounty hunter orange from the future.
Because of course he is.
Of course.
We've also got Colonel Corn, and he is a Corn that was fighting overseas. And when he heard that the zombies have taken over suburbia, he's come back to lend a hand. And he's going to be more of a run-and-gun assault class. And then we have Rose. And Rose is a mystical seer from the past, and she had basically a vision of the future, and it was full of zombies. So she's traveled through time to use her magical arts and help out the plant team.
What can her magical arts do?
Yeah, I mean, so time travel is a big part of this as well. You know, characters coming from different time periods. It's part of PvZ universe now, and we're really excited about all those new classes.
Yeah, but Rose is kind of cool. I mean, she's a bit mischievous, and so she's got a spell. So with a flick of her wrist, she's got that wand. She can literally turn a zombie into a goat. And if you're that zombie player got turned into a goat, you're going to be a playable goat running around the game.
You can only play a goat in our game as a zombie in Garden Warfare 2.
Wonderful. And guys, we'll be seeing the game early next year, I believe. No firm release date just yet. Justin, Carl, thank you so much for joining me. Guys, make sure you don't go anywhere. For more of GameSpot's coverage, head over to GameSpot.com, YouTube.com/E3, and of course Hitbox.tv/GameSpot. We've got more awesome demos coming up on the stage. Make sure you don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the GameSpot Stage here at E3 2015. I am joined on the couch by the lovely Justine. Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm very well. How are you doing?
Doing great. Thanks for having me. This is amazing.
Yes, thank you for coming on. How are you holding up? It's day 3. This is when everyone kind of flatlines a little bit.
Slowly. Well, I feel like I've been doing this like for the whole week because we started with the Nintendo Championships on Sunday, which was so much fun. I mean, watching these guys do these crazy speed runs, especially that end, if anybody watched it, oh my god, it was just super intense.
I know, I'm really gutted that I missed it because I was working or something, but I kept seeing like all the feed, and was a mini shoutcaster as well.
Oh my goodness, he was so amazing.
So I just kind of, I want that guy and his kid to start a channel, basically.
Yeah, no, it was great, and it was really cool because Splatoon is such a fun game too, and kind of hearing it from a kid's perspective, and hearing his take on it and his strategies. I mean, it was so much cooler than, your usual shoutcaster, so he did such a great job.
I mean, that's the thing, like, we had the LEGO Dimensions guys on earlier, and they were saying that when they were playtesting and they were showing it to kids are playing it in a really different way. So it'd be amazing to hear, like, kids' perspectives on games like Splatoon, where it's not necessarily like the usual tactics go, really.
No, it's awesome, and I haven't got to play LEGO Dimensions yet. That is on my list today.
No, it was there. It was in arm's reach. I didn't steal the Gandalf like I'd planned to. But it looks amazing, and they were showing off the portal level. I'm in love.
It looks so great because I love Amiibo, and I love sort of like the whole Skylander and that aspect of it, taking these real life toys and implementing them into the games. I mean, it's so much fun, and I love collecting the Amiibo. I mean, I haven't actually got to see them all yet, but the 30th anniversary Mario Amiibo is so awesome.
It's the flat one.
Yeah, it's like the 8-bit. Oh, it's beautiful.
Ali from Nintendo actually bought the Yarn Yoshi.
I haven't seen them yet. Were they amazing?
They were so soft. And it's just, a knitted Amiibo. It was the best. But what have your highlights been from the show?
So I did get to play Mario Maker, which was actually really, really fun. I mean, you've seen the demos and all of that kind of stuff, but until you actually get your hands on it, and you see a level that you have just created, and it's so much fun. My only complaint, though, is I'm left-handed, so when I'm drawing on the Mario Maker, the hand is actually right-handed.
So sort that out, Nintendo.
If that's my only complaint, I think we're going to be all right.
I love that video when they were showing Mr. Miyamoto, someone had designed this really difficult level for him, and they just gave it to him, and he was like, trying to struggle through.
That's the problem too. Is you can make levels be, oh, there it is. There's the right-handed Mario Maker hand. But it's amazing. I mean, you can create anything you want, and it's kind of going to be amazing. I think this is going to change the game for a lot of like live streamers. Because you can watch these people make the levels, and then there's this huge social aspect, so you can just share it out and everybody can play it.
Yeah. So what else have you seen?
Star Fox was awesome.
Yes. So this is a shared one that we have because I played Star Fox.
Did you get a lot of time with it, or did you just get like a couple minutes? Did you get a lot of time?
No, I got to. I did it before the show.
Yeah.
So there's no one here. Still failed at the boss. Like I got all the way, and then the last minute I crashed into it. Couldn't get out.
Just as I was getting a hang of the controls, because it's so different because you're not only looking at the television, but you also have to look at the gamepad too at times to get the more precision, accuracy shooting. So by the time I got the hang of the controls, I was like, no, I have to go. But it was really fun, and I think people are going to really love it.
Yeah. What else have you been playing?
What else did I play? Black Ops 3. I got to play the multiplayer yesterday, which it was really fun. And they announced 2 new specialists here, so it was kind of great. I think there's 3 more that they have that they're going to announce. Also got a chance to check out a HoloLens demo.
I'm so jealous.
When they announced that at the press conference on the Xbox on Monday, I mean, I lost my mind. And being there in the audience and seeing everyone else's reactions in real life, I mean, it was kind of intense. And if anybody hasn't seen this yet,
it's amazing.
It's crazy. I mean, you will be playing Minecraft right here, and they lifted the level up. And, this was, okay,
so this is the Halo
Yes, this is their little demo that they did. And when you put it on, my initial reaction, I was absolutely in shock because you saw a real-life objective line just show up right in front of you, and you were supposed to follow it.
It's amazing. I mean, is the headset itself like heavy? I mean,
it wasn't that heavy, surprisingly. I mean, when you're holding it, it's a little bit heavier, but when you put it on, however, they have sort of like 2 different bands that kind of like match to your head shape. So it was actually pretty comfortable. I was really impressed. And it's so different than Oculus because you're looking through the screen and you're actually seeing real life. So you're not sort of enclosed in this VR world.
I think that is the thing with Oculus is that it's sort of like you also have a level of fear that you don't bump into anything.
Exactly.
Whereas with HoloLens, it's glasses and it's the best of both.
It really is, yeah. And it's interesting too, because I had Google Glass really early, so I feel like this is just a bigger version of what Google Glass really had in mind, and man, I'm really excited to see.
But Google Glass is sadly swept under the rug a little bit, but it might be. I think when stuff like HoloLens takes off, Google Glass will just re-emerge triumphantly, saying, well, you thought you've seen The Last of Us.
I mean, it was very early, I feel like, for Google Glass, but I think that was a good test into, you know, like the consumer market to see like what people think and what they can do with it. And it also, I mean, how are they going to make this stuff look cool? Like to wear out in public? I mean, I'm not going to be rolling around with a HoloLens on my face. Actually, I probably would, so I take that back.
I definitely do it within the confines of my house. But, you know, maybe not to get, like, milk from the shop or something.
Who knows? And you're talking about running into stuff, too. It's going to be really interesting because you can look around and maybe there's, you know, an open hole that just sort of appears behind you. Maybe you want to walk through it. So you're going to have to be really careful.
Like, imagine if, I mean, like, they put, like, a Portal game or something on it. There'd be so many people just going, bam.
Yeah. It's going to be amazing. And I think this really is sort of, I mean, it really is a game changer. I mean, you're going to be playing games in a whole new world, in a whole new way. And, you know, if one person, even in the Minecraft demo that they did, you know, you can still play with the person that has the lenses on. So it's going to be cool.
Incredible.
I'm really excited.
So how was the Black Ops 3 multiplayer? So I really liked their reveal trailer.
Yeah.
Because it was fast-paced. It showed off a lot of different stuff.
Yeah.
Which was really nice. It wasn't just shoot with gun. It was run on walls like Titanfall. It was bow and arrow. It was everything.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the complaints, too, from people when they played Advanced Warfare is, you know, they didn't like the exoskeleton. They didn't like this or that. But, I mean, I got so into Advanced Warfare, and so I love sort of that fast-paced game. So Black Ops 3 is a little bit slower. So I think for people, you know, that Advanced Warfare might have been too fast or Black Ops 2 was a little bit too slow. It's sort of a really nice combination of the two because you can do, I mean, you have unlimited, you just always feel like you're running. You have all the different specialists, too, that you can choose from. So it kind of adds another dynamic to the game where, you know, you can just kind of figure out your play style. And yeah, it's going to be really interesting. And the campaign looks awesome, too. Yeah. So you can play with, like, a 4-player campaign co-op. So that's going to be really fun.
Which is something that also Halo's kind of experimenting with Nathan Fillion, reskinned, fresh-faced Nathan Fillion. Which is cool, and you've played that too, right?
I did, yes. I got to play Warzone yesterday. It was fun. I mean, it's just such a massive level, and Halo has always been such a, you know, it's such an amazing game. So to kind of really come back from, you know, the Master Chief Collection to Halo 5. I think they're going to come back in a big way. So I'm excited.
I think they're going to be fun.
Yeah.
Justine, thank you so much for joining me.
Yes,
have a great rest of show.
Thank you.
All right. Guys, make sure you stay tuned to GameSpot.com. We've got awesome demos coming right up. You went a little early there, sorry. Welcome back to the GameSpot Stage here at E3 2015. I'm joined by Chuck, creative director of the Coalition. We're going to be showing off some Gears of War Ultimate Edition. Chuck, how you doing? How has your show been?
Oh, it's been fantastic. The response for Ultimate Edition has been really, really good.
I mean, so Gears is obviously this core Xbox franchise. Like, I mean, we could wax lyrical for so long about what Gears has done for modern gaming, for Xbox. We can if you want. I mean, let's get into the Ultimate Edition. So, obviously Gears 4 is coming out. Is this kind of a way to introduce, because Gears is going to be 10 next year,
Yeah.
which is,
It's amazing, isn't it?
I can't believe it.
I can't believe it either.
No.
I mean, it's been such a privilege to be able to work on the Gears franchise. Obviously, a year and a half ago, Microsoft acquired the license, and that came to the Coalition Studio up in Vancouver.
Yeah.
Along with that, Rod Ferguson, who was one of the co-creators,
Yes.
he came and joined the studio, and that's been a godsend for us. So, the first thing we did is we sat down and started to deconstruct Gears because, it's such a deceptively simple game, but you don't realize until you start to dive into it how everything works together. So what Epic created is really elegant, and it's one of those games that if you don't have somebody like Rod on staff, it's really hard to understand the nuances of the experience. So we spent time doing that, and the idea was, while we're building Gears 4, which we knew was going to be a multi-year effort, how do we get something in the hands of fans as quickly as possible? And the idea was spawned, to build the Ultimate Edition. What we did was, we actually stripped the game all the way down to the core code base, and everything in the game has been rebuilt from scratch. So every character, every enemy, every weapon, all the lighting, VFX, all the cinematics, and the mocap has all been redone from scratch. So it can be one of those premier, showcase products on Xbox One.
So have you done that in engine? So what was the original Gears made in? Unreal?
It was I'm not sure which of it was one of the Unreal
Yeah,
engines,
one of the
sorry,
Unreals.
yeah,
Is this being made in Unreal 4?
No, it's actually being done in an updated version of the Unreal Engine.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's all the original code.
Yeah, I was going to say, that was my question. How then do you port that across?
The Unreal Engine is amazing.
Yeah.
It's a really robust engine. It has a lot of flexibility to it, and the team has, we've gotten great support from Epic, which has been fantastic. We've been partners with them not only on this, but also on the Unreal 4 engine.
Yeah.
So the relationship has been great, and that's really allowed us to do everything that you're seeing in the game today.
So it's been completely rebuilt from scratch. Why was that important to do?
Because I think, because Gears was a showcase product when it came out, and people have such great memories about it. It was one of the first HD games on the system. It was one of those games that you bought to show off to your friends how awesome the system was. If you're going to bring that to Xbox One, you need to maintain the same level of quality and make sure that it's still a showcase product. So for us, it was really important not just to go out and up-res the textures, but to really give the fans, the game that they deserved on Xbox One, especially as the initial product that launched.
And another thing you're doing is the smooth 1080-60.
Yeah.
So what is that going to bring to gameplay? How's that going to change it up?
It's amazing. We've got it playing on the floor, and obviously we announced on Monday after the show that the Ultimate Edition beta was going on right now, so people can go to gearsofwar.com, sign up. It's going to run until Tuesday at 11 a.m.
Yeah.
And what the 1080p 60 frames a second has done is just elevate it to the same level as the best multiplayer experiences on the next-gen system. So it's really fluid, really responsive. It plays really, really smoothly. When you pick it up and play it, it's a whole different experience. It's really amazing.
So which multiplayer modes are available in the beta right now?
We brought TDM over, Team Deathmatch, over from Gears 3, which wasn't available in the original, but it's the most played and most popular multiplayer mode. And we also brought King of the Hill, not the one from the original PC version, but the Gears 3 version.
So you put things from Gears 3 into Gears 1? Was that how did that come about? Was that just a thing, we know fans want this, or is this a thing that kind of wish this was in the first game?
A little bit of both, right? Having Rod on staff was great because he could say, look, this is the reason why we did this in the first game, either because of technological issues or time issues, or we just didn't know any better, right? The Gears franchise has evolved, and every game has gotten a little bit better and a little bit, has more features in it. And what you realize is when you go back and play a game that's 9 years old, you realize very quickly how much the game has evolved over time. And the things that you're used to, like being able to switch weapons or preload a weapon when you're roadie running or pick up a weapon before you get into the active area for it, is really important. It's things that you sort of expect. So we wanted to make sure that those things were able to come to Ultimate Edition, but not change the essence of the experience. So we spent a lot of time with a bunch of the Gears Pro gamers, brought them in very early and talked to them about what are the things you love about the original Gears, what are the things that you'd like us to add, and what are the things that you want us to change or fix from the original. So we have a really special relationship with our community, and those guys have been really instrumental in a lot of the changes that we put into the game, because we're really building it for the fan base.
Yeah. And it's not just how Gears has evolved over time, but it's also how other shooters and third-person games have evolved in that same time period, because everyone's kind of sparking off each other and iterating on these themes. So, I mean, you guys have to, you set the standard, and everyone's kind of copying you a little bit.
Well, I mean, we all have fond memories of games from 10 years ago, right? When you go and play those, in fact, we had this experience. We went, sat down and played it, and we were asking Rod, is this a bug? Is this supposed to be here? And he said, no, that's actually supposed to be there. But in the interim, when you play these other games, you start to get these systems, you start to get these features and things that, you know, have evolved and made the game better, that if you don't have them there, you miss them.
Yeah.
And that's what the fans wanted, and that's what the community wanted. They said, please put this stuff in because we want to be able to mark enemies in multiplayer because it enhances the team-based play, which is really what Gears is all about.
So let's talk a little bit about this, because I noticed you've added a spectator mode. So is this a kind of, typically, which is what we see in esports, so we can get shoutcasters and commentary. Is this a kind of avenue that Gears is going to go down?
I think we'd like to explore it. I mean, as I said, incredibly passionate community that's really been running a lot of tournaments and events on their own, and this is some of the stuff that they asked for. They said, hey, we want LAN support. Because when we're setting one of these things up, we don't always have great internet connection, so we want to be able to have the best possible experience. So we put that in. The other thing we put in is a spectator mode. So when you get a play-by-play guy and a color commentator, they can now take two of the slots and be able to show the action that they want to show instead of being tied to any of the particular players in the match.
So another thing that Microsoft announced on Monday in their press conference was the new Elite controller.
Right.
Have you guys had a chance to use that?
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah.
It's by far and away the best controller I've ever put my hands on. And the great thing about it is it works fantastic with Gears. It's completely customizable. And everything is attached through magnetics. So if you like your stick a little bit taller or you like a round top on it, you just pop one off, pop the other one on, and you get exactly the experience you want. And if you haven't touched it, head over to the booth and try it out.
I mean,
it's got
the
a
booth
great
is
way.
right there.
Yeah, I know. I can't believe you haven't made it over.
No, I looked. There was a queue. And
You
I
can get to the front of the queue.
shove past people to have a go.
Exactly. I'll help you out.
Thank you. So let's have a look at what we can see here. So this is some of the gameplay, which kind of, it just looks, it looks fantastic. I mean,
Thank you.
The artists have done a really amazing job. Let's talk a little bit about, so you kind of got new lighting systems, I assume.
Yeah.
What other small things have really made a big difference?
I mean, it's really just been taking the time to rebuild everything from scratch, right? I mean, it's when you're taking stuff that exists and you're just trying to up-res it, there's always going to be things that don't exactly work right. But when you can take a model, a character, an enemy, a Brumac, something like that, and actually rebuild it, you can sand off all those rough edges, right? So you get exactly the experience you want, and that's why the quality of it is as high as it is. You know, the team at the Coalition and the partners that we have at Splash Damage have done such an amazing job, and they bring that same sort of passion that the hardcore fans in the community have for it. And for them, it's not great until, you know, it's something we're going to be really proud of to put out there. And so we're not cutting any corners with this game at all.
So the Coalition is now the new home of Gears.
Yes.
Why did you guys change your name, by the way? Because you were Black Tusk, and then you kind of changed it to an even more badass name.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we really like the idea of the Coalition, and I think, especially when you think about Microsoft development, there's studios like 343, and when you go to 343, you realize, okay, I'm going to build Halo games, and that's what we're going to do. Same thing with Turn 10. You know, you're going to get Forza, and you're going to build racing experience. And I think it was important, the same thing with the Coalition, to project an image of, hey, we're the stewards of the Gears of War franchise and IP, and when you come to the studio, you know, you need to be a passionate Gears fan. You need to be somebody who wants to build the best possible Gears experience. And by changing the name to embody really what the IP is all about, which is a diverse collection of people coming together to make something great, it felt like it was the right thing to do, and it felt like it really was a natural selection for the studio.
So speaking of fans, obviously you're going to have some really hardcore fans who will go back with the franchise to the beginning. How has that relationship with the studio and the franchise evolved over time, and how can they get themselves involved in terms of feedback and things like that?
Well, obviously, you know, at Gears Viking is Rod Ferguson. He's got a huge Twitter following, and he's always responding to everybody. I'm happy to talk to fans on Twitter. You know, we just launched our new GearsOfWar.com website, which has the new forums and the ability to talk to you know, our main moderator Jack Felling and the team up there. I mean, we really love our community, and they are passionate like nobody I've ever seen. I mean, this has been my first year being introduced to the Gears fan base, and it is unbelievable. You could not ask for a more passionate fan base than the people who love Gears, and they know that we're available for them. We've had people that have been here all 3 days so far, just standing in the queue, playing through the beta on the floor because they love the game so much. And we take the time to talk to them and get their feedback and really balance it out and figure out what the best experience that we can deliver to the fans is.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. When can we get our hands on the Gears of War? What is going on over there? The Gears of War Ultimate Edition.
Well, you can get your hands on the beta today. It runs till next Tuesday. And then the game launches in stores August 25th in the US, August 28th in Europe. And if you buy Ultimate Edition, you actually get early access to Gears of War 4 early beta, and then additionally we announced on Tuesday that we're also supporting the PC. So that's going to have full 4K support, DX12, unlimited refresh rate, so if you have a monster system, which I'm sure you do, it plays unbelievably and looks unbelievably, as well as having support for keyboard and mouse, the Xbox wireless controller, and as we just talked about, the new Elite controller. So those will all work with the PC.
Pretty much every single bell and whistle then.
That's the plan.
Thank you so much for joining me. Guys, my stint is sadly over. I'll be back at the end of the day. I think you got Chris Waters coming up next. Make sure you don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to the GameSpot stage here at E3 2015, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Chris Waters, and joining me on stage, Matt Birch and Mark from Sony. Matt, you work for a developer called Heavy Spectrum.
Yeah, that's
you
right.
you are basically Heavy Spectrum. There's a few other folks on the team, but it's a very small team.
I think, yeah, I mean, we're a really tiny team, but, you know, everybody is part of it, so.
A tiny team, but your game is making a big splash here. It's Shadow of the Beast, and it looks gorgeous, Matt.
Oh, thank you very much. I'm really kind of amazed. It's my first E3 showing the game, and I'm just amazed that people have heard of it. It's fantastic.
Yeah, of course, you guys did the sort of reveal trailer at Gamescom a few years ago, and now the game, we're playing it live right here on the PlayStation 4, and you just picked up +1 blood. But before we get into sort of the mechanics of combat and exploration here, who's this guy?
So the main character in Shadow of the Beast is a guy called Arboron, and he was stolen when he was a baby, and the evil lord, who's king of the domain, turned him into this monster, and then later on he sees his father die, and he goes out for revenge.
He was stolen away from his family, turned into a monster, and now he's out for revenge. I find when you're pursuing revenge, it helps to have like really a lot of spikes coming off of your body. It seems like he finds those useful.
Yeah. I mean, it's everybody seeking revenge should take spikes with them. It's
highly recommended.
Highly recommended.
All right, so Shadow of the Beast is about that revenge. Is about this bloody combat, splattering the screen. What's the kind of sort of feel of the game, the kind of pace of the game you guys are going for?
So, I mean, for me, there's two aspects to the whole world. I mean, we talked a lot about it internally, in our team. And, brutal but beautiful is what we've been trying to go for.
I'm really glad that you didn't combine that into, like, brutiful. Or have you? Come on, you guys have said it, haven't you?
I want to trademark that before anyone else does. Brutiful.
It's all yours. So in this brutiful game, no, I'm not going to say that anymore. I can't make any promises. What did you just do that with all the spikes? Like you got your basic moves, you got your special moves. Talk to me a little bit about Arboron's arsenal.
So one of the things that I really wanted to do, which I don't really see in games these days, is have it so that you can get through hundreds of enemies really quick. I mean, in the fight here that's taking about 2 minutes, 35 guys are being dealt with.
Yeah.
And that's, a pretty high kill ratio.
That's a pretty high kill per minute ratio, yeah.
Particularly when you consider he does almost every single move with his fist.
He's pretty much a melee kind of guy.
He is, exactly, yeah. When you've got spikes for hands, it makes picking up things difficult.
Stick with your strengths.
But yeah, exactly. You're very good at a few things, and killing people is one of them. So, it's kind of a really an area of focus for us in terms of making the game really compelling. We really wanted to make sure that there was something that was really accessible. You could just press triangle and get through guys really quickly. But if you want to do it and get really good at the game, then you've got to really think about crowd control. You've got to really think about getting guys at the exact right time, being really careful with the mechanics, using dodge, using stun, using all these extra things that are at your disposal to really be able to maximize the amount of blood that you get off your enemies. And blood's really important in this game.
Blood is important not just as screen dressing, Not just as effect to sort of go after that brutal but beautiful style. Is it sort of your score tally? Is it a resource you use?
So yeah, blood is a resource that you end up using. So the more you see in the bottom left corner, there's a bar.
Yep.
And that essentially is the amount of blood that Arbron has absorbed into his body. And all the magic in this world is powered with blood. So once that fills up, each one of those segments lets you do a special move. Or you can use all of them to do a blood rage, which my able assistant may demonstrate in a moment. He's doing a special. But that resource becomes really important for you to be able to unlock all of the other moves. And that working out the best way to extract blood from your enemies so that you can get access to these things is really important if you want to get great scores and get platinum medals all the way through the game. So hopefully what it means is that people who just want to go and experience the beautiful vistas and the incredibly strange creatures on some of the levels, really, like, I worry for my concept artists sometimes. You know, then you can just play through the game and enjoy it. But if you want to get good at this game, you're going to take a lot of skill.
Yeah, you do have that you're sort of going for that spectrum, right, of player experience to allow you to play it in a way that you can just go on through. But if you're relishing the combat, if you're wanting to get tricky with it, if you're wanting to sort of brandish your moves with some skill, there's going to be rewards.
Yeah, exactly. And one of the things that this brings me on to the beautiful part of that equation. You know, hopefully, you know, the landscapes look really interesting and really alien to people. And what we want to do is make sure that while you spend time learning how all of these combat mechanics work and how you integrate them and how you get a great result out of them, that you're going to see the world and see things in the world that make you think about it more. You play it, you see, you know, why are these statues here? How did the activation work? I mean, obviously, I mentioned blood activates magic in this world, and killing that guy and putting him on the altar activates the temple. But then, why is that temple there? Why do the platforms move inside it? What's happening there? That's stuff there are clues all the way through the world, but I don't want to tell players what they are, so they can connect it themselves while they're learning. So the world stays interesting while you're learning the combat.
Yeah, there's kind of a line you got to walk there, right? Because you want there to be some mystery, and you also want it to look really cool. So, but you don't want it to just be window dressing for the sake of window dressing. I mean, there are big bones in the background. It's not just because, like, hey, let's throw some bones back there.
Yeah,
you guys
exactly.
have sort of a lore behind this, a big story, like the whole world is fleshed out.
Yeah.
And so then the question becomes, how do you surface that to the player? It seems like you're taking a little bit of a delicate approach, a little mysterious approach.
I mean, I hope so. What I'd really like is because this is based on a game that I played 25 years ago. And
all the fan fiction you've been writing since.
More or less, yeah. I had this sort of really kind of magical moment with the original game where I went round to a friend's house and we played it. And then, you know, I was on the bus on the way home, and all I could do was think about the game and think about, well, why were the rocket thrusters underground? Why was that skeleton embedded in the ground? How did it get there? It's got wings. How did it get underground? That doesn't make any sense. And I invented all these stories about why that happened, why this made sense. And you know, I want to make sure that with this one that we know exactly why everything's there. But I don't want to expose that all to the players so that they can have that same experience I had when I played the original, you know? I'd really like modern players to have the chance to just experience it and have that same question of why.
Isn't it wonderful when a game, captures your imagination like that, and you start thinking about that world as, you know, immersing yourself into it and trying to really imagine, and, you know, now you imagine for a living.
I know. It's kind of surreal making this project at all, to be honest. I mean, I went and spoke to Sony X Dev, who are actually based in Psygnosis, who published the original game in their original offices, and I walked in there and saw Shadow of the Beast trophy from the original game in their lobby, and when they asked me, you know, hey, you know, it's great you've made your studio. What game would you like to make? I just geeked out, basically. And yes,
I like to imagine you had like 3 other answers ready to go, but then you saw that statue and just left to the top of the list.
It was more or less like that. I had a bunch of ideas that the team and I put together, and while we were talking about it and they asked me this question, I just went, well, Shadow of the Beast is awesome. And they said, okay. And I said, more or less, I just let my 16-year-old self ramble for a bit. And they said, okay, this sounds really interesting. Formalize the pitch, bring it back in. And then, we put the concept trailer together for Gamescom 2013, and we've been working on it ever since.
You've
so
been,
dream
running
come
ever
true,
since.
really.
That's a pretty incredible story, Matt. And I'm curious to know, aside from obviously visually, the changes from 25 years ago, what kind of trends in sort of modern gaming did you sort of want to tap into bringing back Shadow of the Beast? You talked about, of course, being able to shred through a lot of enemies very quickly, that kind of satisfaction. But, as sort of a beat-em-up platformer kind of game, what other sort of experiences do you want people to have as Arboron?
Well, I mean, Arboron for me is a really interesting character. He's not just about killing and fighting, but he is a person inside there. He's clever. He can do things. So one of the briefs that we've got at the office is that every single level has to be completely different. And we're looking to do that not just with the visuals. I mean, we want to put some really wild visuals in there. Some levels are purple, some levels are underground, some levels are water-based. So hopefully they're all going to feel really radically different visually. But also each one of them we're trying to get a game mechanic that makes it unique and something that asks you to think about the game slightly differently to the way that you did on all the other levels.
Interesting,
yeah. Some of it will be puzzle-based, some of it will be asking you to use the platforming in more interesting ways, and obviously the combat is a central theme.
Certainly.
When you're, as you pointed out, when you're equipped for revenge, you need something to deal it on. And so that's one of the things that ends up being kind of critical, because all the creatures that you encounter are all specific to their levels as well, and they all ask you to do different things. So again, I'm rather hoping that it ends up being this really eclectic experience that people can just enjoy the journey, but then really discover the depth that we put in underneath it.
That's a lovely word to use, and it's sort of it inspires me and gives me hope for the game, because eclectic is not necessarily something, if someone watches a quick demo on one stage, their imagination can sort of extrapolate, okay, I'm just going to continue to be chopping my way through a bunch of guys. But to hear that you sort of, committed to that kind of variety, to making players think and sort of raising questions and, inspiring that imagination, that's really cool, man.
Oh, that's cool. I mean, the original game had that kind of effect on me, and as I say, I want to bring that to modern gamers. I remember getting the box for the original, and on the front it's like this beautiful artwork, and then I opened it up, and inside the manual has entirely different artwork.
Oh, really?
And then I played the game, and the game had entirely different artwork again, and it had loading screens in an entirely different art style. And it was just that feeling of what's going to be next, what am I going to see? And each one of them was like another boom. You've got another wave of things you've got to think about, and it was great. And I'm really hoping that we can capture that spirit of that and give it to gamers today, because I think it's beautiful when a game is constructed and feels really in style all the way through. But that doesn't mean they all have to be grey or they all have to be brown, because that's very, sort of classic gaming color schemes right now. So, like I say, I mean, some of our levels get really quite psychedelic, I mean, like one level has pink trees, for example, and, another level has, green underground bases, and it's all kind of a bit weird. And in the original, it was very sort of alien, and, you had technology alongside magic, and that's something else that we want to do. I mean, in the middle of the original, you've got a gun and a jetpack, so you can. Obviously, I'm really passionate about the original game, so hopefully we can make sure that this one has a similar set of what on earth is going to happen next feeling, and that would be great if even one player gets that.
Yeah, it is a delightful sort of feeling to be surprised by a game, and not just sort of the kind of surprise where you see the trailer and it's the kind of game you hadn't imagined before, that's doing something new in a way that you hadn't envisioned, but to actually be playing a game, have a conception of sort of what kind of game you're in for, and then to be surprised within the game.
Yeah.
That's something that, doesn't necessarily happen too often.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, 25 years of gaming between that and now, and I want to make sure that the things that made that feel unique, but with all of the amazing things that I've experienced since and all the games that I've made since and learned from, I want to make sure that, well, hopefully this one can, I mean, the team is so super passionate about trying all these different ideas, and Sony have been massively supportive, letting us go and do that. I mean, I think a lot of credit goes to them for letting us try this at all, because it's kind of a mad thing to describe, and the fact that they're happy to let us try it has just been fantastic. I can't believe I've got this opportunity. So
we'll take some credit for yourself too, Matt. The game is shaping up really wonderfully. Do you guys have a release date in mind?
Well, I mean,
that you can share with me at this point?
Well,
or a window.
I mean, as a team, we're trying really hard, and again, Sony have been so supportive. We've spent a lot of time. We're finally happy with this level, and we know what we want to build for all the others. And when we're happy with them, we'll get it out. But hopefully, it will be within a year, and people will be able to play it. Hopefully.
Shadow of the Beast, Matt Birch. Thank you so much for coming on and
Thank
showing
you very
it
much,
off
Chris.
here
Really
at E3.
appreciate you.
You're doing great at your first E3, and I hope you get some time to walk around and check things out.
I'm so looking forward to seeing The Last Guardian.
Oh yeah, that's going to be good. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back here on GameSpot Stage at E3 2015 in just a moment. But first, a check-in on Assassin's Creed Syndicate, brought to you by MSI.
MSI, #1 in gaming. Find out more at us.msi.com.
Assassin's Creed Syndicate. We saw some more Assassin's Creed Syndicate today.
No, we didn't.
Yeah,
we saw a CGI trailer.
We saw a CGI trailer, which looks almost as close to gameplay that I feel like I'm being cheated when I watch it, because it kind of looks like it could have looked that good, but it doesn't. Kevin, what are your thoughts on Syndicate?
I'm sort of iffy at this point, just because they always know how to pick a good song for a trailer.
Yeah.
So plus there. But it's just Assassin's Creed, and I can't believe I've got this thing on my arm, and I'm saying this.
Hey man, those first 4 games were real good.
They were.
Don't worry about it.
But I don't know. Like I'm at the stage where I'm just like, I needed to see more. There was nothing more of Assassin's Creed. I mean, there'll be more at the show. Clearly, that'll be playable and that kind of thing, I think. But I don't know, just that in and of itself. Plus, this is really nitpicky, but as somebody who's played so much Assassin's Creed, the lighting and the colors are sort of bothering me.
Yeah.
Because the trailer sort of had some of the same. The yellow has just been cranked up so high.
I think the lighting in this
and
trailer
it's driving me insane. And we saw that in the gameplay footage that they also showed. The yellow has been cranked up so high
This
that I
looks
find it
so
distracting.
much better, obviously because it's CG, but just even in terms of the style, I just prefer this so much better. There's something about the lighting and the gameplay we've seen that really irks me. And there's all of this, it looks close enough to gameplay.
Yeah.
That it's just a little bit jarring. I mean, if you're gonna kill some horses, you might as well do it.
Oh
on
God, I hated this.
And at least they might as well be English
Why?
horses.
Yeah.
I mean, what good is an
Oh, no,
English
wait, they
horse ever
landed
done
in a hay
anybody?
bale.
Yeah, face
No,
first.
they don't.
Horses are real
They
good.
fall in the water, and they're still hitched to that
It's
cart.
the equine leap of faith.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Horses are renowned for being really able to take falls.
Take a fall on the face. Alexa, you were looking forward to seeing the other protagonist in this trailer as well, and they didn't do it.
No, I'm disappointed because we've seen 2 bits of gameplay and trailers now, and they keep saying, "Oh, this game is about Jacob and Evie Fry," and they talk about the twins and how they're both important. But we now have 2 very lengthy CGI trailers, just focusing on this male protagonist, and it's doubly disappointing because at Bethesda yesterday we got 2 trailers with that you can play as a man or woman, and they had the Dishonored. You have the option to play as either, and they chose to focus on Emily.
I wonder if this is their PR team deciding that they're going to leave all that stuff till the last. Yeah, or just first 6 months showing him off, last 6 months showing her off. We'll have to wait and see, but it did seem a little bit weird because they've been teasing her for so long to then spend 6 minutes showing off this dude again, who basically just looks like a British Ezio, kind of a jerk. Facial hair looks dumb.
Yeah,
like
I mean, that's
beats
all well and
people up.
good.
I guess we'll have to wait and see. Any other thoughts on this, Babu, Lucy?
You know, I mean, we're going to be seeing it on the GameSpot stage, actually. You should come check out where we're going to have, hopefully, actual gameplay. So I'm excited to see that. So, I mean, yeah, it's Assassin's Creed. I'll play it. I know I will. There's no point saying that I won't.
I want to get real excited for Assassin's Creed again.
I know, right?
Right?
Yeah.
Like, I think all 4 of us are people who enjoy Assassin's Creed, but it's just...
Yeah,
it's not happening.
Get hyped up right now
it's
about
not
it.
happening.
It's hard.
And that's coming out this calendar year. So fingers crossed we'll see some more. Fingers crossed we'll have some more coverage as well on the GameSpot stage. So make sure you stay tuned to GameSpot.com for more of that.
The Terran have had their day in the sun. The Zerg have had their time to shine. And now it's all about the Protoss in StarCraft II Legacy of the Void. Joining me on stage, dude, I have forgotten your name entirely. I'm a total boner.
It's fine, Jason Huck.
Jason Huck, lead designer from Blizzard. Dude, thank you for coming here. Yeah. Let's talk about Legacy of the Void. And you guys are like really spinning it up. Got like the trailer released recently for sort of a little prologue. Let's talk about that actually, because ahead of the full release, you guys are bringing out some new missions.
Yes, yeah. So it's 3 missions, free for everyone. Sort of ties the story from Heart of the Swarm into Legacy of the Void. So, you can,
So it's going to get sort of people a head start on what's on the events of Legacy of the Void. And of course, one of the things about the StarCraft II expansions has been those sort of faction-specific stories and sort of how they connect and how they focus in. So people are going to be getting their quality Protoss time.
Oh yeah. This is all Zeratul. Story of Zeratul, what he's been up to since Wings of Liberty and Heart of the Swarm. So, yeah.
Going to get to see him in action, and there's going to be a bunch of new units coming along as well for the Protoss. Let's talk about some of those.
Yeah. So, well, the 2 that are in beta right now are the Disruptor and the Adept. So the Disruptor is a robotics unit. It's a little robot that, when you activate it, it opens up into like a damage field, and you drive that to wherever you want it to explode, and when it explodes, it does massive damage, killing whatever units are into the area of effect. The Adept,
so something that your opponents are going to have to like really keep a keen eye out for. Is it kind of small profile on screen as well?
No, it's pretty obvious because it's the only thing in the Protoss army that looks like that. So if you see that, you know what's coming.
Yeah.
And then of course you want to dodge it because you have a time frame of moving units out of the area of effect before it explodes. And it murders everything that's under that area.
So
of
that's
effect.
more of like maybe a flanking kind of creature, or like you want to distract them somehow.
Yeah, it's like kind of a trickery unit. If you can get them to engage and you can keep your disruptors back, then you can use your disruptors to sort of counter anything that might be like engage with your zealots or something. So I think there's a lot of cool like tricky moves with it in multiplayer.
I like it.
Yeah,
I like it. Trickery.
Yeah.
And the Adept.
The Adept is a fairly straightforward unit. She's like Captain America. She's got a shield. She throws the shield, sort of attacks with it. And she comes from she's a gateway unit. She has an ability called Phase Shift that lets her she can you use this ability and then she moves. You move this shadow version of her to another spot on the map, and after some time, she'll teleport to that spot. So like, we've seen it used in ways like you move up a ramp with it, so you send up the shadows up the ramp, and then 10 seconds later, boom, she's in your base. So there's a lot of like, you can use it to escape as well. So you're like, I'm engaged with something I don't want to really fight with, so I use my shadows. I mean, if they survive that amount of time, then they'll teleport to wherever their shadows are. So.
Can you cancel the teleport, or is it once you've activated a set time from now, you're going to automatically do the teleport?
Currently, you can't. But, I mean, we play with all this stuff in beta, so maybe you'll be able to teleport, or maybe you'll be able to cancel it, maybe not.
Because that would be mean, just have, like, little shadows just taunting people and then never materializing in their base.
Yeah.
Talk about trickery.
Yeah, oh yeah.
So those are 2 of the 3 new units coming to Legacy of the Void.
Well, those are the 2 units for Protoss.
Okay.
But in the campaign, we also have a ton of new units that are campaign-specific, like we always do for all our campaigns.
Sure.
We've got, like, bringing back the Reaver and all, like, a lot of the fan-favorite stuff, so...
And so that campaign is going to catapult off of the prologue. And the prologue is coming out, like, pretty soon? Or, like, end of July?
We're going to announce some more in July about when it comes out.
Okay.
It's roughly, though, sometime before Legacy of the Void. So since we haven't announced a release date yet, we're not really sure. So,
All right. Now, Legacy of the Void also is, in addition to the new campaign, bunch of new units, you guys are also experimenting with some different stuff in the competitive scene.
Oh, yeah. You mean like with Archon mode and stuff?
Sure, Archon mode is, definitely one of the sort of ones you've been talking about a bunch.
I mean, we've got Archon mode, we've got automated tournaments coming. We've got it's not really competitive, but we have another mode we're adding called Allied Commanders, that's more of a cooperative experience. But Archon mode's in beta now, and it's been really well received by the fans. Like, it's a really good way to teach people how to play StarCraft II. Like, if you're not a very experienced player and you have a friend that's like really good at the game, they can mentor you. So you play together, you share control of this base, and it's just a really good entry point into the multiplayer for StarCraft II.
So that's always a big question for StarCraft, right, is the entry point. Because, StarCraft II has been so big for so long on the competitive scene that when a lot of people hear it, they think, I'm just going to get eaten alive if I go anywhere near that game. So Archon mode is one move you guys are sort of bringing to address that sort of entry-level stuff, welcoming people into the game. Are you doing anything on the esports side to sort of assert StarCraft 2's dominance again, or like really like enliven it on the esports scene?
There's plenty of things that we're like working on currently that I can't really talk about, but I mean, you'll see as it starts to happen as we get towards the WCS finals in the various regions and everything. So that's always like a ongoing front for us. So, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And you guys also, of course, have other competitive stuff going on in your studios. You got Heroes of the Storm.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely a sort of a diversion from what StarCraft 2 is all about. But has there been any learnings sort of across the way from the different teams working on these competitive endeavors?
Sorry, I was a little distracted.
Oh, you mean that because they're singing DuckTales over there?
Yeah, there's some singing there.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's E3. Obviously, people are singing about DuckTales. Heroes of the Storm is now something Blizzard is pushing big time.
Yeah.
And like with StarCraft 2, do you guys sort of feel like those are going to capture different audiences? Or are you hoping people are going to play both? Or
I think we'll see everything there. Like, Heroes of the Storm is a great entry point for people who want to just get into strategy games in general, because one unit, if you can control this one unit in micro, that's like, oh, great. I now understand sort of a strategy game in general, especially a real-time strategy game. And that might be a spring point for people to getting into StarCraft 2 as well. They're like, oh, I want to, this game of mass armies facing off against each other, that might be really cool. So I would like to try that. And so I think it feeds off each other in a way. Like,
nice.
And it's kind of invigorating the strategy genre. So.
Which is pretty exciting for strategy fans
as
well. Cause,
it's a good time to be a strategy fan.
More meat for the grinder.
Yeah.
On the competitive scene.
Yeah.
One thing about Archon mode that interests me, you sort of talk about how it's a good entry-level mode to sort of team up with someone who's maybe more knowledgeable, can sort of teach you about the flow of the game. It also allows you to, because you have two players sharing the responsibilities, maybe do a little bit more micromanaging. It's sort of in terms of your unit strategy. You can have, obviously someone could be building, someone could be unit managing, but you could also have two people sort of doing complex maneuvers and stuff like that. So it's not just about that entry level. There's also a pretty high competitive ceiling.
And we're seeing like some tournaments forming up now with pros Archon mode. So those are going to be amazing to watch because you're going to have these guys that are microing all sorts of units in ways that they probably even couldn't do it on their own. Like I've seen some stuff with just the fans that they were doing with like roaches in Archon mode, and it's hilarious. Like some of the stuff they're pulling off, burrowing them all at the right time to heal up or dodge damage and stuff. So yeah, it's really cool. It's like a new game almost watching it with Archon mode.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Third expansion in and still trying to make it a new game.
Yeah,
kudos to you and your team, Mr. Huck. Let's talk about Legacy of the Void. There's a beta coming up, and then do you have a release date in mind? Give me some dates.
Well, I mean, we're not prepared to.
Well, you can't give me that date.
The typical response that we give everyone is, is when it's ready. And right now, we're still working hard on releasing or getting it ready for release. So,
sure.
Yeah.
But is there a beta on the way as well?
The beta's happening right now.
It's
actually.
on. It's on.
Yeah, multiplayer beta has been happening for a couple months now. So.
Yeah, I knew it started back in March, but it's still going on.
Yeah,
People
still going.
Can go to what website to sign up?
Oh, you just go to the Starcraft II website.
Bam.
So Battle.net, any of those sites, you can find your way there. So.
Mr. Huck, thank you very much.
Cool. Thank you.
It's been a pleasure.
Great to be
All right,
here.
ladies and gents, we're going to be back on GameSpot's E3 stage here. Just a moment. Stay with us. Joining me now on stage to check in about E3 and all his coverage, Jeff Bacalar of CNET, the games man over at the Big Red Ball.
What's up,
Bacalar,
dude?
how you doing, buddy?
How are you?
Great.
Mr. Waters.
It's a good day. Good day for demos. Good
It
day
is.
for video games.
Yeah, there's games here this year.
Lots of them.
Yeah.
You played some.
I did.
You want to talk about Abzu.
So I just got back from playing Abzu.
Yeah.
I really like it, man. It's very therapeutic.
Therapeutic?
Yeah.
Not generally looking around the show floor, a word that would be describing a lot of games you see.
No, yeah, there's no like blood or killing or explosions. It's very serene, and you know, it's kind of like Journey underwater, if that makes sense.
Well, I think the art director for Journey.
Same guy.
Yeah.
And Flower,
Uh-huh.
that guy. And he likes sand a lot. There's like a lot of sand digging under the water too.
Oh,
but
really?
regardless about the sand stuff, it's very you can ride a manta ray around.
Yes, please.
Yeah, it's really cool. You ride a turtle, like a sea turtle, like Finding Nemo style.
Just grab it, hitch a ride.
It's pretty
go
great.
with the flow.
And it's there's a heavy emphasis on exploration, which is nice. You don't just have to go around and like hit an objective. You can do it at your own pace. Sign me up.
Abzu.
Soothing. 2 enthusiastic thumbs up.
Nice. I like the enthusiasm,
Yeah,
Jeff.
it's cool.
Abzu, definitely one of the games I'm looking forward to trying to get a better look at here at E3. Did you play anything else you want to
I
chat
played
about?
Battleborn today.
That's a little different than Abzu.
Yeah, totally different.
Yeah, we had Randy Pitchford on the stage talking about Battleborn 2 days ago, and just being his enthusiastic self about being all different kinds of different heroes in that game.
Right, that's their shtick, is like it's a hero shooter.
Which hero did you play?
Mushroom Guy.
Mushroom Guy.
Yeah.
Or Mushroom Hero, because mushrooms don't have gender.
True.
We discussed this during the
Really?
demo. Yeah.
Okay. He had manly hands.
Mushroomly hands.
So
we call them.
he's got like the little blades that come out of his. And he
kind of like a
fling,
ninja
fling,
character,
fling,
maybe.
Right. Yeah, I guess.
How did it go for you?
So I feel like a shooter is weird when you're just sort of like throwing knives at someone.
Okay.
It's not as satisfying as bullets because they're way quicker.
As shooting a bullet?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Shooting knives is sort of weird for me. It's an interesting game.
Took you out of your comfort
look,
zone.
As much as they are spinning it, it's a Borderlands game. It feels a lot like Borderlands.
How so?
Just the sort of like mechanics, the whole objective system is very similar, where you're sort of like defending something and then there's a wave of enemies, and the objective-based mentality of it.
Sure,
and
getting
art
into a
style.
place, accomplishing a mission, dealing with those ways. The art style.
Yeah, I mean,
it's
vibrant
it's
way
color
more,
saturation.
Yeah, it's a little more cartoony this time around, obviously, but it feels a lot like Borderlands. And at the end of the day, I mean, these are the same dudes. They're good at doing something specifically. So there's a lot more of that in Battleborn. But I'm looking forward to trying out more of like the co-op stuff. The demo I did was a lot of that, and I think it's in a good place.
When you talk about Borderlands, I mean, that's co-op all the way.
Of course,
so
yeah.
you're digging the co-op stuff in Battleborn. Did you feel like curious about the competitive aspect at all, or did the co-op feel like your speed?
Yeah, I mean, I think I would rather do a co-op sort of situation with that, because it's like an RPG shooter, right? So for me, it's like I like that sort of camaraderie, sharing loot and stuff like that. And I do like that progression system they do in game, where it's like it kind of resets after each mission.
Yeah.
So during the co-op, they had a sort of situation where you were automatically leveling up like every minute. And you can pull up and you sort of do like an A or B thing. You're familiar with how it works.
Yeah, you can sort of spec your character in all different ways.
So I think that's kind of fun. You don't have like regret if you like went down one branch and not the other, and you don't have like branch FOMO.
You don't
like that
wonder
sort of
what might have been.
Right, like what could have been with my mushroom hands. I could have gone left and I chose right.
And that has made all the difference.
It's I don't know, there's a lot of different characters to choose from. I feel like it's almost overwhelming, right? There's like 25 characters.
Yeah, that's a lot. Certainly at E3.
Yeah.
So you don't get a lot of time to like sit down and really get into it. But did you get around to anything else here at E3? Any sort of other experience that sort of is gonna bubble up once everything settles, as that was a thing from E3 2015.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I like when I get to see stuff that isn't just a trailer, right? So I think we were well served for the most part in that regard. There was plenty of stuff that looked promising because someone at some point had played it.
Yeah.
Even if it wasn't a live demo, it was captured at a place where someone was actually holding a controller.
Now,
So I like, you're still selling a dream and you're still driving it.
Of course, it's still like very scripted to some degree, but
Absolutely, but the fact that there was like actual HUD elements for a lot of things and you knew you were watching something mostly genuine, I think is a positive takeaway overall from
one of the
E3.
ones that stood out to me for that reason was For Honor.
Sure.
Did you get a chance to play that?
Yes, so I did.
Yeah, so we were talking about this a little earlier.
Yeah.
It didn't quite land for you.
Yeah.
I got to play it yesterday as well.
What'd you think?
So I had fun. But I was also stressed out. I was telling Lucy earlier today. Was stressed out just because it was really, you have these. It looks like you got a one-on-one fight, but really once the battle starts going, some other dude's just gonna run up on you and totally gank you, and that's the way it should be. Like I shouldn't really be able, unless I'm really good at the game, to take on to other human players. But
apparently
it was definitely like I got nailed a few times.
Apparently there's ways to fight two people at once. I mean, like you said, when two people tag team you, you're done.
Yeah.
Your head's getting chopped off. But apparently there's a way to like combo out of stuff and parry in a certain way that reverses.
Gives you some kind of evasive thing.
Yeah, because you're basically playing rock, paper, scissors, right? You're sort of, combating three different angles.
Yeah, when you can like kind of peek.
Right. Like I think that's gonna be a scissor. Let me go rock.
Yeah.
That sort of thing. I don't know. I'm not in love with For Honor. There's a lot more to explore with that game, but.
Yeah, it was interesting that kind of the sort of sword when you square up for that sword combat, because they were the demoers were telling us like, hey, yeah, people aren't really defending that much.
No.
They're just like hacking each other to bits.
That's it.
So it'd be kind of interesting to see, once more people get in the mix, once like you personally get to like play a little bit more, and you sort of get a better sense of, all right, yeah, it actually like it behooves me to block then strike.
Right.
That's a really powerful way to do it. But then, if everyone's blocking and then striking, then blocking becomes much more natural part of the game. But your instinct when you first get in there is just to whack someone with a sword.
You're like, oh my God, this sword's awesome. I'm just going to go right for the head right away.
Yeah.
But that's what that game has going for it. It has this like constant little chess match that you can always do with whoever you're facing off with. So I think if I do a 180 on that game, it's going to be because that fleshed out and sort of captured this mini strategy within a more sort of like, domination, situation that they have going on. Yeah.
That's For Honor. Jeff Bakalar, thanks for coming on, man. Always a pleasure to chat about games with you.
Likewise, brother.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, one of the big stories at this E3 obviously is VR, and our next segment, a very special guest is going to join us to talk about just that. Stick around. With each passing E3, VR becomes more and more of a bigger part of this scene. And of course, one of the biggest players in VR is Oculus VR. Joining me now, founder of Oculus, Palmer Luckey. Palmer,
glad to be here.
Thank you for joining me on the stage. Thank you for bringing your little guy here.
That's right.
This is, now you guys had your press conference on Thursday. You showed this off. this is the sort of consumer form factor you're going to be
That's
bringing
right.
out next spring.
This is almost identical to what people are going to be getting early next year. We're opening pre-orders later this year. We're showing off 9 games on the show floor. We have about 20 partners that we announced last week. We're going to be showing more of those as the year goes on. Really excited to finally get this into the hands of a bunch of different people.
Yeah, and you've got a big booth over here. A lot of people are getting to try it out. Do you check in with people when they come out of it for the first time? Do you try to get some impressions of how they experience it?
You know, that happens a lot, not so much at EV3 because I'm trapped up in our press room, and
Sure.
almost all the press that we've talked to, they've tried virtual reality before. But even though they've tried virtual reality before, a lot of people are coming out and saying, this is good stuff. And it really is. It's a lot lighter. It's a lot more comfortable. We've improved the displays, the optics, the audio. It's a really solid, complete package.
Yeah, so much of the experience is obviously that immersion, and so having the thing on your head not be able to fade to the background, the physical reality of what you're wearing, what's enabling it, you want that to not be the story.
Exactly, and that's different from a lot of technology where the story kind of is the tech and its core functionality. We want the Rift to be different than that. It's kind of like a conduit for content. It's transparent. Ideally, you wouldn't even know you're wearing the Rift. Obviously, look at this. We're a long way off from that day.
Yeah.
You'll know when someone's wearing it. But someday we want to get to the point where you don't. And so we designed it to be really comfortable, not try to make the design really understated.
Yeah.
We've used plastic and textile composites to make it really light and adaptable to your face. We're shipping it with multiple facial interfaces for different types of faces, people who are going to wear glasses so that it fits over those well, all to try and make it so that you don't remember you're wearing it.
Now, have you when Nintendo came out the Wii, they would put notice up, says hey, maybe you want to take a break because they realized that the Wii was a much more physical endeavor. It was a different way of interacting with the game. Have you guys thought of any kind of little ping notification just being yo, it's been 7 hours. Maybe you need a timeout?
VR doesn't necessarily have to be a physical endeavor. I mean, you don't have to wave your arms around and stand up and walk around.
Sure.
There will be experiences that do that. But most of the games that we're showing are games that are built around seated use so that you can sit there and play for really long periods. If people want to sit and play for a long time, I mean,
let them do it.
Yeah,
absolutely. Now
I played for it was between 12 and 16 hours in one sitting one time.
At a
People
stretch?
shouldn't generally do that, but I did do it one time. I just beat an entire game straight through.
Now, during the press conference last Thursday, you guys announced your sort of partnership with Microsoft and bringing the controller to packaging it with an Xbox One controller. I want to talk about the other input device you announced then, but first, what is it? What kind of VR experiences do you think are best for the Xbox One controller, and which ones do you think would thrive with the other types of input?
So the partnership with Microsoft gives us a few things. One is the Xbox controller.
Yeah.
The other is that we get to work with them on DirectX 12 optimizations and operating system level optimizations that make virtual reality perform better and be a lot easier to use. So we've been able to get under the hood with them and make a lot of improvements that make it easier to run high-performance virtual reality games on your PC. But for the controller itself, people have been developing virtual reality games over the last couple of years, and developers have proven you can make really good virtual reality content using gamepads. In fact, most of the content that we're showing today, it uses gamepads. And even though people have had decades to figure out how to make great gamepad games, translating them over to VR has taken time. So one of the pieces of feedback that we got from developers all the time over the last couple of years, literally some of these games have been developed for over 2 years now, and they were saying, look, we want every person to be able to, who buys the Rift, to be able to play our game without having to buy additional hardware. And a gamepad is not a huge significant cost. It's something we can do to make our developers more successful and to make sure that there is a baseline reference for what a person is going to have to use. But there's a lot of games that are always going to be optimal for gamepads. One-handed controllers are great, but especially if you're using analog sticks. Using one analog stick against the hand that you're actually bracing, like trying to move the analog stick while bracing it with the hand that's actually moving it, it can be fatiguing to use for really long periods of time. So for a game like Eve Valkyrie, where it's a space dog fighting game, and you've got multiple analog sticks and a huge array of buttons that you need to do to activate different functions, a gamepad is going to be one of the best ways to control. And
play that, yeah.
And you're actually seeing that in the U.S. Army actually uses standard gamepads to control some of their military hardware.
No kidding.
They don't do they have the access to all kinds of other stuff. But the reality is that people have the muscle memory, they know how to use it, but most importantly, it has a lot of complex inputs on it that allow for complex game genres that require that type of input.
And it's interesting to hear you talk about sort of that controller, because controllers as we know them now, years and years of study and
Decades.
design have gone into this. But so much of the Oculus design process is doing study and design in ways and bringing it together in ways that people have not been using before.
Because if that's really one of the things we have to do. Oculus is a company that lives and dies by virtual reality. If VR isn't successful, we die. Whereas for a lot of these other companies, it's kind of a side project. So we have to dump a ton of money into getting it right ourselves because we can't afford to fall back.
Yeah.
So one of the things that we're showing at the show is Oculus Touch, which is our new set of 6 Degree of Freedom 3D controllers. It allows you to put them on and actually have a representation of your hands in virtual space, but not like Kinect or something where it's just tracking ghosty hands. We've designed it to actually be kind of a cross between traditional inputs and natural inputs. So it has an analog stick on it, it has buttons, but it has a ring on it so that it's balanced, so that it doesn't feel like you're waving something around. It's balanced kind of around your hand. You're able to, it's able to track your fingers using a matrix of sensors that are mounted throughout the device. So you can point at things, you can give a thumbs up, you can do other things with your fingers.
Throw up the horns?
You can't do that right now. You can't track your pinkies just yet.
Oh, I haven't gotten down all the way down?
It isn't a particularly high priority for us.
Pinky tracking is not on the list?
No, unfortunately.
I think that's A-okay.
But we've been showing those off with Toybox, which is our internal test bed that we've been using over the last several years to develop virtual reality input. And it's not really a game, but it's a multiplayer experience where you can kind of you can shoot laser guns with people, you can build blocks, you can play tetherball. I can teleport us between different worlds, kind of like in the construct in the Matrix, where Morpheus is able to take Neo to different places. We can go to space, underwater, back to a blank white room. It's a pretty cool demo.
It's interesting to hear you talk about multiplayer, because I think when a lot of people see a VR helmet, they see it as an isolating experience because you're not seeing what's around you. If someone's on the couch, that doesn't matter. But but gaming is inherently social in a lot of ways, and so how does gaming's social aspect manifest itself when it comes to Oculus games?
In a lot of ways, virtual reality can actually be the most social type of gaming that there possibly is. What's more social than being able to take a person and make them feel like they're in a place with another person without actually having to be in that place? I mean, there's a lot of local multiplayer games that work well because online multiplayer, you're basically limited to disembodied voice chat, floating from your friend's head.
Yeah.
Actually hanging out together is a lot cooler. And so virtual reality is the only tech that can make you really feel like you're in a virtual world with someone else. And if you look at the history of virtual reality, especially virtual reality science fiction, things like Snow Crash or Ready Player One, they don't depict virtual reality as isolating at all. Science fiction has known for decades that VR is not an isolating technology. You don't read sci-fi books about gamers sitting alone in their room playing VR games. It's about people being in digital worlds that exist alongside, parallel to the real world, and communicating en masse, whether it's playing games, doing work, education. Those are the types of things that have always defined virtual reality, and we're just starting to get to the technology to the point where we can actually make it happen.
We can make a virtual social network, if you will.
The concept of a social network as it exists today, I don't think is going to translate directly over to virtual reality. It's not obvious that that's the best way to do things. It might be good for a mobile phone or for a desktop PC or a laptop, but when you're in virtual reality, there's so many more things that you can do. And in a way, social gaming has turned into a bit of a dirty word. Like, social gaming means shitty gaming, and social features means useless features. But being in a virtual world with people is social gaming. Like, it's almost the definition of it. And I think that it's going to really inspire people to do a lot of incredible things. We're already seeing that from our developers.
And yeah, you make great references to literature that has certainly envisioned that for years. It'd be interesting to see the Oculus reading list of sort of stuff that has inspired the design processes and the kind of systems you're imagining for Oculus. Now, I think one of the things at E3 that we've seen is, the Oculus other VR is on display, but the big consumer push feels like it's maybe coming next year. Certainly with you guys coming to market in the spring and other release dates not really announced for other competing hardware. I think the question on a lot of people's minds.
Sony said first half of next year, right?
First half of next year.
Yeah,
as well?
I think that's what Sony's pushing for.
It's going to be a busy first half then.
It is.
I think one of the questions on everyone's mind is, VR word of mouth is very powerful, but how do you convey the VR experience? How do you sort of sell someone on VR who can't necessarily put the helmet on themselves, who maybe doesn't have the opportunity?
The only way is for them to try.
Right? It's the only way.
You can attempt to depict it. And some people who are familiar with the... I mean, we kind of have this advantage. Other technology has to like wearables, for example, whether it's fitness bands or watches. They have to convince people that this is something they care about. Virtual reality has the advantage of having lots of sci-fi, and so a lot of people have seen The Matrix, and you're like, it's like The Matrix, kind of. And they're like, oh, I understand that. I get it, and they can imagine it. But a lot of people, especially, that haven't seen movies like that or who don't care about those, they need to be convinced that VR is something they care about. And that's why we're here with a huge booth. Like, our booths get bigger and bigger, not because of vanity. It's because we have to show them to as many people as possible.
More and more people, yeah.
Yeah, and that's why we go to a ton of shows, to show as many people as possible. Once virtual reality is shipping to people, they'll be able to show their friends. I think that's going to drive a lot of adoption. When I can show, my 10 friends, my less than 10 friends, what virtual reality is like, they can get excited about it. And we're also pushing to try a VR in retail so that people who don't have any friends can also go and check out virtual reality and see what it's like. And some people are going to want it right away. Some people are going to say, too expensive, the quality's not where I want to be, but that's okay.
Sure.
Because at the very least, once you try VR, you understand the idea well enough that most people know that there is some point where it will get cheap enough, small enough, comfortable enough, full of content enough that they are going to want it. If it's not today, not next year, maybe the year after that, maybe it's 10 years from now. But the end goal is to convince everybody.
Yeah, and I think one of the really interesting things, obviously E3 is a gaming stage, and there's a lot of wonderful gaming potential in VR. But, when you guys talk about VR, you talk about presence. And I think people who are outside of gaming, the ability to just put this on and feel presence in a forest somewhere, on the top of a mountain, any landscape that a designer can imagine, I think that's one of the most powerful things that VR can do. When you guys are designing it, obviously sort of you're tackling the challenges of gaming. Are you also trying to envision those applications for people who just would want a different kind of experience, that kind of presence somewhere they couldn't even imagine?
Definitely. I mean, there's two sides of it. There's kind of that recreational side that you're talking about, where it's I just want to be a place that I'm not, and that's novel on its own. But right now, the games industry is dominating VR because it's the only industry that's equipped with the tools and the talent to make immersive real-time 3D worlds. And that's why and gamers are really the only people who are investing in the hardware that it takes to have really cutting-edge experiences. That's going to change over time. As you start to see VR go out to more people, you're going to have things like education, being able to take people to learn about things that they couldn't possibly, whether it's seeing the body on a much smaller scale than is possible in real life, or taking a field trip to some place that either doesn't exist anymore or you can't afford to travel to. Elderly who are frail and trapped in nursing homes will be able to go places, whether they're real places or virtual places, and escape from where they are using virtual reality. And don't even get me started on business telepresence. It sounds boring, but you're here and I'm here because we've decided that there's some value in all of us traveling to this convention center, burning millions of gallons of fuel and countless dollars so that we can sit together on this stage. Eventually, if you're going to be able to do that in VR, that is a really positive thing. To be able to bring people from the other side of the world at no cost, at no resource cost, that's going to be something that's really huge.
It's pretty incredible, Palmer. And I think your wardrobe choice today is fitting because hearing you talk about VR and imagining just the sheer breadth of ways that it can change so many different sectors of our society kind of feels like looking up at a field of stars where it just is bigger and bigger the more you look at it.
It's true. And like to touch on another thing is digital communication in general is pretty flawed right now. Like we use Skype, we use cell phones, we use text messaging, but they're all broken abstract forms of communication that we've invented around the limitations of technology, not what we actually want to do. And so I feel like that's also driving a lot of, it's hard to get like sarcasm across in a text, for example.
Yes.
It's also really easy to be extremely aggressive towards someone when all you're doing is writing an email to them.
Just trying to communicate a fact to you. I didn't mean it.
And in a way, virtual reality it has the potential to be the most human form of digital communication yet, because it can make you feel like you're in a place with another person, interacting with them in the same way that you would interact with a person in the real world. That's going to change gaming. That's going to change entertainment. That's going to change a lot of practical things too.
Amazing technology with amazing potential. Palmer, thank you so much for coming on the stage.
Thank you for having me.
Much appreciated. Ladies and gentlemen, the future is coming. It's going to be pretty fantastic. We'll be back live with more GameSpot coverage of E3. Excuse me. Joining me now on stage here at E3 2015 on the GameSpot stage is Ian from Giant Sparrow. Ian, we're here to talk about a game with like one of the more sort of evocative and mysterious titles here at E3. What Remains of Edith Finch? What are you trying to get out of people with that title? What feeling are you trying to evoke?
I think we're trying to make people feel like there's an element of mystery and a little ominous and a little classy as well. So we're trying to evoke like weird fiction from like the 1900s or so, like Lovecraft and Borges and a little bit Neil Gaiman, and something that feels like a story, that you're sitting down to hear something that's like maybe like an old tale.
I think that's I love the third adjective, classy, because you talk about mysterious things, you talk about intriguing things, sure, but the style, that class, that sort of that level of of class where you're at, it definitely is very telling and helps sort of define the kind of game you're making and the kind of mood you're setting. So give us, for folks who aren't familiar with it, sort of give us the elevator, the line,
Sure.
and then we'll delve into what we're seeing.
Yeah, it's a hard thing. People come up on the show floor and they're like, so is this like a action game? Or
Hey,
what
what's
is
your
this?
game about? What kind of game?
Right, like in 3 words. So the short description is that it's a collection of short stories. So it's stories about a family in Washington State. And you play as Edith Finch, and you're coming back to the house that you grew up in. And as you explore this house, you're finding stories of each of the family members, and each of these stories is about how that family member died. So over the course of the game, you're exploring this pretty large house and several generations of your family's past.
A lot of families keep photo albums, some chronicle events in the family Bible. The Finches, just how everyone died.
Well, they die in pretty interesting ways. So it kind of
guess.
makes sense, I think, when you play the game, that this is something that, some of them are diaries. Like, that's kind of the easiest way to tell the story.
Sure.
But one of the things that I'm really excited about is that because we're telling these stories about, a group of people, we can have, even though in a given story, like that family member is going to die by the end of it, that has repercussions later on. So some of our stories are things that come from, like, the culture at large. So if you look at something like the Hatfield and McCoys or something like a feud, that's something that is interesting in its own right, but it also has this kind of larger life in the culture outside. So some of the stories that come later on are things that are sort of like tellings of like what people might imagine has happened
Sort
in the
of
Finch
echo
family.
beyond what the confines of just one family's own situation. Although when it comes to the Finches, the confines of their situation is this giant, sprawling, towering house. Is this? I mean, the house itself. If you're talking about a collection of short stories. The house looks like a collection of houses.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And the house has become this concrete version of what the whole game is about, which has a lot of abstract ideas of this family and death and man versus nature and
shag carpeting.
Yes, 1970s bathroom. That was the direction of the artist. Like, make a bathroom that feels 1970s, and I think they nailed it. But the house is this collection of the different generations. So one of the things in the mythology of the Finch family is that whenever someone dies, they just shut the bedroom door and nobody goes in there anymore, and it becomes sort of a monument to that person. So with a large family, you end up kind of running out of space. So each of the generations builds onto the house, and each floor of the house is actually a different generation of the family. So as you're going through kind of from bottom to top of the house, you're also seeing the history.
What a fascinating idea, because you're basically turning the house into You're turning it into a family tree. You're turning it into a mausoleum, a living mausoleum. You're turning it into, it takes on just sort of exponentially more meaning. And, when you're trying to tell a narrative story in a game, exponentially more meaning to play with just makes it all the better.
Yeah, and like our last game, Unfinished Swan, this is a game that's really about exploring. And one of the things that I think games do really well is exploring space. So in this game, we're trying to make the sense of exploring a space fit the narrative, desires of trying to explore this family. And the house has emerged as like a really kind of, it seems obvious in hindsight, but it's something that took a year or two, for us to really figure out and kind of consolidate on. And it's pretty insane. I mean, the scale of this house, and I'm really happy where we are.
I think I think it's kind of a mark of a really great idea when it seems obvious in hindsight.
Right.
When you come around to a place like, oh, of course we're going to do it that way. That's the best way. You're doing it the best way. So we're looking at sort of some clips of the game in action here, and in addition to its first-person exploration, it's hard. We can't hear it here on the stage at E3, but we've seen words writing across the screen. There's a combination of sort of the written word, the spoken word, in order to convey the story?
Yeah, no, one of the things that we're trying to do is to remind players at all times that they're hearing a story, that they're not actually this character. They're someone who, even
they're
from
not
the very
a hawk
right, an
down
owl.
yeah.
This may or may not have happened. And in this case, the story that you're seeing is the very first story people are going to find in the house. It's Molly Finch, who's a 10-year-old girl, and she wakes up and she's starving. She's super, super hungry. So she goes around trying to find something to eat. And she's so hungry that she ends up imagining herself becoming this series of animals eating bigger and bigger prey, which is what we're seeing here.
Can I tell you that these two scenes alone have just won my heart over to your game, because I think one of the fantastic opportunity spaces that still exists in games is conveying the feeling of being an animal, is taking that animal experience and somehow making gameplay around it. So I'm just fascinated and super delighted that you guys are taking that on.
Oh, thanks. I think you're going to enjoy this.
Very cool. Well, telling those different stories and having different short stories means not only can you experiment with who the player character is, where the player character is, but also sort of the tone of each story. And, we described earlier, we talked earlier about the overall kind of thing you're going for in terms of mystery, intriguing, that weird fiction vibe. But from character to character, are you guys making changes sort of aesthetically and in locations that really help sort of magnify that personality?
Yeah, we're trying to make every story feel a little distinct from each other, partly because that's just kind of the games we make. Like, they're games that are about exploring, and I think the more variety you can throw at people, the more destabilized they are, because gamers, generally people play a lot of games and they're very familiar with how things work, so they have this mindset of how do I, get to the end? And the more you can mix it up, the more you keep them in that state of always kind of wondering what's happening, and I think that matches really well with what Edith is doing in this house. She doesn't know what's out there. She's exploring it, and each of these stories is really about the characters confronting the unknown, so we wanted to make sure players have that same experience. And we also wanted to make something that felt like a family. And I think it's true that in every family, it's just a collection of weirdos. People are so different from, person to person. And it felt like each of these stories, aside from the fact that they take place at different time periods and different times of year and different locations, they're the perspective of the person. So it's how this person kind of imagines the world and conceives of things and the world that, they find themselves in.
I think that's the fascinating dichotomy of a family, right? It's no one, from a lot of your life, there's no one like them in terms of how you know them, how well you know them as a person. You don't know people the way you know family. You aren't connected to them in the way you know family. At the same time, beside that intimacy is the fact that you are distinct people, and nobody knows the world the way you do and knows your world.
And your history.
Yeah, and your history and the way you perceive things. So it's kind of the intimacy and this foreignness, right next to each other. And I think that's just a fascinating concept to explore in a game.
Yeah, and it's really hard to make a game that's about exploring a family. I mean, that's not something that you can just, go off and give a bunch of designers and have them come back with something. So this is kind of our version of that. We're dealing with a lot of very abstract ideas of, the sublime horror of nature and the way that, people approach death. And so, I mean, we really just have a bunch of these crazy stories, and it's nice that they all kind of end up converging naturally, because they come from exploring a lot of the same sorts of feelings of really what is it like as a small, fragile creature in a perilous universe, to find yourself confronting the unknown. And unfortunately, it ends up not working out very well for these people. But, I think that's just true. That's as tiny human beings, we have a limited ability to understand or affect our environment. And, this game is really about what happens to people, when they kind of come up against those problems.
Ian, fascinating to talk to you and hear you talk about the design philosophy behind What Remains of Edith Finch and see the ways it's already manifesting in the game. I can't wait to get my hands on it. You got a release date and a platform in mind?
Next year, and it's a PlayStation 4 exclusive.
Fantastic. Ian from Giant Sparrow, thank you so much for coming on stage. It was a pleasure. That's What Remains of Edith Finch, ladies and gentlemen, here on the GameSpot stage at E3 2015. We've got another demo coming right up. Don't go away. At various points in GameSpot's coverage of E3 2015, you may have heard on this stage the sound of DuckTales theme songs echoing over, cackling laughter, and all sorts of other strange, bizarre noises. Two of the gentlemen responsible for that are right here on the couch right now, Nick Scarpino and Tim Geddes.
It was good. I
Hi,
sang
guys.
DuckTales. I also sang Muppet Babies.
Hey. All right, come on.
Yeah.
You know,
Get a little crazy.
This is prime furniture situation. I don't know.
Oh my God, what's happening?
The first
It's a
moment when
piano.
people discover this is always my favorite. They look at it. It's so thrilling.
Cool.
I remember
like
when I
this.
first saw a table
This
that
was
did
fun. This was great. So we've had a crazy day.
We just came on stage for you guys to demo this table.
It was good. This is like the new HoloLens thing,
This
but
is
it's
it.
real.
You can't put too much pressure on it because it'll. Well, actually, this is pretty solid.
It's
Guys,
good.
E3,
It's good.
there's like not a lot of time left.
Yeah.
Counting down the day,
Mhm.
hours.
Oh,
So
yeah.
the show closes. You have been busy. You've been packed over
Very
there.
busy.
You can't get it down, can you? There you go. Well,
Nick Scarpino never can get it down.
always up. Got a few hours left of E3. Of all the things you have seen, does there remain things that you have yet to see?
Yes, the HoloLens, man. I keep
HoloLens.
trying, and they keep kicking me out, and they're like, no, we're not letting you. You're the guy that sang the DuckTales theme song. And I'm just like, I am. Doesn't that get me in? And they're like, no, it gets you out. So that's my problem.
That's HoloLens. They've
Yeah.
got to hear. There's like a Halo thing you
The
can
Halo
see.
thing, I hear it's amazing.
I want to see the Halo thing. For your answer, maybe talking to that microphone. I think we're having a little.
Sure.
lag
Are we having an
situation.
issue with that? That's better. I haven't really seen that much of anything actually.
Okay. So you got the whole pool to
we've
pick
got
from.
yeah, we've
what
got.
do you want?
I want to go see Cuphead. I know that's simple. It's right there. I could just walk right over and see it. So I'm gonna try to make that happen.
Yeah, just go stand there and like your jaw will just slowly drop.
Yes.
You will be gaping and grinning super wide because it's magical.
It really is magical. Did you get to play it at all?
No.
Okay. I have a question for people. Is it just boss fights? Because everything I
They
played.
are demoing boss fights, yeah.
Yeah.
It's, I don't know.
But is there platforming in the game? These are
See,
questions that must be answered.
I'm the person who asks the questions. You guys are the people that ask the questions. We don't have answer people
Oh,
on
okay,
stage
okay.
right now.
Where's the answer people at? Do we got any of them?
We need answer
No, I'm
people.
getting a no off camera. Okay.
Okay, no answers.
There is literally no one off camera. I just want
No.
to. Tim is making shit up now. This set looks fantastic. You look good on it, by the way.
Why, thank
I like
you.
I like this anchor chair you got.
I am definitely always up for a good compliment. I
Good.
will receive it gracefully. Thank you very much.
Lovely. You deserve it.
Your stage over there has been like a rowdy, wonderful time because this is kind of funny's first E3.
It is, and it's our pleasure. And thank you so much to GameSpot, to everyone for hosting us.
It's been
This has
great,
amazing.
man. It's been fun. I've been on stage. I haven't had time to watch your segments. Give me like a highlight segment I should seek out when I sit down to take in some kind of funny.
Wow, it's probably gonna be different. Here, oh, you want?
My answer is Cisco.
Cisco.
We started the show off right. Game of the show with Cisco. We did a whole thing, and I mean, come on, it's Cisco. You can't really get better than that. We had Brandon Routh come by today. You can talk about that.
Yeah, so I got a chance to sit next to Brandon Routh, and that was the biggest mistake of my life because I looked over and I saw myself on camera next to him.
No.
And I'm like,
No.
Jesus,
Don't
what am I
sit
doing?
next to an actor,
what am
man.
I doing with my life? He's 6'3", and he has the abs of a 16-year-old.
I mean, he's not even just an actor. He's Superman.
Yeah.
Like, we were sitting next to Superman. And coming up soon, we got Devin Sawa of Idle Hands fame. So I'm really excited about that.
gonna make him eat a hot pepper and talk to us. It's gonna be a blast.
It's going to be a good time on the Kinda Funny stage here at E3. Guys, thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you.
Good luck in your next few hours finding that HoloLens, that Cuphead, and hanging out with my boy Devin. We've never met. I don't know him. All right, ladies and gents, coming up next, we've got Street Fighter V on the GameSpot stage. We'll be back.
What do I do? User one? Oh, here. No, it's good.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here on the GameSpot stage at E3 2015, it's time to get into fight. Street Fighter V is on stage now. Joining me, Matt from Capcom, and then we've got PR Rog and K Brad from Team EG, some professional Street Fighter players. Gentlemen, welcome to the couch. Welcome to the stage. How's E3 going?
Oh, it's going absolutely fantastic, man. This is the first time we've been able to have people have some hands-on time with Street Fighter V. The reception has been fantastic. Lots of really cool Street Fighter-related activities going on at our booth. So, yeah,
it's been a good one.
Incredible E3, yeah.
Absolutely. And you guys have, I want to talk for a second, over at your booth, you've got this incredible setup. It's like all these cameras aligned in a row. People kind of do like fighting poses with people dressed up like Ryu and Chun-Li.
Yeah. And it
pretty
takes
awesome.
Full 3D photo, man. People have been going ham. We got some cosplayers out there. super fun.
You guys got to get in there next.
Yeah, I'll be there.
All right.
Like I said,
so
I really want to punch Ryu.
Yeah.
Like I said,
You want to punch Ryu? Yeah. You guys are setting up to get into a match right here with some of the new characters. But Matt, at the press conferences earlier this week, you guys have got Birdie on the scene and Cammy, Street Fighter V.
Yeah, man, we're now up to 6 playable characters. Birdie was definitely kind of our surprise announcement for the roster. I don't think anyone really saw him coming.
Hadn't seen Birdie around for a little bit.
Yeah, the last time you saw him was the Alpha Series. We did, to come up with this character roster, we did a lot of research. Birdie wasn't necessarily very highly requested by the fans, but we had such a cool character design and a concept that fit really well in Street Fighter V. That's why we decided to go for it.
Yeah, part of it's got to be, considering what the fans want, but you guys also have to build a balanced roster. You have to get a variety of styles in there and different sort of, a complementary fighting styles and matchups that are going to be exciting, right?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Try using a guest login.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, you're good? Okay.
We're getting set up to see a live match here, so it's taking just a sec, but I think these guys are going to get to it soon. But guys, before you get into it and you're fighting and you don't want to talk, give us a little background on your your professional careers. Who's your main? What tournaments have you done well in? Give me something.
Well, my name is Pierre Borok. Basically, I've been in the scene for 5 years. People consider me the Japanese killer.
Oh, yeah?
Yes.
Had some success.
So my biggest tournaments have been EVO, basically, and Capcom Pro Tour, actually. Last year, I defeated Daigo in Capcom Pro Tour, and it was pretty big. It was pretty cool to trend on Twitter and stuff. So, yeah, I can say that's my biggest tournament. So.
Cool.
Yep.
And who's your guy?
Balrog.
Balrog, naturally. Okay, Brad, what about you?
So I've been playing since Street Fighter 4 first came out, and then I got known after I beat Infiltration at Seasons Beatings, and then my name just blew up after that.
Yeah.
And then I just recently won the most recent major ECT in Jersey, and I've been playing like Cammy ever since, dude. I have to play, like when I look at Birdie's just like such an ugly character. So I only can play like really like cool characters or the really hot chicks, you know what I'm saying?
You gotta, I mean, you're gonna have to be looking at that character a lot.
Yeah, I know, I have to look at that, like Birdie licking his chain.
licking that's going on?
I know, look at that, he licked his chain again.
Yeah. Yeah, he's cool, man.
Yeah.
All right, so you're playing Cammy, PR Balrog, we got you on Birdie. You guys go ahead and jump into a match here. We'll see it in action. And Matt, let's dig into some of the sort of mechanic tweaks, sort of stuff you're bringing new to Street Fighter V.
Definitely. So the new core gameplay mechanic behind Street Fighter V is the variable system. That's replacing focus attacks from Street Fighter 4. What's cool about the variable system is it allows for a lot of variety in gameplay, and it allows every character that's put into the game to have a very distinct play style that's all their own. We want to stray away from clones. We want to make sure that every character in there has a specific purpose. Now there's three main things that you can do with the variable system. We have a new V gauge, and the first thing you can do is called a V trigger. That basically allows your character to unleash their true form. And it's either a powered up mode or a powered up attack that can really change the tide of battle. Very easy to execute. Once your meter's entirely full, you just press heavy punch and heavy kick both at the same time.
Real quick and easy.
Yeah. Second gameplay mechanic is called V-Skill. Every character has their own unique V-Skill. These are moves that add a new layer of utility to the character. So it could be like a new parry or a new movement option. Those can be used at any time, require 0 meter. The last piece of the variable system are V-reversals. They're very similar to alpha counters we had back in the day. If you're under a lot of pressure, you can activate that and do a little bit of damage and push your opponent away from you. So, variable system, to really see it in action, I can go and explain how the different V-triggers and V-skills work for the characters we have here. So for Birdie, his V-skill, he eats a donut. He has 3 different options. He eats a donut, which makes him build meter faster.
Okay.
He can throw a banana peel on the ground, which can trip your opponent. Or he can take an energy drink and then roll it across the screen as a projectile.
So 60%, 66%, 2 out of 3 of his V-skills are littering.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Okay. All right, yeah, he looks like that kind of guy. All right.
Seems pretty classy.
What about Cammy?
So Cammy, her V-skill is her spin knuckle. So it helps her deal with the projectile game. You can bust it out at any time. It'll go through either a move or a projectile and allow her to get in close.
Now, that kind of move, the sort of going through a projectile through move, is stuff that, as a novice Street Fighter player, I feel like I have no chance of ever executing. But so you guys, you know, you're designing the game not just for high-level players like these guys, but also for novices. And so, you know, you mentioned earlier the the heavy attack, heavy kick.
Yeah,
that's a real easy way to execute these moves. How do you sort of balance the gamut of players you guys are wanting to welcome into Street Fighter V?
Yeah, definitely. Finding that balance of making the game still inviting to newcomers and not being too overwhelming at the beginning, as well as taking care of our professional players that really do this for a living and make the game shine is like one of our key focal points.
Yeah.
And the variable system was really designed with that in mind. We still do have complex commands in Street Fighter, so there are still double fireball motions to be able to execute your critical art. But novice players will be able to use the variable system very effectively, just 2 button presses at the same time, and you get some pretty astounding results.
Do you ever wish you could make like a Street Fighter A and a Street Fighter B, and like this is the novice one, and then like just put these like crazy complex things into like high-level professional play?
Oh yeah, I mean, trust me, the amount of conversations we've had about fighting games and how to strike that balance has been staggering within the company. So just about every concept has been discussed or was on the table at some point.
All right, so in Street Fighter V, you got the V triggers, and you got that's sort of the main shift. It applies across all the characters. It applies in any match. We saw them using some of those in the match here. PR Balrog, how'd that match go for you?
I think it went pretty cool.
Yeah?
Yeah, pretty good.
How are you guys finding the new system? Are you just sort of getting familiar with it?
We still are getting familiar with it, but honestly, for me, I like it a lot because I'm a really aggressive player, and I think the game, it caters to aggressive players.
Okay.
Because it's really fast. There's a stun meter now. We can see what we're doing better. It's faster. I'm really enjoying it a lot.
What do you think, K-Brad? How's it shaping up?
Yeah, I like it way better than I like it way better than the Street Fighter 4 engine because it catered to people like me that was an 09er. So the game, they call us 09ers because we didn't play any of the old games, so we just jumped right into Street Fighter 4.
Okay.
So at the beginning, you know, we abused a lot of cheap stuff. You know, like when I beat Infiltration, no way was I better than him. You know, he just won Evo. The guy is like world champion, and then this new kid that nobody hears about beats a world champion. So thank you, Capcom.
Hey, any
for
given
giving me,
Sunday, right?
You know, thank you, Capcom, for giving me
K-Brad
a very
edition.
cheap character
Yeah.
to take down the Evo champion. But this game, I think this game is going to be way more about like you have to be the better player to win. So I really like the engine that's like in this game.
And I think certainly one of the big tests, you mentioned it, EVO coming up later this year, but you guys have a whole tournament circuit that goes year-round.
Yeah, so we're now in the second season of the Capcom Pro Tour. Things are going absolutely incredible. $500,000 worth of prize money. That's more prize money than the fighting game scene has ever seen.
Yeah, that's a lot.
We've basically doubled the number of spots that are available for the Capcom Cup. So last year it was 16. This year it's 32, 16 premier events. It's a truly globally minded league. We've balanced out the number of events and ranking points that are available in each region so that every region has a fair shot. So it's equally balanced between North America, Europe, Asia, and we have a couple in there for emerging markets. We're just getting started. This is only our second season. Street Fighter V hasn't even come out yet. So exciting times await. We expect to see some pretty significant growth in the fighting scene in the coming years.
Exciting stuff. Street Fighter V, not out yet, but when?
Spring 2016.
Spring 2016.
But if you're in North America and you pre-order, you can get access to our beta. That one starts on July 23rd. It's going to be an online beta test. We want to make sure that we have a best-in-class online experience. So we want to start testing that early in our campaign. So definitely pre-order, check the game out. July 23rd is the start date of that.
And is that PC and PS4?
So the first one's exclusive to PS4. We will be doing follow-up beta tests, and we will have a PC test later this fall.
All right, Matt, gentlemen, thank you guys so much for coming on, showing off some skills and talking Street Fighter V. All right, ladies and gents, coming up next, it's delving into Civilization. Got a new expansion for Beyond Earth. They're going to be on stage momentarily. a lot of games take on space travel and distant futures and all that kind of stuff, but none with the scope of Civilization Beyond Earth, building a new life on a new world, and now having to contend with whole new environmental factors in the first expansion. Will Miller and David McDonough, co-lead designers, you guys, welcome to the stage. Good to see you again.
Chris, it's great to see you.
It's so fun to talk to you guys about Civ because you're like this dynamic duo that just like ideas like spring out of your heads all the time, and I think the first expansion, Rising Tide, you guys are really getting to harness some of the more out there ideas and bring them into practice.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I think one of the biggest pieces of feedback we got from our fans was that while Beyond Earth was great, it didn't quite go far enough in terms of pushing the sci-fi or these interesting mechanics that we'd introduced to Civ. And it was sort of permission for us as designers to really open up, to throttle up on this idea of Beyond Earth. It's a huge expansion. There are tons of new features, from the new diplomacy system, being able to land on water and colonize the oceans of the planet, hybrid affinities, 4 new factions, 2 new biomes. It's immense. It's huge.
Man, you just gave us the rundown right there, but we got to start with water. Water has always been, you know, strategically important as kind of a barrier, a place to traverse, and in Beyond Earth, a trade route.
Right.
But being able to colonize water, to now claim territory, there's a lot of implications to being able to do that.
Oh, it's huge. I mean, it's one of the things that we're really excited about in Rising Tide is that the stuff that we're putting in isn't just like a mid-game or late game or early game adjustment. These things affect the whole game, from turn 1 to victory. Even if you don't ever settle on the sea, the fact that it's there and that other people can, it changes everything. So we were really excited about how water gameplay works, how much of a huge game changer it is. Like you can see here in the demo, the art team has done an absolutely fabulous job bringing this environment to life. And it's been a lot of fun for us as designers to really think outside the box, like you were saying, think those more out there ideas about what would it even mean if you could build a city at sea? The city could float. Now the cities, the big idea is that the cities move. They travel around the oceans of the planet. They can like be part of a navy, and they can act as invaders. They are floating fortresses, or the way that they claim territory, the kind of life, the alien life that you find at the sea, and how different it is than the stuff that's on land. So everything is different when the seas kind of open up. And there's no barrier to entry. It's not like hard to do. From turn 1, you can drive your colonist right off the coastline and start out at sea. In fact, of the 4 new factions that we're adding to the game, 2 of them start at sea anyway. They planetfall there.
Oh, really?
So water is a huge deal. It changes, in small and large, so much about how the game plays.
It's just, honestly, it is intimidating to think about how much stuff you guys probably had to tackle in terms of how this just recontextualizes so much about expansion, about settlement, about the tech web. Let's talk about technology a little bit, because with the expansion and with all the new sort of stuff you can tackle, it's got to be some new tech on offer, right?
Well, we've gone back into the tech web and really done some fine tuning there, and if you'll recall from the base game, there's this concept of affinity, the way that your civilization adapts to life on the new world, and there are 3 different types of affinities that you can devote yourselves to: harmony, purity, and supremacy. And one of the features of the expansion is the ability to multi-class. Borrowing some terminology from RPGs here, you want to be able to hybridize your approach to that problem. So that comes along with a lot of new units that you can unlock, new hybrid units, and upgrades for your base units as well. So that's a huge new addition to the tech tree and to your military as well.
Yeah.
Just one thing to clarify real quick, because we do see now a submersible cruising around underneath whatever unit that was.
That was the Explorer.
The Explorer.
Yep.
So that Explorer was sending a unit down to do an excavation of some kind, but there is the water and below water, it's all one layer still.
Yeah. It's designed to be seamless with land. So just like land has got hills and mountains, things that get in your way and that make the terrain more interesting, water has levels of depth. And it's not a separate layer like the orbital layer. It's designed to be all part of a seamless play surface. There should be no distinction, no trouble in a player just playing hybrid back and forth across land and sea. Any combination is equally powerful. You can win a game of Beyond Earth Rising Tide without ever setting foot on land.
Without ever setting foot on land? That's crazy.
I mean, it would be hard. You probably
sure.
Maybe a couple times you ought to, but you can do it.
You can do it. But this is not to say that the rules are the same. So here we're seeing one of the progress, sort of the speed bumps you're going to run into in the ocean. This is the hydrocoral, these giant alien things that you're going to have to contend with on the ocean. So we want to settle
things
here.
are nasty looking.
But they're sort of like mountains. They won't hurt you if you don't try to fight them, but they will get in your way. And if you leave them alone, they'll grow to fill a lot of space in the ocean. So you have to prune them. You'll see some of the new units we've added here. This is the submarine. You can attack from a distance, so we can make room. But there are a slew of new units, new resources. The resource distribution is a lot different. And I think everything is a lot faster on the ocean. So you can gain territory faster, but you can also lose it just as fast. So it's as David said, seamless to play from land to water, but it's also much different. The characterization is much different.
I'm just really enjoying the like barnacle-y, tentacly look of these creatures. But of course, one of the things I really liked about Beyond Earth was how alien life sort of transformed the early game in a way and made it, they're not barbarians. Right. They are much more strategically complex. They are a much bigger part of your early to mid-game strategy in terms of how you're going to deal with them, how they're going to impinge on you, and you guys are bringing a whole new slew of water creatures.
Sure, yeah. I mean, here you can see, like, there's a couple of amphibious creatures, those big, like, crab-looking things, and then a couple of really fast, kind of vicious little aliens on the sea, and then those big hydrocoral. There's alien nests at sea. They've got a whole ecosystem, a whole AI sort of set of how they live and move and grow at sea. So every bit as dynamic as they were on land. And then, of course, we've gone back and made the land ones a bit better, too. Like, they've got to be at parity.
Yeah,
so,
there's some new biomes coming as well.
There definitely are.
But I'd like to shift gears a little bit and talk about diplomacy, because diplomacy always been part of Civilization, but when we've talked about this expansion, you guys have sort of talked about basically reimagining diplomacy entirely and trying to make it more dynamic.
Yeah, and I'd say what we wanted to do was make a game out of diplomacy, because it was very lightweight in Civ 5, and I think it worked in Civ 5 because of the historical personalities that were there. But in Beyond Earth, since our characters are imagined, it didn't really work. It fell flat. So we took out the Civ 5 diplomacy from Beyond Earth base game, and we put in a brand new system. And I think there are three components to this that are important. The first is that we wanted to make a progression out of the personality of your character. So you, as a player, actually build your character's personality from parts. And the AIs are doing this as well. So you can see how their personalities are evolving over the course of the game. The second thing we wanted to do is model the relationship that you have with AI civs. And this is done with values of fear and respect. So it's sort of Machiavellian. It's really interesting.
It's a lot of fun.
And finally,
pick one.
Pick one, right?
Both.
So we also wanted the players to be able to.
It can't be both. Sorry.
Right. if you fear me a lot or if you respect me a lot, either way, I get what I want.
Okay.
And we also wanted the players to be able to exchange power in a way that they haven't before. The personality traits give you these really interesting sort of game-breaking rule changes to your Civ. And using a new currency called diplomatic capital, you can make agreements with other civs to harness their power as well. So it's not just trading resources, and it's not just declaring war or peace anymore. It's really an involved and intricate system.
It's not just the favor, one for one kind of deal.
We sort of tipped our toe a little bit with the favors idea. Like, the idea was, what if we could put the tools to manipulate the AI there in front of you? And favors was just a touch of that. There was a lot more potential there. So from humble beginnings, the new diplomacy system was grown. Yeah.
Very interesting. And yeah, just sort of diplomacy is something that, as a Civ player, I like dabble in every, dozen turns. Maybe I'll check in with people, maybe not even that. You guys, this is making it more active because those traits you were talking about, those are like concrete things that you are seeing and clicking on. It's not like, I feel more aggressive, so I'm going to build more military units. It's making this conscious choice to put that in there.
Yeah. The composition of your Civ is something you actively participate in crafting. And it also sort of simplifies the things that the AI cares about, but also makes it care about those things a lot more. So you can strategize around what the AI might do. So if you're an AI player in my game that likes trade a lot, you have a trait that says this, I know that if I make trade routes with you, you're going to like me more. Your respect for me is going to go up. So it lets us work around that problem of AIs doing things that don't make sense. It's like, I made this deal, but he rejected it. Why? This is a problem that goes back to Civ 5, too. This would happen all the time.
Sure.
But by making the rule set clearer, bringing it out in front of the player, we get that transparency and really make a game out of it. Sid likes to say the computer should never have more fun than the player. So we've taken a lot of those calculations and put them up front.
And it's interesting to sort of think about other realms of Civ, and a lot of resources and units. There's a lot of sort of tabulation and a lot of ways to sort of balance the sheets. And so now that's coming to diplomacy. Very intriguing. You mentioned a little bit earlier, David, but some new factions coming into play.
Yeah, we've got 4 new factions in the game. So far, we've announced one, which is called Al-Falah. It's a Middle Eastern themed faction. And without going too much into their backstory, all of the new factions are designed to be somewhat more dangerous, somewhat more radical, both in their origins and in their play style. So we like it because it's another interpretation of the name of the game. Like, these people they're going to raise the stakes for everybody, like not just to play as, but to play against. When they land on the planet, they come with some pretty wild perspectives on what they're there to do, how they're going to play, and the powers that we've endowed them with, usually like heavily embedded in the new diplomacy system, make them real game changers. Like, they can bend some of the rules that would have been impossible before this expansion. So Al-Falah and their leader Arshia Kishk we're really excited about to announce heretofore, and there will be 3 more coming, 2 of which I can promise are aquatic themed. So to emphasize the aquatic gameplay, they will even planetfall at sea and start there.
Right on water. I like, you told me this sort of, one of the things, sort of the backstories, crafting the stories behind the tech and behind these different factions is something you guys sort of relished in drawing from science fiction and all this stuff. The thing you told me was they didn't take a cryogenic ship. Like, they weren't frozen through space. It was a generation ship. So I just think that, like, it's really fascinating the way you guys think of that lore stuff as well in sort of building out the whole Civ experience.
Yeah, that's that kind of like storytelling, like getting the player to think, oh, wow, what would that really be like? We did that a lot kind of implicitly in BE, but Rising Tide has got a lot more on the surface. Like, we really want the story to be a big part of the game, to tell the tale of who these people are and make that an emotional sticking point for players.
And speaking of storytelling, one of the ways that Beyond Earth sort of cultivated that is through the quest system, giving players these decisions to make where there wasn't, the fate of their world was not hinging on it. It was little bonuses here or there, but narratively it allowed them to sort of build a picture of what kind of leader they were. Are you guys doing some more stuff with the quest system in Rising Tide?
Absolutely. The quest system has been expanded. The catalog of quests you can get has been expanded. We've added more variations to the quests that were in the base game as well. I think you're right. It gives the Civ player this window into what's going on in their civilization and gives them choices that they haven't been able to have in a traditional Civ experience before. One of the other new additions in the expansion is the artifact system, which we saw a little bit of in the demo. And this is a way for us to reward players for doing quests or for exploring the world by giving them objects. Either objects from old Earth or...
People love objects,
They love objects. Collecting things. People like collecting things. So you can get like a football or a Stradivarius or something like that from old Earth.
Yeah, just some 2 things of equal value.
Right.
Yard sale.
Right. Or you can find strange alien things, so learn a little bit more about the biology of the planet. You can also find relics from the mysterious progenitors, this race of intelligent beings that used to live on the world but now have left. And this is a great vehicle for us to tell more of the story of Beyond Earth and to make a system out of it. So you can cash these artifacts in for quick gain, or you can save them up into sets of 3 and cash them in for things like wonders and buildings that you couldn't have built otherwise. So it's a really simple system, but it lets us do a lot of storytelling and add value at the same time.
We've talked a lot about sort of the marquee things coming with Rising Tide, right? The new stuff, because that's the exciting stuff. But you guys have been at it with Beyond Earth with patches and updates and balance stuff ever since release. So for players who are thinking like they sort of knew the lay of the land with Beyond Earth, Rising Tide isn't just changing, it in big ways like colonizing water, etc., but also the game has evolved in a lot of small ways as well.
Yeah, if you haven't really checked in with Beyond Earth since its initial release, it's already a lot different. Like, we were listening to fan feedback right away, and they had lots of great ideas, lots of great things to say about what they liked, what they wanted more of, what they thought could be done better, and we did it all, and then some. So Rising Tide represents a very big step above what base BE was. And so if you're just coming to the series for the first time, or if you've been playing BE religiously since it came out, when you get this expansion, everything old will be new again. Like, it's going to be a whole new world to play in.
And when's that going down?
It's coming out this fall on PC, and Mac and Linux shortly to follow.
Fantastic. Will, David, thank you guys so much for coming on.
It's always a
Talking
pleasure.
the Rising Tide. Folks, getting out onto the water, that is going to be really cool. I can't wait. All right, next we're going to take a look at Ghost Recon Wildlands, a new game announced this week from Ubisoft. This look is brought to you by our friends at MSI.
MSI, #1 in gaming. Find out more at us.msi.com.
All right, that was the Ubisoft press conference right here at E3 2015. Let's start talking about what we saw right at the end. It looks like Ghost Recon's back for the first time in a long time since Advanced Warfighter 2 with Ghost Recon Wildlands.
Well, we've had Ghost Recon, you know, online.
Yes.
Right?
Future Soldier?
It lives. It
Yes.
lives.
Oh, yeah, Future Soldier as well.
It lives.
Oh, we've had a few, actually. My apologies. What are you thinking about Wildlands? From what we saw, it's just fresh off.
So this bit
seeing
looks
it there.
just cozy. We were saying while we were watching, it looked a bit
Is this
Far
Far
Cry.
Cry?
It had like a touch of Watch Dogs with the
At the end,
the very end, yeah.
You're saying quite it's almost like Mercenaries co-op, Kevin.
A little bit, yeah. It was very explodey in that sense.
So what we know so far, I guess, is that this is an open-world co-op game, but with specific missions as well.
Yeah.
This drug lab setup here was what they sort of focused on. Alexa, any thoughts on what we've seen here in terms of like what this might be in terms of a grander game? Because all they're showing here, I guess, is a bunch of dudes going in to shoot a bunch of other dudes. Like, how do you think this looks differently to other Ubisoft shooters?
I don't think it does. Like, I'm seeing Far Cry. I'm seeing like some Watch Dogs elements. I think it's sort of an amalgam of everything that they've been exploring with other franchises. I mean, that can work. That's super cool. When they got to this part, I started thinking it might have been Call of Juarez.
Yeah, no, there's a couple of people on Twitter saying the same thing as well. Lucy, what are your impressions of this?
I think, first of all, got to celebrate the fact that this was a genuine surprise.
Yeah, true.
I mean, they've kept this really under wraps, and Ubisoft are not really known for keeping their ship watertight. So I'm I'm excited to see more of it. It was weird though. I expected more of a fanfare. It is a new game, but we just got this trailer. So I'm excited about seeing it. I assume they're gonna have at least this trailer or some representative on the booth to talk about it.
Yeah,
you'd hope so. But it looks cool. Also, car door moment. Car boot moment.
Good point. That technology spread across all of Ubisoft's various teams. It's kind of an interesting take. I think, Kevin. I like the fact that this is, I don't know, the co-op stuff in Far Cry 4 was good fun. The idea of expanding that out, almost like The Crew, where you've got this mad open world, you can team up with a couple of buddies and take on missions all around the place. I'm pretty excited. What do you think?
I mean, I think it's going to be super fun. I mean, I think the downside, of course, is that it does remind us of all of the other Ubisoft games.
Yeah.
I mean, we looked at it and think, hey, it looks like, could this be Far Cry? Maybe. And I think that's the only real drawback. The specific might have been a surprise, but what this game is, I don't think is actually a surprise at all.
Yeah.
Whether that doesn't mean it's not going to be awesome or fun, but I don't think that it makes for much of a surprise.
Yeah, it's crazy to think like how far removed this is from the original title of Ghost Recon as well. It's kind of
It's the things they've done with this franchise have been kind of all over the place.
But the head tattoo.
Yeah.
The head tattoo. That might be my next tattoo.
Don't mess with
you
people
never
who've
know.
got crosses tattooed on their face. I feel like that's something all of our mothers have told us at some stage or not. That's Ghost Recon Wildlands. That's all we know about it so far. That's our initial. We literally saw it like 3 minutes ago.
Yeah.
So fingers crossed there'll be more information about that, and we'll have it right here on GameSpot.com.
Hello and welcome back to GameSpot's continuing coverage of E3 2015. I'm delighted to be joined by Mr. Paul Collins from Rare.
Great to meet you. Thank you very much.
Great shirt. You guys should sell those. People have picked them up all over the place.
We had a few more shirts to give out, and the swag, it's been swag mania
yeah,
over
we should,
in the
we
E3
should
booth.
chuck them out via the internet to everyone out there. Great to see you guys back in form.
It's been great. Yeah, it's been an awesome E3 for us. The 1-2 punch of celebrating the old and also lighting up the stages with Sea of Thieves.
For sure. So later this year, we're going to get 30 Rare games for $30.
Yeah, August 4th, we're going to have 30 Rare games spanning 6 console generations. There's games like Jetpack, an amazing offering in terms of things like Jet Force Gemini, Blast Core, the original Conquer for the N64. We've also got KI Gold in there too, all the way up to the Xbox 360 titles like Cameo, Nuts and Bolts. It's an amazing collection. It's absolutely jam-packed with extra content.
Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts. We were talking about it beforehand. Perhaps the best Banjo-Kazooie game. I absolutely love it. But I got some friends who love the old ones as well. So do you have all the Banjo
They're
games?
in there. So we've got the Xbox Live remakes of Banjo-Kazooie and Banjo-Tooie, and also Perfect Dark in there.
Cool.
It's been awesome having the back compat. So we've been able to have the 9 Xbox 360 titles in the collection. That's awesome.
Yeah, a bit of Battletoads in there as well.
Got RC Pro-Am, an amazing set of games there from the older generation. It's funny, like when you first, we've been having a lot of people coming up to play them, and as they go through the game list, and they see all the games in there, they're like astounded. They're like, I didn't realize you guys made Slalom, Cobra Triangle, and Battletoads, of course, has been awesome too. And Grab by the Ghoulies looks amazing too for the Xbox One.
Yeah,
in terms of course, you've got the infamous Battletoads in there too, and we've got a great offering in terms of the NES version of Battletoads. We also have the arcade version, which for some people they might not have got the chance to play it the first time round. So you can also play it free player, which is a very cool brawler.
it's interesting that you put 30 games on a disc, and then the first thing people say is, where are all the other ones that aren't here? So like games that aren't there, GoldenEye, for instance. Do you guys even own the rights to that?
So for Rare Replay, it's always been about celebrating the games that are unique to Rare, games that are rare worlds, rare characters, a gameplay that only Rare can do. And so when we kind of put the collection together, we wanted to whittle it down to the games that really best spoke to the stuff that we've created. And so this collection is just full of games that only Rare could make. And one of the awesome things too is over the 30 years, it's not just been 30 years of first-person shooters. We've gone the whole spectrum of different types of games and experiences. We've got platformers, puzzles, and then sometimes we just break boundaries with like things like Viva Pinata, where we just go for a life sim. It's just a fantastic
Viva
collection.
Pinata on it as well?
Viva Pinata and Trouble in Paradise is in there too.
Yeah. Great. Yeah. Great. So I can completely struggle to get candy animals to have sex all over again.
Hunting that Dragon Ash as well.
Yeah. What's it like for you guys working? You've been there for 6 years now, right?
6 years, yes.
Like in the 6 years you've been there, Rare has kind of been the Connect studio. So it's a bit of a big turn for you guys to like, kind of like dive way back into your history.
Well, the really cool thing is that for us, and as a studio, like I mentioned, we never wanted to stick to just one type of genre. So Connect Sports was showing again how we can do sports games, like back when we made games for Nintendo, like John Elway, Madden. So we're not shy of any type of genre. And one of the things I love about working at Rare is that the next project could be something completely different. You never know what the next turn is, and that's one of the things that really excites me at the studio.
So what is the next turn for you guys? It's like, you know, you bring out 30 games. This is obviously something you guys have been working on for a while, trying to get them all working. What are we going to see from you guys? Is Connect gone from Rare now?
So for us, we're really focused on Rare Replay and making that as awesome as possible. We've had so many people playing that, and of course we've got Sea of Thieves. So there's 2 awesome projects on the go here, which we're really excited about, and we think that are really something there for the fans.
What was the reception like at Rare when Yooka-Laylee was announced?
It was awesome. Like those guys that are working on that, I really fond memories of working with them. I got the chance to work with Chris Sov, Gavin on Connect Sports. So for all of us, we're just so happy for them, and we can't wait to play it.
It's also interesting as well that there's 30 games coming out on this. Like, you know, if the average price for an HD remake of something is, you know, in the range of $5 to $10.
Yeah.
Why are you only selling it for 30? Like, it seems like the type of thing you could probably get away with selling for 50 quid or 60.
For us, we've always felt like, well, from my perspective, I'd always loved it to be a no-brainer purchase. We didn't want to get that price point that made it feel like, should I buy this, shouldn't I buy this? We want as many people as possible to pick it up at day one and even pre-order it for us. And so on August 4th, you get these 30 games, and the time that it comes out, August 4th, it's sometimes a bit of a lull period where there's not that many games coming out, and with the amount of content inside of the collection, it just feels like a great time to really get your hands back into some of the games from Rare that you may have missed. Alongside the 30 games too, and just as mentioned, there's just so much content in there. We've also got what we're calling our snapshot challenges.
Okay.
And these are bite-sized mini-games that showcase some of the older classics in the collection. And they're just a nice segue back into the games. We've got our own little spin on them, whether it's like Battletoads Turbo Tunnel Infinite, where we basically just make it keep going round and round and see how long you can survive in Battletoads for. That's been an absolute gem on at the show floor for us. The engineer that was working on it, he got 7 minutes. He was managed to stay in Turbo Tunnel for 7 minutes. Someone's come over and like over the course of the week, he's managed to survive in it for 30 minutes so far. So it's been absolutely crazy. These they also have leaderboards attached to them as well, so you can keep on like trying your scores against your friends and the community as well. And to also incentivize players to check out the whole collection, we've also added exclusive videos that are only especially for Rare Replay.
Oh, so is that like trailers and stuff, or behind the scenes?
Behind the scenes, yes. So we've made documentaries over the course of the project. We've made documentaries on the making of Banjo, Conquer, how Dream became Banjo. We've got a KI one in there, a bit of Battletoads, of course. We've also got some showcases around some of the games that were never released too. Something called Sundown, which was a survival horror game we worked on. So it's just absolutely jam-packed. It's so much than just 30 games.
But like, I'm sure you guys enjoyed working on Connect Sports Rivals and the games that you were making. But surely, like, the vibe at Rare must be like, you guys must be so much happier now that you're like diving back into like this sort of massive well of design that you have there.
We're always really happy with whatever we work on, and I think just because we've all like experienced a Rare game, I think throughout for all our childhoods, I think one of Rare games or Ultimate games has always been a part of your childhood, even if you didn't know Rare made it. And I feel like the whole time we've been working on it, everyone's just been super excited to bring them together. The excuse to basically play all of these games again at work has just been phenomenal. Like, I really love Blast Corps. It's one of my favorite games too. And going back to play through them again and just how well they still hold up to this day as well is great. And like I said, everyone that's really lighting up, so excited about specific games and having them all in there.
like people coming up to the show floor and just being completely astounded at some of the games in the collection. It's just been such a great reception.
Yeah, well-designed games are timeless.
That's it.
And another fun thing about them that I saw up there was 10,000 gamer points.
10,000 gamer score.
Great, great. Spread across 30 games. Is my math work? Is that 300 apiece? Is that
there's quite a bit in there. So you've got with the back compat titles in it, they've got those achievements too. We've also got with the main rare replay part. That's where the big new brunt of achievements come from. So it's just there's really is something for everyone in the title.
Smashing. So the rare is it just called Rare Collection?
It's called Rare Replay.
Rare Replay. I had it down as on my sheet for like the past 2 weeks as unannounced Microsoft Collection, and I was like, I wonder what that is.
Oh,
actually, yeah. Before you go, how did you manage to get this out without it being leaked? Like I know Kotaku had something at the end of last week.
That was funny.
You basically mostly got it out.
We did so well, and it was funny. I think just before the night before the show, we were just about to toast. We didn't leak, and yeah, I think we must have put the mockers on ourselves.
Yeah, it picked up on a GameStop or something. It just appeared.
Yeah. But the great thing was that although the collection got announced, well, leaked rather, they didn't really know what the games were going to be in.
Yes.
And I did go on to some forums to see, but everyone was just so happy, and I loved the speculation about what games were going to be in the title. And of course, they didn't know what extra content was in the pack. Honestly, it's so worth checking out. The amount of work and effort that's gone into that. Everyone that's worked on the collection just loves Rare, loves the Rare games, and we really wanted this to be something that celebrated the studio and also the fans.
Awesome. Paul Collins, thank you so much for
great.
coming
Thank
on.
you very much.
Best of
Thank
luck
you
for
for
you,
having
the team,
Cheers.
finishing it off, and we can't wait to dive into. As if there wasn't enough good games coming out in 2015, we got 30 more lumped in. So thanks to everyone over in the UK. Thanks to you for watching on YouTube, on the E3 Hub, on GameSpot, and of course on Hitbox. We'll be back in a second. Stay tuned on GameSpot. Dope.
Valley about Metroid Prime Blast Ball. So this is a game that's part of the Metroid Prime Federation Force, but this is just one small section of that.
Right. So Blast Ball is basically a separate mode in Metroid Prime Federation Force. And what Metroid Prime Federation Force is it's basically like this 4-player co-op that you can do either local or online. And you go out, you pick your weapon, power-ups and stuff, and then you go out and you take out enemies, you complete objectives, you complete missions together, things like that. And Blast Ball is kind of like what you do when you're done with that, or when you're feeling kind of like, oh, I'm not in the mood for a mission, but I am in the mood to like kick some butt. So you go into Blast Ball, and basically, like, the rules are super simple. Get the ball into the opponent's goal, but what you do is you use your blaster. So you can use like a charge shot. You pick up power-ups on the field. You're in a mech, so you strafe in the mech. You can like aim just at the ball in general, or you can also use the gyro to pinpoint exactly where on the ball you want to hit, so you can impact where exactly it moves, things like that. It's awesome.
What kind of power-ups do you have available to you?
So in the one we're showing off, we've got things like a power-up that boosts your shield. So when you're running around in Blast Ball, you can shoot your opponent, you can shoot at the ball. The ball also does damage to your mech, so if you get hit by it, it does damage. And if you get hurt enough, you get ejected from your mech. And so what the shield power-up would do is make it so you're able to take more damage before you're being ejected. There's also a power-up that basically like lets you shoot a whole bunch really fast. I think it's like the lightning power-up. So anyway, yeah, you pick those up. It's super awesome. I mean, that's really part of it is like you got to be able to see exactly where they are on the field because they'll appear randomly, so you got to like check all the time to get those. Some of them, like the one I just found out about today, will eject all the other players from their mechs, which is great. So I got to try that one.
When I was playing a little bit earlier, it seemed like there are two kind of strategies you can go for. One is, just going for the ball, having your team just get the ball to the goal. But you can also shoot the other players, and some of those power-ups, like you were mentioning, can have a negative effect on the other guys. What kind of strategy have you been going for when you play?
So I'm one of those people who's trying to find a balance between like guarding my goal and really rushing forward. And it's kind of like, it's tricky to figure out, when exactly you should stay back because there's 3 players on each team. So it's not like each of you has an assigned role, right? Like you can't always be at your goal guarding because you'll never get the ball to the other side of the court. And so I'm kind of trying to find a balance between like, when do I sacrifice myself and put myself in front of the goal to take that damage in my mech? And when do I really just like rush? Like maybe, for example, some of the other players have been ejected from their mechs. That might be a time to like, okay, rush the ball forward instead of guarding your own goal,
And so Metroid Prime Federation Force is, do we have a due date or when we might be able to expect to be able to play it?
Next year, yep.
So a very exciting way to experience Metroid, and if you didn't get to play it, a continuation of Metroid Prime Hunters in some ways.
There are definitely a lot of elements from, if you're familiar with the Metroid Prime series, you're going to feel like you're in that universe, so definitely check it out.
Yeah, and your way to get a Metroid fix and to be in that Metroid universe on your 3DS sometime next year. Sounds very exciting.
Hello, welcome back to GameSpot's coverage of E3 2015. I'm joined by Chris Miller from FunBits.
Hey, FunBits is here.
What's up, buddy?
Day 3.
Yeah, it's almost done.
Almost.
My voice is almost gone. I've almost run out of T-shirts.
We're gonna end big and
exactly.
strong.
We're gonna end strong, and what a way to end! Has it been 6 years since we saw the princess?
It's been a while. It's been about 4 years. Since
4 years.
Yes.
It's been a long time. I remember playing the first one a lot on PlayStation Network, and you guys are back. Different take on Fat Princess this time.
It is. It's taking all the kind of chaos and combat in the original classes and kind of showing them in a new way where people can actually play together. One of the big feedback we heard in the original is people loved it. They loved the multiplayer PvP, but there's a lot more people that wanted to just enjoy the experience and drive it themselves at their own pace and have a good time. And so this is kind of our leading focus right now for Fat Princess Adventures.
Cool. So Fat Princess Adventures, a 4-player drop-in, drop-out co-op romp.
Drop in, drop out, and you can be online or on the couch. So it's great. You can, if you're just by yourself, you can log in with friends and play online, or 4 people on the couch. And one of the things we've done is you can choose a personality type as well as a character class. And your personality type actually kind of changes the script and the combat and the banter as you play through. So when you've got 4 people playing together, they banter and talk amongst each other and kind of drive the story with you.
Excellent. I played this back at the PlayStation Experience when you guys first announced it. Had a lot of fun. One of the things I loved the most was it collecting all the cake and then turning into this massive-ass version of yourself?
So that's what they're doing now. It's just, if you eat cake, it heals you. If you keep eating cake and you eat lots of cake, then you go into chubby mode, and then you can really bring smack down on the goblins and the enemies in the game.
It's excellent. We've got 4 of your friends playing off screen here, doing a wonderful job. Tell us about the classes and how they sort of interact and work with each other.
So I've got the engineer, and the engineer can disarm traps and bombs. And the mage is kind of your range class. He's a little bit squishy. He'll die pretty easily, so you got to hang back. You've got the archer, and you've also got the warrior. So the warrior is kind of your tank. He can run in there and basically just kind of push the enemies back. He's got a shield bash. But also, as you adventure through, you can collect all kinds of gear and loot that changes your character as well. So the type of play, the type of weapons they have changes up their actions.
It seemed like you actually had a much higher emphasis on loot than I was expecting. You're kind of changing weapons as you're going through the level as well.
Yes, so you've got full customization of your armor, your hats, your weapon types, and you can fully customize all your gear. And then say you want to actually like the flame sword more than the ice sword, you can actually level it up, and you can take it to the upgrade guy, and he'll upgrade all your gear and loot as well over time. And your characters level up as well. So there's a much deeper system there for grinding and loot collecting and customizing your characters.
When you're dropping into a 4-player map, for instance, kind of like me and my friend, like, can we all be the archer? Can you have 4 archers, or do you have...
You can do whatever you want, and that's the kind of cool thing. You have to commit at a checkpoint as what class you want, and then you have to play that class until the next checkpoint.
Yeah.
So checkpoint's the kind of area where you can, like, okay, let's change up our strategy. We can all be warriors. You can mix and match with, you know, a different grouping, and it's kind of fun. It's a good way to kind of enjoy all the classes in an action RPG because you know, you can play other games where you're like level 30, like, oh my god, I got to go all the way back to the start of the game if I want to try a different character class, and that's kind of the fast action of Fat Princess is it's just jump in, grab the controller, and just start having fun and just experience all of it at once.
Cool. So your 4 classes are kind of leveling up individually, and if you were like to start the game, then could you like bring your level 15 archer in, or?
So you can jump in with other people, and they can adjust based on the people that you have. So it's not everyone going to get their asses handed to them, but you can also select and swap out your gear. And one of the cool things is too, it's like there's always a game. There's not enough games out there where you can hand it to your other half on the couch.
Yeah.
And they can actually be helpful and have a good time and have joy playing it. So we're really excited that we're allowed to do a 4-player couch co-op game that's fun and story driven.
So I guess you're trying to ride that line of having an RPG game, but also is sort of casual
really
enough that
accessible,
people can get
and sometimes you want to log in and do a raid for 4 hours, and sometimes you want to play something for half an hour and do some story and replay some dungeons. And that's what we have here is we have a good replay system where you can actually go back and the dungeon conditions change, so you can actually keep replaying and try to collect more loot. And then we have tons of customizations as well for all the characters as well. So on top of the classes, you've got the personality types, you've got male and female, and all kinds of really cool customizations and unlockables to change your character over time as well.
Cool. I'm pretty sure this is actually the level I played in Las Vegas at the end
so
of
this
December.
is the first part is the beach invasion, and we also have rescuing the princess from the castle, which is the next level we're also showing here. And we also have Zug boss battle that we're showing at the floor as well, where you can try and defeat Zug the Destroyer. It's a pretty hard boss, but it's using strategy with the different classes and figuring out how you can actually do damage to him. It's kind of a really kind of fun experience.
I like it. You've got a beach invasion for your first level. It's like Call of Duty. I guess the other thing with games like this is how much content is there. So like, how many levels are we talking about here? What's the campaign
there's a
like?
lot of levels. It's a long campaign. If you were to just sit and play through, we're going to have a 6 to 8 hour experience of just story based, and then from there you've got replaying the dungeons. But you're going to go to all kinds of locations. We're going to go to the Pirate Caves, the Salty Mountains, Lost Lake, Black Forest. Black Forest in the original, so you get to revisit that area as well, which is cool. And we have the village here and the docks and the beach. So it's a huge game. It's so much bigger than I think people are going to even anticipate when they check it out.
You guys, it must be wonderful for you to be releasing this game now that the PlayStation 4 is such a nice, healthy install base as well. Are you guys going to be bringing this out on Vita at all with a cross?
That's to be determined. We'd love to. We'd love to address the Vita players. I mean, Funbits was born out of Vita with Escape Plan, so it's kind of we have a love for that device. But for now, it's PSN, PS4. It'll be out later this year, and it's great. Sony's been a great partner that just really focus on gameplay and fun, and it's really great to work with a partner that kind of lets you explore and iterate and really polish and make a really polished, fun experience. So it's been great.
Cool. I think we've talked a lot about the nitty-gritty because I was just so interested while all this was playing. So let's focus on the gameplay a little bit. Just kind of give us an idea of what exactly is going on here. How the team's working together.
So right there, everyone just got almost party wiped there, and so just standing next to another player, you can bring them back instantly, or they'll get warped to a checkpoint if you don't bring them back within a certain amount of time. We got somebody there in chubby mode running around in their underpants. They've been eating too much cake. They've just brought 3 guards. They found the guards' keys, and they're bringing them back to get into the main gate here. So right as they get to the guard, tells you let's go in, but the goblins are still attacking. You need to defend the gate before you guys can go in and then get to the princess.
Is there some sort of like I see the chubby mode is when you eat too much cake. I think I remember seeing something like an overpowered mode where you're able to like just stomp around and kill everyone.
That's the awesome meter. So the purple meter there, when that powers up all the way and you go into awesome mode, you activate awesome sauce. It gives you a really good boost. It's kind of like a POW where you can do more damage, you can run a little faster, and you can beat the crap out of the goblins and the other characters.
How could I have forgotten the awesome sauce? That's what it was in my head.
But one of the things we did too is you're always collecting gear and loot, and the party shares it, which is cool. So the competitive aspect is collecting gold versus the cooperative aspect is collecting gear. So if someone gets to the chest first, they got a cool new helmet or shield, everyone gets it in the party, which is cool. But there's gold grab. Everyone's going for gold on their own. That's kind of the competitive score for everybody, because then you can use that to upgrade your weapons.
So is that what the gold is used for, is for specific upgrading the weapons?
Upgrading, buying stuff from store vendors, and just kind of showing that you've got the most gold grab. When you get to a checkpoint, first person to get to a checkpoint gets checkpoint champion, and they get some gold as well. So it's kind of, you get people racing to the checkpoints too, and we're trying to put some competitive nature in this game, and it's going to be evolving over time to say.
I like it. Working together to get XP, working together to get weapons, but just being a little bit selfish on the side.
Little cash grabbing on the side.
Yeah. That's the best part about co-op games, is actually the part where you're not playing cooperatively at all. Let's have a little bit look more at some of the gameplay here. Is there a boss fight coming up next? Am I remembering correctly?
It's in a little while. We've got Zug, the Destroyer. It's quite a ways off. It's a big demo for the show.
How many bosses are in the game?
I believe we've got about 5 major bosses, and we've got a handful of elites that you'll be fighting as well along the way. But yeah, the boss battles are fun. It's a good time. It's a kind of classic Mega Man style boss battles that we like.
Everyone has their class and everyone has their role, kind of thing. Lastly, how long have you guys been working on this? It's been a while. So it's an interesting turn of face for the series. Honestly, it kind of seems like you guys are making a game that we haven't seen on the PlayStation 4 yet, which is great.
We've been on this for about a couple of years almost. So after we finished Escape Plan, we rolled directly into working on Fat Princess Adventures, and it's been good. It's good to take the style of the original and kind of bring it to the PlayStation 4, kind of up the frame rate and add more effects and add just more chaos and classes and more characters than we've ever had before, and just give it a lot more depth in terms of even the voice acting. The narrator was so classic to the original, and he's back. So we have Nathan, Tom Kane, and Nolan North is actually in the game.
Really?
He actually plays a chicken on fire at a certain point. We have,
You got Nolan North.
He
like
was fantastic to work with. We have a really great cast in this game. It's pretty fantastic.
Next time you could get him to voice the cake. You just figure that one out somehow.
He'd hit it like right on the first go. So. Yeah.
Awesome. Chris Miller from FunBase, thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you very much.
When will we be able to play Fat Princess?
You'll be able to play Fat Princess later this year.
Later this year?
Later this year.
Woo! So many games coming out in 2015. We got one more to look forward to. Thanks very much for coming on. And thank you so much to your wonderful team off camera for playing and putting on a great show. We'll be back here on the GameSpot stage in just a minute. Stay tuned.
Do we go?
Hello, welcome back to GameSpot's coverage of E3 2015. I've spent most of the past 3 days sitting on my ass watching everyone else enjoy it. I'm a boy, YouTuber Chamchong, right here. Good to meet you finally. Daniel, how you doing, buddy?
You guys have been out and about, actually enjoying the wonderful wares that exist in the West Hall and South Hall. And I just heard that you were playing Battlefront like just now.
Yeah, we finished like half an hour ago. We had about 20 minutes on the game, and it was amazing, right?
Oh yeah, it was so much fun.
Get them up there. We're in
Sorry.
kind of funny
It's a
guys.
lot of fun.
They're too loud, so we got to be super loud. 'Cause they're
okay.
So you played Battlefront for like 30 minutes?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, we had a match, and I got into the AT-AT, and I was just like firing down on everyone. It was amazing.
That's mental. What did you think of it, Daniel?
Oh, it's definitely the best of the show. Yeah.
You guys Battlefield fans at all?
Yeah, but more, I like the Star Wars aspect.
That's
yeah.
interesting, because I'm definitely coming from the other side, because I'm like a big, for whatever reason, I'm not a massive Star Wars fan, but I love Battlefield Vietnam. I love like Battlefield 3 and 4.
Yeah.
Does it feel like a game that's like Star Wars fans would like?
I always felt like Battlefield was just something, like something was missing, but now it feels like this is Battlefield and Star Wars have somehow meshed.
They've like felt,
yeah, it's
they're
like
a good
they've
fit.
learned, like EA knows like from the experience, and it's just something that they've actually just made epic now. So yeah, it definitely feels like Star Wars.
So you got in an AT-AT. What were you doing while he was walking around in an AT-AT in Battlefront?
I was just getting shot the whole time. Yeah, I was
Tough luck.
terrible.
Looking at some gameplay of it here, it looks fantastic on the gameplay we saw. When you were playing it, was it running that well?
Yeah, I noticed a few little bugs here and there. Obviously, it's a very early build, or it's not finished. But yeah, it was really smooth. Like this right here in the trenches, and you can just pop out every now and then and use like the jetpack and just destroy people with even the grenade launcher. It's so much fun.
And was it like this? Was there all like stuff flying through the air? And
Yeah, I was in an Imperial ship for a little while. That was really cool.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Smart rocket, man. There's something about all the gameplay demos we see. I just wish that I had time to actually get hands-on with all of them. What else did you guys play today? What were you doing before Battlefront?
Well, for me, one game, but I didn't get to play it. It was more like a really cool experience. Was I got to use the what do you call it, the HoloLens?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I got in here real early before 8 a.m. and it wasn't really like a hands-on. You don't really move anything, but it's more just an experience. You know?
Was this the Halo thing that they're doing?
Yeah, yeah. You like walk through like a Halo set.
That's great, because we've heard from everyone here that that's like got the longest line in both conferences.
Yep.
So do you have an exhibitor badge? Did you get in nice? That's the way to do it. You got to pick in line though. So that was a good call. What was it like? You see like a waypoint in the distance?
Yeah, it's like a waypoint. You know, like Mass Effect, for example, but a bit more simple than that. It's just like telling you where to go, and then you turn into this like hallway, and it's
It's pretty dope. Are you a Halo fan?
Yeah. More of a Call of Duty fan though.
Yeah, fair enough. What about yourself? Did you get to go with the HoloLens stuff?
No, they wouldn't let me in.
Wouldn't let you?
No.
Today's simulation takes place on the
What else did you see today?
We checked out Batman.
Oh, cool.
And stuff. Yeah, look, it was a lot of fun. What else?
There's so much stuff.
Yeah, there's like so many games. Running off like 3 hours of sleep.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Did you watch the conferences earlier in the week?
Yes.
Sony, what was your favorite out of the Microsoft, Sony, and I guess Nintendo is kind of a weird one, but
Bethesda.
Yes, good answer.
Yeah.
I'm right there with you. I went on Amazon straight away and spent like $130 on this world's stupidest looking Apple Watch. Are you both Fallout fans?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Also Doom. They got the create the map thing. Yeah, snap map. Yeah.
Did you get a chance to see Doom at all? I know, but they're hardly showing Fallout. I think only Judges Week people are getting to see it. Did you like the demo of Doom? I wasn't so sure about it.
Yeah, when I first saw it, I was kind of unsure about it. I was like, it looks like old Doom, but kind of generic now. But then they showed their snap map, and I guess just it's Doom, and there's just cool new features. So I'm excited to see what they bring eventually.
Hopefully, the one thing I was worried about was that the speed didn't seem as fast as how you play Doom. But you can never tell at E3 because they sometimes show stuff off a little bit slower to make sure you know.
Yeah.
If you're playing like Doom and you're just like darting all over the place, it mightn't have sold. So I guess I'll have to wait to get my hands on. You're obviously a massive knowledge well when it comes to FIFA. You've got loads of videos online about it. We had Nick Cannon up yesterday. I saw it. I think you interviewed him as well a couple of days ago at the booth. He was showing off FIFA. We didn't get a gameplay demo, but we got some of the like videos of how it looked. You got hands-on with it, right?
Yeah.
So what do you think about this year's FIFA?
It plays a lot slower, but that's a good thing because previously you could just like split through the defense, and the defense wouldn't really do anything. Especially the midfield was really weak, and there was basically a game of attack. Now it's built more through the midfield, and I like that. And then obviously shooting's been improved. it's gone back to like FIFA 14 but better, because FIFA 15 shooting I found wasn't all that great. It was kind of like floaty, but yeah, it's definitely improved.
Excellent. And I know neither of us have played PES this year, but apparently that one's looking pretty good as well. So it might be another 2-year football game or soccer game, depending on where you are.
Football.
Football. Yeah. All right. We're both islanders, other side of the world, but it's football. Last thing. You got to pick anything else you want to see before the show closes in 2 hours? Daniel, anything?
I wanted to see some more Bethesda stuff, but they're sort of pretty hushing all that up. There's not a lot there. So I think I've pretty much seen everything.
Excellent.
Everything good.
You've enjoyed your E3. And what about you, Cham Chong? You got anything else you want to see?
Well, I want to revisit something I've already visited, and it's Street Fighter V.
Oh, really?
Because he beat me at it. Yeah, so I want to get him back. Yeah.
Excellent. Gentlemen, thank you so much for coming on.
Thanks for having us.
Really appreciate it, especially, you're like sort of like by extension me being to vicariously enjoy E3 through you. So I really appreciate it. Enjoy the last 2 hours of the conference. And thank you for watching on GameSpot and on YouTube and of course on Hitbox. I'll be back in just a minute with more video games right before the show wraps up. Stay there. Hello and welcome back to GameSpot's coverage of E3 2015. My main man Nathan Vella's here.
What is going on,
and
Danny?
you brought Chris Wachowski.
Hey.
Pleasure to see you again, sir. I had no idea you were coming, but why not? It's basically your game. He's just riding on its coattails.
Yeah, that is literally the summary of Cappy.
Is that Cappy works?
Yes. Yes.
It's
Pretty much.
you're wrangling up indie developers and making them work for you.
No, we just get the people who are better than me at everything. And then I take as much credit as possible.
Yeah. And you make great video games, and another video game people have been looking forward to. Feels like a year or two now, 2 years.
Oh yeah, it's been a couple.
Yeah,
it's been a couple.
Below, and you're gonna play it right here.
Yeah. Chris is gonna guide. He's gonna drive. And yeah, live demo is our favorite way to show the game. We love kind of just bringing the game and playing it and watching Chris. He's really good at the game because he's the design director of it, but. He's probably going to die anyways because the game is quite challenging and brutal, but fair.
But that's the point, right? So
it is.
Below is a sort of would an exploration roguelike be sort of?
Yeah, it's a game about exploration, about survival, about discovery. It's inspired by roguelikes. It's inspired by adventure games. It's a game where you play this tiny wanderer arriving at this big island, walking through a door and ending up in the depths. And we don't really tell you why you're there or what you're supposed to do. The game really is about exploring. You're exploring the caves, but you're also exploring the combat, the systems, the crafting. It's a game that really, at every turn, the player is going to be left on their own to figure them out for themselves.
So I guess these types of games are often very sort of, they're mechanically, everything mechanic is up front. Like what you guys seem to be doing here is almost making one of these games that is just not maybe hiding that, but is definitely pushing forward a sense of mood and
yes. I mean, everything that we make, we approach with aesthetics, we approach with style. That's the thing that really excites us about the video game medium is creating stuff that looks a way that we want something to look. And when we were starting the project, Chris had this idea of doing, like, 1080p screens are amazing and they're big and they have a ton of pixels. And most people use them to get higher res textures and fidelity. And so Chris's idea was to think about it in terms of, like, the screen size as a level and what a single screen dungeon game would be on a 1080p monitor. And so we thought, well, we'll pull the camera back, we'll use depth of field, we'll really try to create a game that has a very different, almost like you're looking into a little terrarium.
Yeah.
Alive but small. And part of that is because your character is very weak, but it's also very capable, very nimble. You have, as you go through the depths, you can craft, and crafting is a very important part of survival. Chris just showed some of the crafting. And you're crafting to be able to, you know, keep yourself alive, to give yourself the tools that you want. You have a sword and a shield. You can kind of duck behind your shield. You can poke around your shield, and that's the basic combat. You can also put one other weapon. There's something. Yeah, let's get some snacks.
Nick Scarpino just turned up on the set and gave me some
chocolate.
Snacks. Thanks, Nick.
Yeah, you need some food to survive, right?
Right, exactly, yeah.
He cued it in. You're bringing it back around.
Perfect. So explain sort of the gameplay, what's happening right here, what Chris is doing.
So Chris is in one of the levels of the dungeon. This is entirely procedurally generated. Every time you come to the depths, the dungeon generates anew. There are landmarks in the dungeon that don't change, but the whole flow, all the levels are procedurally generated and different every time you arrive. And so what Chris is doing is he's tentatively almost exploring. He's making sure that he's not taking any silly risks. He's got his magical lantern on, which he can, you know, use, or he can pick up a torch, because also the game is very dark and light is a very important piece of it.
And line of sight seems to be very important as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really about not taking any unnecessary risks. It's really about trying to figure out what the best approach to combat scenarios are. If you get hit in a combat scenario, you start bleeding. And like in real life, if you don't deal with a wound, you will eventually bleed to death. So in Below, you are essentially one hit away from death at every turn.
Right.
And that's the game. The game will punish you for making unnecessary mistakes, but you don't have to do that. You can figure out for yourself how to avoid those kind of nasty situations.
Can we have a look at some of that UI stuff, the little menu that's popping? What's in there?
So you have a couple of different types of crafting in the game. One part of the crafting is crafting that you can do at any point. Another part is crafting that you can only do at fire, and that's cooking. That's how you create soups. And soups are kind of like Below's potions. And by figuring out the recipes, you can kind of stock yourself up for the long trip down.
Right.
You also can pick up different weapons and very kind of like special items. And you can fill up your lantern so that you can reveal parts of the game like what Chris is revealing right now. And this is, you know, it's a game that has a story. It's a game that has lore, but we don't have any text or dialogue in the game. We don't have any kind of like moments of exposition where we are forcing you to see the story. We just put hints in, put little things for attentive players to find. And even though we have our own story for the game, we're really hoping that players will craft their own narrative for it. We're hoping that we put enough little breadcrumbs of story that maybe they'll find what we're looking to tell them. But if they come up with something different and cooler, that's actually kind of rad too.
Excellent, open to interpretation. So as a game where you can die in one hit, what's it like resetting? Are you carrying over anything?
So the way that death works in Below is that you're playing a sequence of lives. It's not the same life over and over again. It's not this kind of like reset. The dungeon itself has things that persist through every life. And so any like major accomplishments with one life, you can build upon them with your next life. Then you show up as a completely different wanderer, dressed differently. You might be female, you might be male,
Excellent.
you might not really be able to tell. But each time you get to build upon the success. But there are many things in the game that there are only one of.
Right.
Which means that, let's say you die with your lantern. There is a magical lantern in Below. So if you want that magical lantern, you need to be able to find your corpse to pick that lantern back up. And the game will give you some hints as to, like, there is a mini map. It will show you where the lantern is, but there's it's very much about you finding your way back to your body. If you want to, you don't even have to. And again, it's a game that we're trying to create a sense of delving deeper, but also a sense of control and agency for the player.
So what is the end game then? Is this a game where, you know, at the end there is a massive climactic boss and then that's it, and then there's no reason to keep playing, or?
That I can say very much no.
Okay.
We really hope that this is a game that has enough secrets and depth to it that there will be multiple ways for players to find their way to the end game. And even the end game itself, it's part of the exploration is figuring out why you're even in these caves, what your goal is, and why you're pushing through the depths, why you're trying to go below. And so even the end game it's something that I'm really excited to see the first player get there.
Yeah.
Because we're not going to tell anyone what it is.
Excellent. It's going to be interesting, I guess, seeing the internet unravel the game, and you guys have had that happen before with Super Brothers Sword and Sorcery. And
Definitely. I mean, Sorcery, we were very explicit about the story. We told that story.
Yes.
But there was a lot in that game for people to find, whether it was through being able to tweet out lines of dialogue in the game, or whether it was through the megatome, kind of keeping track of the character's thoughts. In Below, we're actually hoping that goes over to the player, that the player will, you know, take their own mental notes about landmarks in the game or story elements that they notice or things that they might not want to explore this time but really want to explore the next time. It's that, like, we really want to build a game that has these systems that interact in an interesting way that cause the player to want to discover, like, and to feel like they are the ones that created that discovery, rather than to feel like we grabbed them by the hand and dragged them along to what that we wanted them to discover.
You're playing on a PC dev kit here. It's coming out on Xbox One as well?
Yeah, it's coming out on PC and Xbox One.
It's not part of ID at Xbox.
It is ID at Xbox, yes.
What's that process been like, actually, working on Microsoft?
I mean, it's great. The game started out as a Microsoft Studios title before ID at Xbox existed. And when Chris Charla started ID at Xbox, we kind of went to Microsoft and said, hey, this is probably a better fit for our game. As an independent developer, you know, we were funding our own title, and they totally agreed. They were very supportive of it. And since then, I mean, they've been supportive of the game from day one, from the producers all the way up to Phil Spencer. They've been really great about the game. They've been great partners, and we're really excited to be able to bring it to Steam as well.
That's cool, and people are excited to play it as well. It's one of those games that whenever people see it, they're like, oh yeah, God, I hope that's coming out soon.
Yeah, we definitely have heard that at E3. That is the common question, and we're doing our best to get it out as soon as possible. We're hoping that we can hit later this year or early next year, but really, like, it's a deep game, and we have to excavate the project while we're actually building the depths. We have to, and sometimes you hit those really challenging layers that take a little bit more time to figure out. And as developers, giving ourselves the time to figure out our game, that's the best way that we end up with a project that we can speak to fans honestly about, that we can, when we talk about it, they can tell that we're not full of shit, that we actually love the thing that we made. And we love this game. We really do. It's a game, like Chris and I talk about it all the time. It's a game that we made for ourselves. I mean, this thing came from there and ended up there. And that's the shit that we love at Cappy. That was Time Force. That was Sword and Sorcery. That was Clash of Heroes. That was Critter Crunch. Like, we've really worked hard to get to that point. And the fact that the fans have supported us, and the fact that we can have partners and players that are interested.
Yep.
I mean, if you look at it, Super Time Force, which is coming to PS4 and Vita very soon, you can play as Shuhei Yoshida, you can play as the Traveler from Journey, you can play as Sir Galahad from The Order. Super Time Force to Below, those are some extremely different games.
Yeah, totally.
Right? But they're
a Critter Crunch.
Yeah, extremely different game. And that's what excites us. And we really hope that we've seen players that have noticed that the thread through Cappy games isn't necessarily a genre, but it's like a style, a feel, and hopefully a commitment to making interesting, or at least we believe interesting
I
shit.
think that's why people are excited to play it, and that's certainly why I'm excited. And Nathan, Chris, thank you so much. Great to see you guys as ever.
Thanks a lot for having us, Danny.
No worries.
It's been a long show for you, I'm assuming.
Yeah, we're almost done.
Yep, you got like 3 or 4 more of these, but you've been killing it. Keep it up, man.
Thanks very much, dude.
Real pleasure.
Enjoy the trip back up north.
We will.
Enjoy a bit of LA, first of all.
Thank you very
oh, yeah,
much.
because just leaving Chris hanging here. I'm sorry, buddy. You're just over there in your own little world. And thanks to you for watching, of course, on GameSpot.com, on the YouTube E3 Hub, and of course on Hitbox. Stay tuned. We'll be back with more games in just a minute. Bonjour, bienvenue à GameSpot. Je m'appelle Daniel O'Dwyer. That's my French. I'm done. But I'm here with the guys from Mother Russia Bleeds. John from Devolver is here. I've got Fred and Slow. You guys have come all the way from Paris to show us this game. John, you're the window dressing, helping out with translation if required.
If there's a French emergency, I'll jump in, yeah.
No problem. Désolé, mon français est très terrible.
It's okay.
No problem, it's okay. Yeah.
No problem. Mother Russia Bleeds, tell us about it.
It's a beat 'em up. It's like old school beat 'em up. We are working on it since 1 year and a half. We have an alpha version. We are 4 people working on the team, and we wanted to make something like Street of Rage.
Yes.
It was a main influence, Double Dragon, Renegade, and we wanted to make something very intense because we like the old beat 'em up, very brutal, and we like dark things. We like those things, and it was the intention. And we played Hotline Miami. There is, I think, 1 year ago or before, and we discovered that it was so possible to make a very good game just with a little team.
Yeah, little team with sort of great graphics like is in this game and great music as well, which Slow made. Let's get into it. Let's start the game and have a look because it's one of those games that you need to sort of see to appreciate. So what's happening here? Who are you picking?
So we are showing the fourth level. We have 8 levels, and it shows one of the 4 characters. It's the standard character with standard properties. He will so enter in the club because it's a guy from the story takes place in the USSR. It's just an alternative vision of USSR, and we have some characters who come from a really poor community.
Yeah, in Russia.
Yes, in USSR.
Oh, sorry, right.
And they just survive. They gain money by fighting. And in another side, there is the mafia. The mafia who is creating a drug in order to make money. And one day they will kidnap poor people. People no one knows them, so they are kidnapped and
like slaves, or they disappear.
Yeah, they disappear, and the mafia makes some tests to create the drug, and the player will begin the game by escaping the lab where they have been like cobaye.
Yes. Experimented. Excellent. It looks Streets of Rage, Double Dragon, great games. Not very difficult. Some of them they get difficult. This looks more difficult. This looks like hardcore game.
Yes, it's a really hardcore. It was our intention. We wanted. This game is very challenging, and it's intense. It's brutal. So if it's casual, it won't be a good thing for us. We want it very difficult.
It's interesting. You have a 4-person team.
Yes.
It must take a lot of time to draw all of the assets for this.
Of course. Every playable character have I think about 40 animations. Each animation is a lot of frames, and it's a lot of work. And right now, just there is sorry.
You can rewind as well.
No. Right now, it took drugs. I have to explain you. There is no lives in this. It's like die and retry. You have just a life gauge, and when you lose some health, you have the syringe. The syringe gives you the opportunity to make two things. You choose between health. You use a slot and you inject some liquid to get health, more health, and the other possibility is to get some berserk.
Okay.
And when you are on berserk, you are very, very fast, powerful, and you can make special moves.
Oh my God!
And the only way to refill the syringe is to when some NPCs are dying. They are making convulsions and they are vomiting on themselves.
Yeah.
It's okay. And you have to like, you will do that. So
oh, what?
yeah, like that.
And you fill it back up again.
Yes, you pick with your syringe and you will get more fluid to continue the adventure because you have to manage your health.
Yeah. So so one life for each level.
Yes, but there are checkpoints, of course, and we plan to make 8 levels.
Start to finish. So you can pick a different character for the different levels as well. Can you play with 2 people?
Yes, it's playable for 4 people.
4?
People, yes.
Oh wow.
The people can join in during the game. Right now it's local. But we plan to make it online if we have the time and the energy, because it's a lot of work. We are a little team.
Le Cartel, is that the name of your team?
Le Cartel, yes, it's the society, our society from France, and we are working with Devolver, and that's really cool.
Is that your first game working on, or?
The team, yes, it's our first game. Before I used to work for Ubisoft on Just Dance, and
yeah, Ubisoft wouldn't let you make a game like this.
I don't think so.
This doesn't have little rabbits laughing at each other.
Yeah.
Does it get more difficult? Is it more difficult with one person? If 4 people are involved, does the difficulty scale?
Yes, the difficulty scale. It's it's quite simple. It's more NPCs when you are 4 people. It's not a real technical brawler. It's a really intense brawler. It's brutal, and when you play to multiplayer, you can do some combos. It's possible.
I see there's a nice big penis in the back left as well.
Yes, it's a club, a very weird club.
Yeah. Although, have you been to Russia?
Yes, I've been to Russia, but I was very young, and no, it's what I said. It's an alternative vision of Russia. It's,
fair enough. Which bad guys are they? Is this the mafia guys you're attacking here?
Right now we are in a club which owned by a boss of the mafia, and it's just the guys from the. It's an alpha. So the guys we saw, they are guardians from. It's a NPC we use from another level. We will just make new NPCs. Yes, well, right now
it's all going wrong now.
I have to explain.
Yeah.
Right now we are in a crisis because the characters are a little bit addict, and they have hallucinations.
Oh no!
And when in this case we just are in hallucination, and it's very weird.
Yeah.
We like weird things.
Does this happen at certain stages in the game? You just freak out?
It's scripted.
Oh, cool. Oh, unscripted.
No. It's scripted.
Okay.
It's in the story. It's a story.
Excellent.
Right
yeah. So you guys obviously working with Devolver as well. Big fans of Hotline Miami, I assume as well.
Yes. We love the game from Devolver. The developers. Yes, we love that game, and it's a great. It's awesome to be there right now and to work with Devolver. It's really awesome.
It's fantastic, and it's great to have you guys here as well, coming to E3 to show off the game, especially as there are such a
crazy amount of different types of games at E3 this year. Like modern game development is fascinating.
Yes, and we are working on the flat, you know, and we are a little bit alone. So when we came here, it's so huge. It's very impressive. It's
yeah. It's like suddenly you've small room into a massive room.
Yeah, small room and wow.
Excellent. Frederica Slow as well, thank you so much for coming on. Thanks as well. We didn't need you, apparently. I'm just happy you're here because the shirt is fantastic. This is real Los Angeles.
We do what we can.
Yeah, I'm just wearing this thing. It's probably, I was wearing plaid all week, but I like my Chun-Li shirt a lot. When is it available? When will we be able to play Mother Russia
It will be available on maybe if, on April or March of the next year.
Excellent. Fingers crossed.
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you so much for coming on.
Thanks
It was
a
a
lot.
pleasure. I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
And thank you for watching. Stay tuned. We got more great games coming up here on the GameSpot show right here at E3. It's day 3. Stay tuned. Hey, what's up? Welcome back to GameSpot's continuing coverage of E3 2015. Ashley's back.
Yay,
Welcome
it's
back.
me.
Well,
My
I was
voice half back.
Yeah, my voice is little bit rough as well. Great to have you back again, Ashley. Really appreciate it. We recorded Tomorrow Daily upstairs earlier.
We did.
I got to join in on that. That was good fun.
Yeah.
Thank you for having me. What have you seen today since we last saw you?
Well, I used I may have used my exhibitor badge to get in a little early this morning.
Oh, it's difficult because you got to pick one thing.
Yeah, I had to pick one thing. I had one choice. I chose The Division.
Oh, good shout.
I made it a point this year not to play anything. I didn't want to try anything that was coming out this year. I was like, if it's coming out this year, maybe I'll play it, maybe I won't. So I played The Division this morning, and it was intense.
Okay.
But a very deliberate intensity. So everybody kind of moves really slow. It's really realistic in that way. But I also thought it was a little bit odd that when you shoot people in the head, they don't die.
Oh yeah, of course.
They live.
Yes.
I don't like this. I like to just, snipe people from behind corners and stuff. But I did watch somebody go rogue on their team and kill them. And I was like, oh my God, this is going to be insane. People are going to lose their minds for The Division.
The internet especially with that whole. I always feel like there's just certain people who are always going to do it. Apparently, if you collect like a rare item, there's like a yellow little bag that's on your person, so you can tell if someone has something real good. And then if you kill them, apparently you turn up as a rogue agent on the map, so that everyone else who's in that area is like, yo, this guy's a jerk, and also he's probably got something cool.
And everybody went after that guy. It was crazy because we had, I think, either 12 or 15 people in teams of 3. I was on Team Cake.
Oh, really?
All about Team Cake. And it was crazy. We all went into the dark zone together, and we were supposed to do that. Just like we saw in the trailer, we were supposed to do the extraction.
Yeah.
And so everybody's fighting over the extraction point. Everyone's hiding behind stuff, trying to like shoot at each other over crates and everything. And people are throwing sticky bombs. And I mean, it was insane. I was just like, I can't imagine this. When it gets released and people are all online at the same time playing, it is going to be bananas. I'm excited about it. It looks really cool.
There's been a bit of a reaction to the graphics in it because we saw it being played on the stage, and it didn't look quite as fancy as it did 2 years ago. When you were playing it though, did it seem like it looked good to you?
It looks good. But I definitely think that maybe what we saw a couple years ago was like cranked up ultra on a PC. It was and then this year maybe we saw like PlayStation 4 or Xbox One. Like we saw a version of it that was like maybe a little bit scaled back for sort of the optimized version. So we all don't need $2,000 rigs to play it. I would imagine that whatever gets released for PC is going to look gorgeous if you have a really high-end rig. But I wasn't complaining. I was very slightly let down. Because you want everything to look as beautiful as possible, of course. But it wasn't something that took me out of the game. So it didn't make me feel like, I would have enjoyed this if the graphics had been. It looks good. It doesn't look incredible. My mind wasn't blown, but it was very. It was very good, and I didn't feel like it took me out of the game at all.
My good friend Andy Bauman played it yesterday, and he thought that the snapping to cover kind of felt a little bit odd, something like Alpha Protocol, where you really sort of magnetize the stuff.
Yeah.
How did that feel for you?
If you get close to something, it'll give you that option to stick to, and it is very magnetized, so to stick to it, and you kind of dive into it. My thing is if you looked at another piece of equipment or a crate or something to hide behind, it would say A and highlight as if you could sort of like dodge and roll to it. Not the case. You just stand up. And so I died a couple times like trying to like roll to another spot, and I was just like, okay, this is clearly not working. And then the developers were like, oh, well, you have to be moving toward it. So you can't just be ducking for cover and then highlight another place, which I thought was a little bit odd. Because the thing is it's all about hiding. It's all about,
totally. It's a cover shooter.
Yeah, it's absolutely a cover shooter. And so I thought that was a little bit weird. And it was that, like I said, the first couple of times I was just like, I'm just getting shot. Just literally like pop up from a crate, and I'm like, hi everybody, like shoot me. Like I was just like, I feel like a decoy. Like
it's interesting because you're not the only person that said that. So I wonder if they're going to if this will be something they address. They're actually doing a beta later this year, so
I have a feeling a lot of people are going to complain about that, or just report it as a bug. They're going to be like, "This is obviously broken. Like I should be rolling from one place to the next." Yeah, I thought that was odd. Maybe assign it to a different button, or you know, like have it highlight and then say like press Y to roll and cover or something like that. But it was just very, it wasn't very apparent what was going to happen
not
if you
intuitive.
pressed A. It looked like if you pressed A, you would go over to that space, and because it highlighted and it had A next to it, and then nothing happened. So
Weird.
you just got out of cover.
Well, that's a good thing about E3, I guess, is that it allows developers to get it in the eyes of more and more people.
Very much.
Speaking of which, speaking of picking up games and playing them, soon here we're going to be playing some Rock Band 4. That'll be the third game I've got to play at E3 this year.
Great.
You've got another hour. What are you doing for your last hour?
I'd really like to check out some of the indie games over at Sony.
Oh, cool.
I haven't had a chance to do that. I did check out Below yesterday.
Oh, cool. We just had them on.
Yeah, and it was very difficult to sort of figure out. I liked that.
You like hard games, though.
I do. They kind of just left you alone. The devs, they were just like, okay, well, here's some of the controls, and now just explore and figure it out. And I like that, but I was also like, oh my gosh, what am I doing?
Yeah.
What am I doing? But that was cool, and so I liked that game a lot. And I was hoping to get in to see Halo, the HoloLens experience, but they were booked solid. After Kanye West showed up, forget about it, guys.
Toughest ticket in town.
So I would have liked to have seen that, but it's okay. I'll live. And then, but yeah, indie games, and then I think maybe I might end the day with either a little bit of Star Fox,
Cool.
get a little bit more time with Star Fox, or I might run over to the other hall and see if I can maybe check out something else. Like, I don't know, I feel a little saucy.
Yeah,
Let's go.
wild card.
Sky's the limit,
Just
guys.
see what happens.
Yeah, I don't
Nothing
know.
bad can happen. It's the last hour of E3.
And then after the show closes, I have to post my show. So
Yes,
I gotta post the show with you in it.
Fantastic. Great. Just keep cranking out that content
Yeah.
here at CBS Interactive Partners.
As we do.
Absolute
Like you
pleasure
do.
as ever to have you on. Love
Oh,
having you at E3.
you're the best.
It's great to hang out. Same time again next year?
Of course.
Sounds good. We're almost done here on the GameSpot stage. We're going to get the Kind of Funny guys up in a second to see what the hell they've thought of the past 3 days. And then the guys from Harmonix are here to show off Rock Band 4 and talk to us about that. So stay tuned. We'll just be back. All good things must come to an end, friends. The only question is who won? Who won?
Hi! It's me, Greg Miller!
Who won E3? We did.
Yes.
The
GameSpot Cross kind of funny
We
one.
did. It was awesome.
That's what's up. How you boys feeling?
Good. I didn't think I'm coming back to the stool.
All right, yeah.
This didn't make sense.
Sit and pop his knee.
If I was just going to do this, it was going to be fine.
I like it.
But like trying to look, I'm not just going to talk at the camera and not talk at you.
I like how it took literally 5 seconds
you can
for
sit
Greg
up there.
to interrupt Danny.
You good?
5 seconds.
Oh, I learned from Nick Scarpino.
Yes,
I learned from
the
watching
master.
Nick.
Best in the biz. The
Danny,
master.
how the hell are you?
I'm feeling great.
Did you have a good show?
Fantastic. All the video games came to me. It was wonderful.
Yeah, it's a nice job. Grayson brought a coffee. Is that for you?
Very close. Grayson, get up here with the coffee, please.
Round of applause, everybody, for our production assistant, Grayson.
Round of applause for everyone who's had put this all together. GameSpot.
We only care about Grayson.
Where's my coffee? Nah, that's right.
No. Yeah, that's how we closed out our stream over there. We gave out our Game of the Show award and then thanked you guys. You guys have been lovely hosts. You've been fantastic people to us.
Thank you.
Your production, your team is amazing. Your YouTube team is amazing. They're breaking out all our videos, doing amazing stuff. Thank you all for this opportunity.
And thank you guys for joining us and setting up this awesome stage and allowing me to have a situation where I had a talk with Cisco outside a public bathroom.
You're welcome.
Who knew who I was.
Because Cisco's a legit video game fan,
He likes
man.
video games.
He loves this industry, and that's why that's awesome. That's why gaming's awesome.
It's ridiculous.
It touches everything and everyone.
It's touching me right now. Let's talk about the quintessential question at the end of every E3. Who won? Who won E3? Colin.
I mean, the games that spoke to me were shown more by PlayStation, but I still say the biggest announcement was for Microsoft with backwards compatibility, because I think that's a significant. It's a step towards opening up 1,000 new games potentially on Xbox One, and I think that's a huge announcement. And I think that's a direct shot across the bow at Sony too. So I was most intrigued by that announcement. But in terms of games, I mean, Horizon and The Last Guardian spoke to me, I think, more than
Uncharted 4. I know you. When Uncharted 4 came on, Colin put his head down. He's like, I already know I love Uncharted 4. I don't need to preview.
Don't want to see it.
I don't want to see it ever again.
Really?
Yeah, I was talking to Sony, and they're like, "Oh, you're gonna come see it?" And I'm like, "No." And they're like, "Why?" Like, it was like almost offended. I'm like, "No, it's a compliment. And I'm sure it's going to be great. I'm good.
I don't need to see it.
Yeah, just show it to me when it's in my hands in a final, the final build of the game. Yeah, until then, I'm good."
Fair enough. Tim, what was making you feel good this year?
Oh, there's a lot that was making me feel good, Danny. A lot.
In that entire Nintendo booth.
That's the thing, though. I'm a Nintendo fanboy. I've said it a million times, and you guys know that. You know that well. And I am looking forward to so many of their games. Yoshi's Woolly World, Star Fox, Mario Maker. Oh, my God, I'm going to put so much time into those games. But I can't say that Nintendo won it this year. With the Direct thing.
What about that Metroid Prime game?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's causing like
Finally.
a small meltdown
I mean, it's
on
like
the internet.
Nintendo, they could have won it for me if there was a big surprise, if there was something I didn't know about, if there was just something to really look forward to in the distant future. Because I want that hint. I want that oh, it's okay, guys, we're going to be okay. And it didn't happen. I got to go with PlayStation, man. It's like walking around their booth, there's so many games that I want to play. There's so many games that are just coming out, and even the smaller ones, the bigger ones, even just seeing Journey again in 1080 60,
looks
oh my
great.
God.
Just
It
over
looks
there.
beautiful. So I'm going to go with
They
Sony.
still didn't have an answer for that, though, right? They were just like, hey, Journey's still here and it's awesome, but we don't know when that's coming. And
Yeah.
We've seen that before. Kevin Coelho's walking off with all the kind of funny equipment. Thank you very much. And our bags.
Yeah,
Grayson's got our
thank you.
bags, too. Good job, everybody.
You'll never see them again.
Yeah, I know, right? Why do we let the PA part-time guy take our bags? Nick.
Oh, hey.
What's the best thing you
What's
saw?
I can't see you, so yeah.
No, it's okay.
Keep telling yourself that.
I think it's a toss-up between Microsoft and Sony this year. I think they both had really, really, really strong conferences. For all the reasons noted, I'm not going to go ahead and reiterate what you guys have said. I only got a chance. I don't think it's fair that I voted because I only got a chance to stumble around Sony's booth for about 5 minutes, and then Microsoft. I looked over and I'm like, it's too far. It's too
right
far.
there.
I know.
We can see us.
But it was
so
a
close.
madhouse over there. I mean, they're
I
both.
can see it. Yeah, it's right there.
No, I know. It's got Greg. We've gone too far. We've come too far. But no, I might give the slight edge to Sony as well.
Yeah.
I mean, literally, I'm not a huge Sony fanboy like some people that I know. But when The Last Guardian, when you saw that the feather dropping and The Last Guardian was shown, and the look on like Colin's face specifically, right? You can't take that away. That was magical. It was magic.
It was real good.
That to me is it's real good. Real good. That to me is important, right? Because video games are obviously a form of entertainment, but there's a fair amount of showmanship that goes into this.
Yeah.
And you do have to make something not for lack of a better term, like there has to be a little magic behind it, right? It can't just be paint by numbers a lot of the time.
Especially at E3.
Exactly.
Like, this is what we all look forward to all year.
Exactly. Yeah. And I feel like Sony really gets that. I feel like they really try and they have a lot of heart. Not to take anything away from Microsoft and Nintendo, but I feel like Sony came with it this year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Microsoft had a solid showing as well, as Colin was saying as well. Greg, can I even ask? Should I even ask?
I mean, I still think it was a really, really close race between Sony and Microsoft in terms of it. And I think you can make a case either one way or the other. I think the people who, I lean towards Microsoft because I think theirs was more about changing the perception of who they were, right? They come out, they're about games, just games. If we have an announcement, it's directly influencing games. It's backwards compatibility. And that's really the thing I think that spoke about this E3 was companies, established companies, trying to change the messaging, right?
Yeah.
Microsoft changing their messaging. Guerrilla coming out and be like, we're more than Killzone. You know what I mean? Like, here's this beautiful game that everyone's going to be interested in. And even EA. Like, we had Peter Moore on, right? And Peter Moore was talking about Unraveled and being like, it's a game that maybe we break even on, but we make enough money on FIFA. We make enough money on Madden. We need to take those chances if we want to be the company we want to be. And that's great to hear people say.
Totally, and there's some great little signs around here as well. EA obviously had like a company-wide ideology to be like, you know what, we need to get better female characters into our games, and they've done that across the board as well. So PlayStation for you?
In terms of games, sure. I mean, like, they had the more games that spoke to me, but that's just who I am. I mean, the Microsoft conference felt like it was like, here's a game that's for Alfredo, and then here's a game for Greg, and here's a game for Alfredo, and here's a game for Greg. Whereas Sony was way packed in the beginning of stuff I was super interested in. But even at the end, the one thing I keep criticizing them for is that did you get to go see the Uncharted demo behind closed doors?
No, I've heard about it from a bunch of people.
Those, when the Uncharted demo closed out the conference, I was waiting for the moment, the Bruce dropped the controller moment, like Last of Us, like the PSX demo, and it didn't come. It ends, and you're like, okay, it's more Uncharted, great. And then you went up, and that demo, as soon as it picks back up, gets awesome and insane, and there's different camera angles and motion, and like it looks like a next-gen Uncharted. It looks like what you want, I guess, not even to expect. Whereas what I saw Monday night was what I expected. Behind closed doors is what I wanted. Cool. And if they would have done that entire demo on stage, knocked off another trailer or something, there'd be no debate. There'd be no debate who won E3.
Well, fingers crossed we might see that at Gamescom maybe in the next couple of weeks. For me, I'm going to throw a little curveball. I think Bethesda knocked it out of the park. Are you kidding me? Like, it's the first time they've done it. Software can go either way. Like, Square's one was okay. EA's was kind of, a little bit
rough. EA's was rough.
So, like, for them to come on and not only be like, okay, this is our first time we're going to do this, but we're going to have, like, slobber knocker after slobber knocker. Doom, I'm not totally sold on, but it was great to see it. I think seeing Dishonored is fantastic as well, but fuck me, man, Fallout 4. It's coming out this year. I spent $140 on that thing. That's dumb, you're right?
Oh, yeah, no.
What are we doing?
I'm going to make some awesome twitch.tv/kindafunny streams, kindafunny streams where I wear it and I'm touching and I'm talking and I'm doing the things. I'm going to have a great time. That's what I'm doing.
Here's the thing about Bethesda that I liked is that I don't think they're going to do that again. I don't think there's going to be a Bethesda conference again.
I think the reason they did that.
And that's why I like that all the stars aligned. It was ready and Arcane was ready and their internal studio, Bethesda Game Studios, they're all internal studios, but Bethesda Game Studios was ready. So the stars aligned, and I think they just disappear next year, and they don't do it again. I totally think that's awesome. Yeah. They had a mic drop. They were like, you knew what was coming when they said that they were going to be.
No offense to Bethesda, though, but I hope to God they don't make an annual thing out of this, because adding another day to E3 is killing me right now.
Yeah, I know, right?
It's killing me.
You'd be dead no matter what. That's the thing. Like, we got to this point where we were deciding on our game of the show, and we went around, and nobody mentioned Fallout, and Chloe's like, you remember Fallout happened, right? And we're like, yeah, but it was expected. You know what I mean? Like, E3's always about this surprise and what you didn't see coming. You know what I mean? So for Fallout to have led with their coming and this is going to happen, and then we see it, and it's more Fallout, which is like awesome. Then upgrades and this. I know it's not exactly the same. Yeah. But it's similar enough where you're like, that's exactly what I want. That's probably going to be game of the year. Great. But like for this right now, like what's got us the most hopeful wide-eyed?
Totally. E3 2015 ended up being quite the barn burner. 2015 for video games is going to be pretty great as well. We've got 6 months of awesome stuff coming on. Thank you so much, Kinda Funny, for joining with us.
Thank you.
This year on GameSpot. Thank you so much, everyone who watched. Thank you so much, everyone who's watching us right here.
Yeah!
Who let us do this crazy nonsense. Let's have a little drinky later on and relax.
We'll have a lot of drinkies later on.
Yeah, we got some video games to play over the next couple of months. Stay tuned though on the stage on our stream right here. We've got one more. Those jokers from Harmonix have turned up. We're going to see some Rock Band 4 before we close it out. So stay tuned.
Welcome back to GameSpot's coverage of E3 2015. Oh my God, all of Harmonix are here. Daniel Sussman, Eric Pope, Nick Chester. How you doing, gentlemen?
We could not be any more thrilled to be here.
Daniel. Yeah, you got to sit down.
Yes.
You have to lug around this stuff to every single appointment. Make sure it works.
Yes, and it does. It kind of works.
It works. There are some calibration issues on our end, so
it's all good. We're gonna make it work.
To you guys, but yeah, you're here, and it's back. Rock Band 4.
Yeah, it's definitely back. Better than ever.
Better than ever. This has been a fantastic E3 for us. You know, we're, I think, running on fumes a little bit. Here we are, day 3, but oh my God, it's been awesome to bring Rock Band 4 to people. We're set up on the concourse outside. You should see us all. We're all like sunburned and.
Yeah.
But it's just been nonstop. You know, it's like the reception has been outstanding, and we're thrilled. We're happy.
It's a game people have been wanting to see back from Harmonix for a while. What was it about sort of now that made you think, okay, actually enough time has passed, let's do it?
Really, there are two things. One is that, you know, we've actually been working on a lot of other games over the last couple of years, and you know, we're very proud of that work, but the reception is like, oh, that's really interesting. Where's Rock Band 4?
Yeah.
We know that there's a community of people that are just dying for this, and we hear about it. And so, you know, that's one thing. Just knowing that there's an audience is huge. The other piece is actually more interesting. We really wanted to make sure that we had something to bring to the category creatively, and what we're going to show here actually is sort of the flagship of Rock Band 4. It's the freestyle guitar solos, which totally energized our team. You know, we're doing this, and we're very excited about the new gameplay. And you know, you think about Rock Band, you know, we brought drums, we brought vocals to the category, and then really the gameplay was kind of static, you know, and really not a lot changed in terms of, you know, the high level principle. It's like, okay, we're telling you what to do. You see a colored tab. You press a button, and with the freestyle guitar solos, you're making your own solo, and it's really, there's a lot of depth to the system. There's a lot of great gameplay in there, and it's new. And you know, it's impossible to like not just play with this shitty grin on your face. I mean, it's like it's joy-inducing, which is why we're in the business. So
awesome. Well, I want to see Nick's shit-eating grin. So
let's
get right into it. Let's show us all about this crazy new tech you guys are putting, because you guys are clearly supporting a lot of the old games. Like the libraries all there.
Yep.
The old controllers.
Absolutely.
But let's have a look at the new.
So what we're going to do here, this is actually, we're going to cheat into a special mode of the game where...
We're going to cheat with this beautiful Dell
cheat device. Yes, with this cheating device.
Comes with every copy of Rock Band 4.
And so this is going to basically replace the track with... you know, so that Nick can solo over the entire song, and this gives us an opportunity to just step through how the system works.
Sweet. What song did you pick?
The Warrior by Scandal.
Yes.
Great shot. All right.
Rock anthem.
We're gonna shoot through the walls of heartache.
Bang bang. So here, the song's gonna start up, and
you're already in it.
That's superstar Nick Chester over here. Nick can play music, so the first thing we'll show you is, you know, he can play single notes, which is straightforward. You hold down a key and you strum. And everything is, you know, in the key of the song. The fantasy here is that you are a rock god, right? That you feel awesome about what you're doing. So even if you don't know how this works, you still sound good. You know, it's like there's no bum notes here. And so there's a different note with each key. You can jump up to the high frets and everything jumps up an octave. There's a tremendous amount of depth. Even while you're just playing single notes, you can bend into the notes if you upstrum, which is really cool.
There's the shitty
yeah, right there. That's the hot potato face. There it is. And then if he holds down a chord, you know, 2 or more frets, and then strums in tempo, we trigger these repeating licks. And this is where things start to get really fun. And there's a tremendous amount of variety in here. There are tons of licks that are mapped to different chord progressions. So he can, yeah, there he goes.
He's just having a good old time over there.
And then if he strums fast, it actually doubles the tempo of the lick. So you start to get into these like pyrotechnics, you know, it's like crazy stuff starts happening. And then he can jump up to the high frets, and everything jumps up an octave, and off he goes. He's just going crazy.
You just get to do this just all week.
Yep.
Yeah, all right.
All right, and so some of the other stuff that's really fun is he can figure tap. Get some, like, you know, Eddie Van Halen action going right there. And then also we have all of this sort of like super noisy guitar stuff. If you play as a single note and tilts, it starts to feed back and get all
awesome.
resonant, you know. And
That's great, Marty McFly.
yeah, exactly. No, we're about to power slide across the stage. And so, you know, this is basically, these are all the different components of your guitar solo. This is the bag of tricks that you have at your disposal. And when we play this in the context of a regular song in the game, we have a visual language that we use to cue you to all of these different input modes, all right? So, you know, if you see like a single line down the middle of the track, that's play a single note. If you see this sort of checkerboard pattern, that means finger tap. And even while we're telling you sort of in broad strokes what you should do, you still have a tremendous amount of creative control over, you know, what notes you choose to play. And so it's, you know, we're not scoring you on your musicality, right?
Yeah.
You know, we're scoring you based on, you know, can you get from, you know, the low notes to the high notes, and then tilt, and then back down. And actually there's, you know, what's been really fun is watching all of these, you know, score chaser, you know, like very competitive Rock Band players come to this with sort of, you know, it's a blank slate really, and there's a game in there that's really fun and engaging, but it's new. And so it's like, you know, we're very happy, you know, it's like we're happy to be talking about it.
When do those moments occur in the songs then? Do you end up sort of reaching out for songs that already have like solo parts in them?
Yeah, so the way it works is when you get to the guitar solo of a song, you play your own solo. And that's kind of, you know, it's the most logical thing to do. And
so if Freebird was to come on, it'll be a case of just budget?
Yep. It's like,
yeah, just to be clear, what we're doing right now is like a development cheat, so it allows us to play over the entire song.
You should show them what it looks like in the context of the song. So we're gonna have to like restart this, so you guys can just talk about
we'll
stuff
chit-chat.
for a
So
while.
this is one of a bunch of things. We've done a lot for the other instruments as well. We have a new form of drum fills for the drummer.
Cool.
We've basically completely taken apart and put back together the singing component of Rock Band 4, where, you know, one of the things when we watch people play Rock Band, you know, there's a lot of people who like to sing. They'll play on easy or medium because you just have more you have a larger window
range,
to be expressive, which is actually where the fun is. And when you start to play on hard or expert, you have to sing pretty quietly and match this little arrow up with this note tube, and that's not rock and roll. That's not that fun. And so we basically built a system where you could sing anything you want, anything you want, as long as you're in the key of the song.
Okay.
And you get like an improv bonus.
Just make up your own lyrics?
You can make up your own lyrics
in.
as long as you're just, you know, singing in key, which, you know, is what good singers can do. You actually get the score bumped, you know. And so we're trying to basically bring you kind of out of your shell and, you know, give you the tools that you need to be a charismatic front person and, you know, play rock and roll.
Here's Nick taking a swing at it, enjoying himself.
So this is the classic Rock Band gameplay that you're all familiar with. So.
Yeah, I think that's the other thing. That's actually, you know, when we played a lot of Rock Band, but
I'm not even
certainly
trying.
over the last
calibration
the
is not doing
calibration's
okay.
just ain't working. Don't worry about
We'll
it.
skip to the solo in a second, show you what that looks like.
Cool.
I mean, so we're building on a really strong foundation. You know, we came back to Rock Band, and there was this sort of moment of anticipation for me personally, where it was like, is this game still going to be fun? You know, it's like, and trust me, I've logged my hours. I have played a lot of this game over the years, and it was awesome. It felt really good to come back and you know, and play a game that was really fun. And at the same time, you know, we're probably our harshest critics in a lot of ways, and we were able to sort of look at Rock Band 3 and, you know, question some of the calls that we made, and you know, it's been a long road leading to this moment. We think Rock Band 4 is the strongest game that we've ever made.
And it was essentially you guys are responsible for the birth of the genre and for most of its evolution as well. Another thing that's super important for people, especially when it comes to these things, is the still having them. Like, I'm sure the price of these on eBay drums is probably hot back up again. Was that me when I hit that?
I think so.
You
No,
shouldn't
we've got
plug
another
them in
guitarist signed in somehow magically.
Oh my goodness.
It wouldn't be rock and roll if something didn't fuck up, guys.
Is that right?
That's the whole point. But yeah,
No,
the fact
no,
that you
absolutely.
have backwards compatibility working on all this as well.
Backwards compatibility for your hardware and for your DLC, and you know, it's like it's funny. It's like we're very excited about you know, all of the new stuff that we're doing. But when we talk to our community, the thing that people care about the most is the stuff that they have already bought. You know, and so you think about people that have spent hundreds of dollars on, you know, on DLC. We absolutely want to, you know, respect that investment that people have made in their library. So PS3 to PS4. I have no idea what's going on over
Everything's
here.
going great.
Everything's
PS3
fine,
to
guys.
PS4,
Don't worry about
Xbox
it.
360 to
Prototype hardware.
Xbox
We're
One.
no, everything's great. Keep talking.
We're all right.
And then on the hardware too, you know, if you have guitars and drums, they'll work with the game.
Are you guys making new ones? Your partnership with Mad Catz on
Yeah,
some new stuff?
we're co-publishing with Mad Catz. They've been a phenomenal partner. Actually, they built all of this stuff, and you know, they're still hard at work, you know, ironing out the kinks. But yeah, like the new stuff is great. The build quality is fantastic. There's a lot of improvements to kind of the sensitivity of the drum heads, the feel of the buttons. There's a new accelerometer in there for the tilt. The microphone actually is a brand new microphone that it's just a better mic. I mean, it's, you know, louder, less distortion. Yeah,
Excellent.
they've
So
done a
across
great
the board,
job.
you're putting the work in. Gentlemen, thank you so much for coming on. When will we be able to get our hands on Rock Band 4? This year, right?
This year, so October 6th, 2015, on
Damn.
Xbox One and PlayStation 4.
2015 turned out to be a pretty good year for video games, as it turned
Pretty
out.
good, man.
Not bad.
Pretty
Good E3.
Yeah, not too bad. Thanks so much for coming on, guys, and enjoy the rest of your E3.
All righty.
All 30 minutes of it or whatever.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
And thanks to all you for watching on GameSpot.com, on the YouTube app as well, and of course on Hitbox. We are done in terms of the stuff that's going up on GameSpot. For our live audience, though, stay tuned. We're going to play some more of this. Hello and welcome back to the GameSpot show right here at E3 2015. My boy Eric Pope's here. Jess McDonald's on. Hey, Nick, wait your turn, man. Rockstar. You know, dude, he's going to be doing his solos. Nothing could possibly go wrong. It's a Rock Band 4 live event. It's just like real rock. It's all going to go wrong, but we'll just do with it. All right, let's do it. Well, what are we going with first? God damn it, I play drums in ears. Yo, Josh, can we get more volume out here?
Make it now.
One more song. One more song. Video games. Video games. All right, do we have Chris Waters? Anyone in the house? Join us for one. Where's Chris? So Chris, you there? Lucy, you want in? All right, we go for an old GameSpot crew here. You think they're able to do it? Man, I suck on drums. What do you want to pick? You want to sing that? What are we going for? God damn it. What song are we doing? The Killers. All right, that's a band that's still relevant. Are you in? What's your favorite Killer song? Is it Mr. Brightside or that other one?
I guess that's the only one I know.
Great. We're not playing that. You got it? They're my favorite Mormon band. Killers are great. What are you doing? You know how to play guitar? It's Rock Band. My God. Y'all having a good E3? Yeah. All right, let's leave it out with a bang. All right, developer number 2, is that you? All right, here we go. Thanks. Would you put that on expert? Hard? Great. Medium drums. You haven't had, when's the last time you played, Lucy?
I was still at university.
Wow. 12 years ago. Unbelievable. Nobody kicked the Xbox. Harmonix will charge us for that. God damn it. All right, and don't smash them either. These are the new ones, I think. They've got this auto calibration system on it. All right, so apologies. If we're not doing it right, it's because it's not been calibrated properly, not because we suck balls. All right, here we go.
Breaking my back just to know your name. 17 tracks and I've had it with this game. I'm breaking my back just to know your name. But heaven ain't close in a place like this. Anything goes, but don't think you might miss. 'Cause heaven ain't close in a place like this. I said heaven ain't close in a place like this. Bring it back down tonight. Never thought I'd let a rumor ruin my moonlight. Well, somebody told me you had a boyfriend who looked like a girlfriend that I had in February of last year. It's not confidential, I've got potential. Ready, let's roll on to something new. Taking its toll.